rip. They're super confident. They're looking for aggressive plays. They're making things happen. They're doing all this stuff. And then I've seen it when I've watched scrims and seen reviews and talked to these players and heard the feedback they're getting. It's like all these issues are being pointed out. It's like, oh, this was like a really risky 1v1 you took because the jungle actually could have been there. Or like, you shouldn't have maybe gone for that 2v2 because like you didn't know where the support was. And like these are good things to keep in mind. But sometimes it becomes this situation where all of these little things are getting like pointed out by coaches nonstop. And now all of a sudden the player, I think, ends up with like decision paralysis or is just being too risk averse where they're like, oh, well, like, it's true. I don't have perfect information here. Someone is missing from the map. I can't do anything. Or like, I can't take this fight because what if? Yeah. And sometimes I feel like you take new players who are looking really confident, you know, day one in LCS, and you kind of like coach them into being scared of everything. And then they kind of lose, I feel like, the edge of what got them in the league in the first place. And I feel like we've seen this kind of a number of times over the years. Like I think of kind of like almost like Sniper Split 1 versus Split 2. Again, I'm not necessarily saying it's like the coach's fault, but like these things get pointed out. And I think sometimes it's hard for the players. I feel like Surdy was kind of a similar example. I feel like we've had a lot of players over the years where they come in, they look stronger right off the rip than they do in a split or in a couple weeks.
Well, regardless, they're gonna have to learn and take something from that previous series because Blabber is also in a position to, you know, come and put these invades and put those questions to you and make you have a good like reaction or plan B very quickly. And also you can't afford to have your lanes collapsing in on you. You know, as much focus, and it's very apparent when jungle. I mean, it was like almost double CS at one point. Even by like 10 minutes. But if like you have a Zir mid or something like that, and if you have lanes that are collapsing in on you, it becomes really, really difficult. And then the whole team kind of feels like they don't have options, things to go for. So it does not get easier for DSG. You just kind of received that from FlyQuest. And if you think like they've got some well-laid early game plans to try and use some aggression, then Cloud9, I think, are in a position to do it as well. Thankfully, though, DSG could say, okay, Cloud9 were not clean when they were playing Sentinels. They can have that. They can have that ray of hope. You know, they can be like who he's calm. Say, you know what? It's okay. They got the early game, but it's just gonna be one team fight first, and then we can win the game.
That's all it takes.
That series was crazy. If we're also looking at the Cloud9 side of this matchup and looking back at the weekend that they had versus Sentinels, those games were like won and lost multiple times before the Nexus exploded by both teams sometimes. And we had the Blabber driving the Rift Trail right by the tower, and then it's dying. And then we had like Hambach doing Krugs right before the Dragon Soul is spawning, and the Cloud9 just win the game after that. And
the pick on his Ven mid. He just started
autos a Skarner.
He's just auto attacking the Skarner with Flash. And
something our producer told us on that day is that it is one day after the anniversary of Sven getting caught versus Xmith.
That's immediately what I thought of when I saw it. I didn't think about the date, but that's the only play that flashed into my mind.
We literally were a day off of the anniversary and he gets caught. I was like, no shot versus Skarner. That was so funny. But yeah, that happened. And then when they tried to contest for Baron and Sejuani like cues in, gets immediately walled off by Anivia. I'm like, it's all happening at the same time.
Yeah.
Tragic.
Yeah, it was a bit tragic for C9. I mean, their early game, as much as we're talking about, like, you know, they can do good early game plans. I mean, they did to Griffin what Griffin did to Kryra when you're talking about in lock-in. But in Spring Split, Cloud9 is one of the bottom early game teams in the league right now. They're averaging behind over 400 gold at 15. FlyQuest, on the other hand, is up like almost 1,000 gold on average. So, you know, C9 hasn't really been doing very well as far as their early games are concerned. And it is surprising, I think, when you hear those stats, when you think about, well, Thanatos is kind of owning on top side. So, like, you know, the bot lane is kind of getting behind quite a lot, it feels like, in some of these games. And
I mean, they did play verse inspired, and even though they won the series, you can definitely get into some holes pretty early versus inspires, and that did happen to Blabber. Remember, like they won the Sejuani game, but guess what? Blabber's Sejuani game is gonna do some bad things to your stats early game. Okay, so like the sample size
is small for everything.
is pretty low. And honestly, even with those being like bad early game stats, they like still actually reacted well to it, and you know, were able to win the game with you know, CC stacking. So
for sure,
interesting.
But even Sven is, you know, he's averaging like 150 or 200 gold, something like that behind, you know, in the early game. So C9's early game has not been all sunshine and rainbows for sure, but definitely favoring them pretty heavily, I think, against DSG. And I think DSG is a little bit in danger of, I don't know, like kind of falling out of the conversation for being competitive in the midfield, right? Because they just got super blasted last week.
Yeah.
In a match that I think we thought was going to be really close. They did beat Sentinels, so that was really, really good. But you know, after that Sentinels game, you're kind of thinking, okay, this is going to be like super competitive against FlyQuest. They got completely smashed. So now it's another tough opponent, and we have to see how they're going to be able to do against kind of like an expected top team to kind of start to evaluate, you know, after a few weeks, like where do we think they really are in the power rankings?
Fully agree. Because I came into this split thinking that DSG would be last place, kind of basically doubling down on what my take was going into lock-in. I think what's good about this team is, yes, definitely their creativity in draft. Like, they can pull out another Nasus game or a Vayne bot lane game, like if they see the angle, because they do have pretty quirky champion pools. This also includes Kryra, so their drafts can be very good and take you out. And also, I think that they do have skillful team fighters. So like, there's an aspect of them that like makes me believe that they can go farther. But then I do think that the loss that they had, or the win that they had versus Sentinels, was Sentinels playing pretty bad, and I think generally having another slow start. So I want to triple down again on DSG being a bottom team, and it just comes down to like, I do think their overall laning in early game is going to be.
Why do you think they should be worse than a Dignitas or a Shopify or something though? That's the thing that gets me, is that it's like, I feel like Dignitas just looks like the clear worst team in the league right now.
Sometimes I'll see a glimpse. Dignitas, Dignitas after week 1, I fully believed, okay, it's awful again. They're back to being the last place team again. I think that one game that they had versus Lion does show me what I expected, which is they do have good pieces. If you have a team of FBI, Photon, and from what I saw from Ignar, he was much better than I thought he was going to be. Like, I thought Ignar was going to be a pretty generally bad support just because he had like 1 year of like not playing competitively after GX. The only asterisk I will bring is that I think he's a great melee player. He's always been a great melee like tank player, but when it comes to enchanters and playing for laning, that's where his weaknesses come through. So that's the asterisk that I have. But I do think if this team comes together, that game 1 that they had versus Lion was a pretty slow pace, like by the books game that they played around objectives, and I thought their team fighting around Dragon was good. So it's like, that is me coping off of one game of like what I expected this team to be. But if they're still last place, then that just moves DSG to 7th place for me.
There you go. Well, C9, I think everyone's going to favor. We also have Sentinels versus FlyQuest on this day, which should be interesting because obviously Sentinels did lose to DSG, but that was a really close series. And even in locking, we've had 3 series now between those two teams, and it's been incredibly close pretty much the entire way through. And FlyQuest obviously coming off of a really good series. So I'm a kind of a FlyQuest believer. I had them in 4th. I know Meteos had them in last place. So we have like a pretty, you know, wide range of opinions on the dive about them. But I feel like I'm feeling pretty good about my 4th place prediction still for FlyQuest.
I'm super on the FlyQuest train. I think they have extremely high upside.
Yeah.
And like, we had Griffin on the analyst desk after for the interview, and he was just so ecstatic with their win. He was like, yes, all our hard work is paying off. You know, they did their Korean boot camp. And he was talking about so many of the things really coming together and showing up for them, and it giving them a lot of confidence. And I had FlyQuest much, well, everyone had them much higher than Meteos, but still, like, I thought that they had a lot of high upside as far as really good early games already, like good individual talent, and now they're bringing it together with their mid game as well. So, I mean, I'm definitely very bullish on FlyQuest. I feel like they're gonna have a pretty big advantage as far as setting up for early games. Sentinels is generally much more controlled, much more like, all right, what's our team comp? Let's play for like these, you know, mid game dragon fights or whatever. And Sentinels does have good like mental, like I was talking about with the Hui comms and stuff.
Yeah.
Versus Cloud9, but if like their lanes start collapsing, and I don't think Impact has been had a super substantial showing this time around. Even though better
He's
than,
about to hit you with something.
even though better, we were saying all last year. I was like, oh my god,
it's worse than last year.
Oh,
I think it's for sure worse than last year.
Yeah,
You gotta be kidding me. He's getting. I mean, okay.
no, last year
Level
was
of
pretty
competition.
bad, bro.
Level of competition is fair to take in mind. We're only 2 weeks in. Castle's very good individually, and then
Yep.
he played against Thanatos. So
Yeah.
fair. But you are averaging over 700 gold down to 15 individually.
I mean, last year was horrible too.
I don't think it was that bad.
This is pretty bad.
He is getting smacked.
This is pretty bad.
That's what we're arguing between bad and badder, though. So
Yeah,
the
we
point
are.
is, it's a weakness.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was the point. We're not saying it's not a weakness.
Yeah. No, but I'm kind of sad because I felt like Impact was kind of back in lock, and I thought he was playing solid. And with him playing solid in lock-in, I figured he would be pretty solid in spring, and then you can kind of say, oh, well, last year was kind of just a blip on the radar. It is only 2 weeks into spring. Maybe he can really turn it around, and I don't think Gakos has not been lane dominant by any means. They haven't really been playing. I feel like FlyQuest have kind of just changed their strategy to focus more on Masu and Crygen. They're playing very lane dominant, and it's partially just the meta. When you're playing enchanters, you have to play more aggressive, so that kind of draws your jungler down towards bot, for a lot of teams and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, maybe Impact will have a good series, and then my mind will start to be changed a bit. But he got absolutely slammed by both Thanatos and Castle, and it looked pretty rough. So that I think is tough, right? Like that is the tough thing for Sentinels, is kind of how is their early game going to be holding up. FlyQuest again, they're averaging almost 1K ahead at 15, and Sentinels is averaging negative 500. Their laning has not been great.
Yeah, and again, it's only been 2 series this split, but the ideas of these two teams are still the same since we've seen like the formulations of these teams. Sentinels, if they're going to win, I feel like this series is going to be them weathering the early game storm, and then being able to bring together whatever their team comp is or game plan towards the mid and late game. And they have a lot of veterans on the team. Like this might be the biggest age difference between two teams. Average ages of FlyQuest players, extremely young, and Sentinels definitely on the older side. And it kind of like shows in the experience and control and looking towards late game and looking towards their strategy versus the very strong like early games and mechanics and stuff here for FlyQuest. The wild card to me is always Hambach, because I was really high on Hambach also. And I thought he had really started to pop off. I was liking a lot of the plays he was creating, but he had some stankers versus Cloud9, especially the game losing go to Krugs when Dragon Soul is like 20 seconds away. That one to me, I was just like, what in the hell? You lost focus there, okay? We lost focus. We're not looking at timers. It also made me then question how controlled and how good are the comms ahead of time if like you don't just blame the jungler for that scenario. If it's solo queue, you do. But if it's like a team game of competitive and with comms the whole time, you got to think like everyone's making plans
together
for that type of thing, because that game was not blown open at that point. It wasn't like, oh dang, we have no hope of fighting this Dragon Soul, so let's get Krugs instead. So that one I was actually I guess some of my assumptions about the team maybe were not correct.
Yeah, I'm probably thinking this team is probably just going to start drafting more again for bot lane, just because interesting to hear from Impact talking about how the comp that they had in, I think, the last game was more catered around their mid jungle being playmakers and like taking over comms a little bit more in the early portions of the game. And he felt like that wasn't happening, at least just to kind of take away from some of the notes that he had made. And bot lane was taking over in comms. But that's what I kind of expected for Sentinels. I think Sentinels is like a team that's solely dictated by how well Rahel and Huhi do in their lanes and how they play and protect Rahel throughout the game. Because he can be, on his best day, the best AD carry in this league. And he has really high highs. So that's what I'm looking out for. But then I'm still shocked with how well FlyQuest does through bot lane. It's not something that I ever expected this year for CrowdGen and Master to be as strong of a 2v2 that they have been. And I know, Azale, you've been pointing that out every series, basically. I was like, surely that won't happen versus Team Liquid. And it did. So from that point alone, I think FlyQuest just has them. Even in the C9 podcast, they talked about how Fly was doing well versus them in scrims. So I'm like, I think this is heavy C9 FlyQuest focused.
Yeah, I definitely favor them. I think Hambach can play a lot better than what we saw in the previous series.
Yeah.
So if Sentinels win, I think it's going to be him looking really good and, bottom lane having some success there.
One of my questions too is kind of like with Darkwings. I feel like Darkwings is quite good on his kind of champs, right? When he's playing, just generally scaling control mages. I think he looks really comfortable on.
Yeah.
But it feels like every time he's kind of stepped outside of that, it hasn't worked as well. And like when he brought out the Smolder, it didn't really work. I remember him bringing out a Yone game last split and lock-in that didn't really work. I feel like when he brought out his Ahri, it didn't really work. I feel like the Annie, it didn't really work.
Yeah.
And now in the meta there's still a lot of control mages, but we are seeing more popularity this split. I feel amongst kind of some of the popular playmakers, like champions that have to be more aggressive. Like Aurora and Ahri are two of the most 3 played right now. Annie's getting pretty popular. Akali's getting played quite a bit. Galio, champions where you have to be more of a playmaker and less of just kind of like a scaling team fighter. And I feel like he has looked less comfortable outside of the kind of scaling control mage team fighter. And you never want to like pigeonhole like a new player to the LCS and just just give up on that other stuff and like only play this one style. But I do think they have looked less comfortable playing outside of that style. So maybe that's partially why they would want to focus more on bot lane and just kind of like allow Darkwings to.
The reason I don't think that's an issue this time, he's playing against Quad. And Quad is very similar in that aspect. Of all those champions that you listed, Quad only just plays the Annie.
Yeah, it's fair.
And so I don't know. I feel like it's going to be kind of similar mid lane maybe.
I do think Quad is just flat out a better player. My concern always is going to be trying to find a different playstyle, like you said, or like trying to expand your pool a little bit more for a newer player who's also trying to coordinate with a player in a different language. Obviously, Hambach is getting better with more time in the league, but it's like stacking difficulty upon like that is as bad. It's probably easier for them to play to their strengths. So I just see this team probably wanting to play heavily more Galio. I think Annie, even though it's like a different pick, it's still pretty straightforward. And then maybe just dipping more into his picks like Anivia. So yeah, I probably see that happening more. Hui, got buffed like you mentioned, so why not?
Yep. Sunday we have Lion versus Shopify to start things off. Lion, it feels a little bit weird because it feels almost like the start of lock-in a little bit, where you're kind of talking about them. It's like, okay, well, you lost a relatively close series against C9, but then you lost the game against Dig, which was kind of the same thing that happened in lock-in. And it was around that time where they lost a game against Dig, and they almost lost their series against Dig in lock-in. It was actually this like hero game from Inspired where he was playing Pantheon and kept fighting Photon on the Kennen and like kind of saved them from losing that whole series. It was around that time in lock-in where people started being like, maybe Lion does suck. And I feel like I'm having deja vu again, but it's weird to talk about a team in this way because in lock-in, in the Swiss stage, which is, the equivalent to our regular season or whatever now, they had all these problems, they had all these issues, and then playoff time comes around and they kind of just locked in and it just wasn't really an issue. And yeah, we saw some issues from them at first stand. We were talking about this before the show, Kobe, and you're like, yeah, they showed some issues at first stand, but showing some issues against, a top LPL team or whatever is very different than showing those issues against Dignitas.
Yeah.
And so to me, I am a little bit kind of confused by Lion and a little bit concerned about where Lion is right now, because I do think while it's like, yeah, it's okay if you can always lock in playoffs, you do want to see continued progression from a team. And I just haven't felt like thus far we've really seen much of that continued progression that we saw from them in playoffs.
I saw 1 point of progression, and it's pissing me off. Like, Isles is playing so well, even in their losses. And it's always rough to see somebody who's doing well that's usually the person that's being targeted by the community and then losing. So the major narrative and discussion from the community is the fact that they're losing rather than obviously what I felt has been the bright spot. Like, I think the negatives has been, Dokla, I feel like even in the hard winning lanes, quote unquote, that he's been picking, like Kennen and Vayne, hasn't been performing. Whereas I think it's really positive that Isles is performing a lot better these days. Like his Lux game was incredible. The 2 solo kills that he had through bot lane, the 2v2 kills, not solo kills. And then on top of that, his Poppy game was great. Like, he's doing well, and I think if we consistently see him performing well in team fights and just in games for that team, then they should be stronger. It's just, I feel like that's an issue for top lane and maybe a little bit of mid.
Yeah. I mean, this line squad are for sure not perfect, and it is kind of frustrating because it does feel like they have really high highs. They do something extremely well, and then when they show a moment where they aren't on the same page, you're like, isn't that so easy to fix? Like, what in the heck? Even this exact team has shown so many instances where they are completely, on the same page, and we get the perfect comms listening. You have Inspired giving marching orders, and everyone is executing, down the line. But then you also have ones where, like at first stand, you'll have literally Berserker 2 inches from Inspired recalling, and Inspired jumps in the Herald and drives it in, and you're like, you guys for sure were on the same screen. You saw each other. Yeah. And you're also in comms for sure. Like, what is going on?
You're doing it just to piss me off.
Yeah. And then there's got like one guy going this way, the other guy going that way. And you're like, what in the heck? Like, I'm seeing so many just like disparate examples. It's kind of frustrating because they do have really high highs. That all being said, I think they can easily take care of Shopify. Yeah, they did drop a game to Dignitas, but you also, after every interview, we always usually have Doklo walking through the hallways or something, and he's like, "Oh man, we're gonna have to bot review this, and we're gonna, this thing, that thing." So I think that they should be able to 2-0 Shopify. I think they should be able to lock in there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're heavily favored. It's to me, I feel like the biggest strength of this team has been their early game. When I think about it, even first stand, I felt like they were very competitive against JDG in the early stages. They could put themselves in good positions, but then they would sometimes troll it. Yeah, and it was kind of the same in lock-in, honestly, in Swiss stage when we were talking about this team struggling. It was always a lot of talk about, Saint just ints the game in the late game, right? But they were almost always feels like they're in a good position to have a chance to win the game or to be in control of the game. Yeah. And then their mistakes are these moments that you're talking about where you're like, what are you guys doing? Like, are you not talking? Are you not paying attention? Because, they are averaging, again, only 2 weeks, but plus 1,300 gold at 15. Their early game has been strong. Their bot lane 2v2 has been good. They like a lot of these powerful early game picks. You mentioned the Lux Caitlyn. That was obviously really strong. Doklo likes playing range stuff top. We saw the Jace in the Vayne. We've seen Kennen. Obviously, that game didn't really work out. But, they like these early game powerful things. And they have the ability to create these big leads. They've taken first tower almost every single game. But yet they've lost half their games, right? Including that game against Dig. So it just feels like if they could become cohesive, this team could be truly great. Yeah. But it does feel like, I don't know, it feels like the progression in that era or area has kind of stalled out.
It's at least also they're always very quick to address those issues. After the Dig game, Inspired self-admitted, and he was like, yeah, I made the game too hard. I was I went for I made it too complicated going for the invade versus XU, and then XU, reacted appropriately and got Dig a really good position, and they controlled it through the early game. So I both think that was a positive for Dig, which I know it's really easy to laugh at Dignitas a lot of the time.
Just the way you phrased that.
but they also I thought it was a really positive first game versus Lion from them. And so when you get things like that, it's kind of like the opposite spectrum, and so what they are also capable of. So yeah, should be interesting.
And on the Shopify side of it, because I know earlier on it was a question of why don't I think Shopify is going to go last in the split? What we saw versus Dignitas was a much more coordinated Shopify. Yes, they were going up against a poorer team, but I felt like all of the questions of what was extremely confusing from Shopify and lock-ins, where they were playing versus FlyQuest had a massive lead with Malphite, and they were just ulting someone in when you don't have any of your carries in range, was complete disconnection with your team. Didn't have that at all, and I felt like Zinni was a lot more connected to the team. Even in their 0-2 loss versus Team Liquid, game 2, they had a lead in their mid jungle, because I felt like Contracts was doing a great job of being able to play to Zinni in those moments. So I think hidden behind this team is a team that is growing, that is probably middle of the table at the moment, but needs to find consistency, and that consistency has to be through Fudge, who hasn't been showing up at all so far this year. and even like their bottom lane. I just think right now, Contracts and Zinni, thumbs up from me. And if we continue to see that, then we'll probably end up seeing a more stable performance from the rest of the lineup. I don't think it's gonna mean a win in this series, but at least from Shopify, if there's going to be a win in this series, it's probably going to be off of the improvement that they made in mid jungle.
Yeah, I mean, they got 2-0'd by TL. Game 1 was an absolute stomp, not even close. But Game 2, I thought Contractors played an insane game. And I don't know about you guys, but those are the games where it feels, I don't know, you almost just feel kind of like hopeless, where every single thing you do is working perfectly, and you're still just losing, right? And it just felt like everywhere Contracts goes, he pulls off a gank, he counter ganks, he disengages the TP, he does this, he does that, he flashes out of a brush and gets a double knockup, he pins Daejeon against the wall, he combos with his ear, and then you look, and Morgan's up like 4K on the Jace, and your bot lane's falling behind, and you're just like, well, everything I did worked, so like, did I just go for the wrong things? Is it just like team gap, can't play? Like what is the takeaway from those games I always find hard, where it's like, I did these things and they didn't work. It's more obvious. Like, oh, I need to play this better. I just shouldn't have gone for that 1v1. I thought I would have won it. I didn't, whatever. But it just felt like everything he did worked, and then he lost.
Yeah.
So I felt like he was kind of owning on the Poppy.
Yeah, he definitely was. And he was also owning versus Dignitas.
Yeah, he went crazy that series.
So he has definitely had a
3 out of 4 rate of owning.
a very, very good split. And if we judge both of these teams, Lion and Shopify,
versus Dignitas,
by how they play Dig, if you judge them by that metric,
the Dig barometer,
Shopify blasted Dig
Easy
way
2-0.
harder than Lion did. So there you go.
There you go. That's the metric by which you need to judge.
the Digometer.
Yeah, the Digometer. All right. Speaking of the Digometer, we've got Dig versus T-Law.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, the thermometer is gonna meet the law. I think they're gonna get broken.
Dude, Morgan is, I think, at the moment the best top laner. I was starting to believe this in lock-in, but Team Liquid didn't play at all towards top lane at all. It even got abused based off of like picking, Lion picking Vayne and all that stuff, and then starting to get tunneled in on, even though Morgan was having a lot of great performances where I felt like bot lane wasn't doing too well. Now fast forward to this split, Team Liquid is actually playing more evenly to top side, and Jose himself is doing a great job.
Jose is popping off, I feel like.
He's been insane. There was one sequence that Morgan had versus Shopify where he solo kills top lane, he solo kills Fudge top, takes top turret, bases, basically retakes bot lane, as in bot lane bases and goes mid. So he takes bot, takes bot turret, and then TPs to the top lane fight, wins the team fight. I'm like, what the actually so good. But a lot of that is based off of, like, I think Team Liquid's overall macro being really strong and being able to take over bot lane off of his lead in solo kill top. But like, he has just been, I think, a consistent force in this team. So I think he's been good, but obviously the community has been going crazy for Jose Daejeon and his performances.
Yeah. I mean, I think Photon's kind of a bright spot for Dig as well. So I think that'll be kind of a fun matchup. And I mean, as much as there's a lot of criticizing about Dig, a lot of things haven't gone well. I feel like even though they are losing and they're kind of getting blown out in a lot of these games, I feel like Palafox has actually been playing pretty well, like for as much hate as he kind of gets. I do think he has had some pretty solid early games. I feel like his Anivia games, he was looking pretty good. He got the one solo kill on one of the Anivia games, and I feel like they end up going bad, but there's a lot of things going bad, so it's hard to really pin like exactly what's going wrong. The TF game, where that game just seemed like completely cooked so early, he was kind of running everywhere, trying to do as much as he could. So I feel like he's trying to make plays happen, which I like to see. I will say I think XU's having a really tough time. XU right now is, I think, looking like by far the worst jungler in the league. And it is really, really tough because it also feels like we are entering an era now where there's a lot of invades, there's a lot of like pressure being put on junglers, and people are kind of realizing, I think partially because of the minion changes and how fast the camps spawn and stuff, you get less assistance from your team in defending on these invades and getting additional vision at level 1. Like, you used to have all these games starting in 5 points, like spread across the map, and everyone's warding every entrance and all this stuff. People are just getting spam invaded now. Like, and I feel like XU's been struggling in a lot of these games to kind of deal with the pressure that is getting put on
What
him.
if you only look at the first game they had versus Lion?
He's doing great.
Hey, don't look at the other.
He's doing great.
Don't look at the other games.
One of the top junglers in the league, easily handled, inspired.
Yeah, that game. Yeah, that game. He reacted appropriately to the invade, and there you go.
Yeah.
Even like
but he's been struggling, I think, pretty hard.
even the invade that Jose has had, like I remember the Xin Zhao invade that he had versus Shopify, where he like 3 camp spot, invades, gets Gromp, challenges blue buff, and then like gets pushed out, but like Team Liquid as a whole wins the river fight. Like they're a really coordinated team around kind of early game invades. I feel like they've been a good team around that, even when they had Umpty, because Umpty was really well known for like his early invades as well, to kind of like, F with the enemy jungle. So yeah, I agree.
Appreciate the censorship here.
I got you.
It's a family show,
I got you.
Raz.
Of course,
Thank you
of
very
course.
much.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Gotta understand.
I agree. I think Jose could easily just, hands check XU, and it's not going to go well for XU. I feel like Jose's mechanics have been on display on all these invades. He's flashing, hitting smites, and comboing with Quid really well. And I was like, woo.
Yeah.
I'm scared for Dig really already, even like early in the game, and even just thinking about mid jungle, I start to get a little.
I mean,
whoa.
Dig lanes just need to do better if this team is going to win a lot of games, right? Like their average, it's only 2 series, down over 3K at 15.
Yeah,
that's like
that's crazy.
The games are just absolutely over before they even start in a lot of these games, right? So you just can't get that far behind. Your lanes have to hold up better for you to have a chance in the game, realistically. So they just have to find a way to be more stable in the early game and try to get to the mid game with a real chance, because I do think they have some pretty good team fighters. We know Palafox at his best can be a really strong player. We know FBI at his best can carry a lot of games. We know Photon has been a strong individual player. Like, there are pieces that you can see, okay, get this guy in a good spot, he should be able to get you some wins, right? But they have just been getting blown out because their lanes are falling apart super early. Even when they are making some positive things happen, like, Palafox, I think, has been making some positive things happen. Photon has been making some positive things happen. It just feels like then the wheels fall off so quickly, and they need to find a way to be more stable to give themselves a real chance at winning games. But I don't think it's going to happen against TL, because I feel like TL is one of those teams that is going to challenge you. Like you said, Jose could hands check. I feel like they could get hands checked in probably every lane, which is going to be the tough part. So that's the question, is can you get through those early minutes to give yourself a chance?
Yeah. TL are going to bring their wallet full of scrim bucks to the stage, and Dignitas will have no choice but to accept them.
Dude, it's definitely
like, okay, thank you for the payment.
Yeah.
every time we hear something about Team Liquid scrims, it's actually just the most egregious. Literally, Thanatos is like, yeah, they just have the best laners, best top lane, best mid, best bottom lane. Really? Every lane? What is happening in those scrims? I'm a believer, though. I'm a believer.
Yeah.
I'm believing. I'm withholding full belief, though. Yeah, I just felt like their TL's first game, like their first series against Fly, was kind of like, even from pretty heavily winning positions, I wasn't blown away by their team fighting, and I still felt like, okay, FlyQuest was making some pretty serious mistakes in some of these moments, and you're still kind of having a close fight, and you're up a lot of gold. So I'm withholding full belief. I also think Core and Yon looked awful against Masu and Cryogen. I'm not saying Dig is the team to punish them, but I'm not fully bought in on the Scrim Bucks, because, everyone is telling me they're by far the best team in Scrims. They're stomping everyone. They have crazy win rates. You just hear more and more stories. But I heard that all through lock-in. Yeah. And
you're talking about belief of best team in the league?
Best team in the league, yeah.
Is there any team that, because for me right now, it's part of the cool thing is I'm like, well, I don't think there is a clear best team. So is there a team that you would feel comfortable giving your full belief?
No. You got to say one name.
Because it's not Lion, it's not C9, and it's not TL.
You're like, I don't feel comfortable.
I don't believe in any of them.
Oh, my God.
I believe in all of them to have a chance.
Oh my!
But I'm just saying, it's like the way that people talk about them is like they are Gen G of the LCS, right? They're just
for scrims,
yeah. So I'm just like,
well, Gen G ain't what they used to be.
True, there you go. Yeah. I mean, it's the first stand hangover, but they didn't go to first stand. So
that's crazy. They watched the party on stream and they got secondhand.
Exactly, secondhand hangover.
Honestly, though, I'm trying to think about it right now. I kind of have like a top 4 situation going
Fly
on.
in there too.
Yeah, I would go with a top 4 situation with Cloud9, Team Liquid, Lion, and FlyQuest. All mixing around.
Equal chance to win.
I don't know about equal, but like very like close. And I think the other ones are further away.
Yeah,
like there's a little bit of a separation.
You can't enter the club just yet.
Yeah. You got to watch from home. Yeah. You're watching on stream.
I don't know. I need to see Fly in mid to late game, not be an ADHD driven team. Like just like have a level of slow pace that we
Why did
see.
you go for that engage? Well, I got bored.
That's what I need to see from them. I think their early laning phase has been great. And honestly, the one thing that I still am holding out for is Gakkos last year was like such an insane carry player, and obviously now his role is much different than that. But I'm still waiting for like the meta or at least the team focus to be like, okay, give him carries and maybe have more flexes between jungle and top because Mbessa has been really good for both of them. And then that will, I think, give a different dynamic to them. But at the moment, they're bot lane and jungle focused. And I'm not too sure about their mid game at the moment.
I think the thing with Gakkos, as far as like, the discussion that you're having, like carries versus tanks and so on, is like clearly he has the mechanics, and everyone will tell you that to be able to pull off these carries, and we did see that. But I will say, I felt like in the scenarios where FlyQuest used him last year in a carry position, all Inspired did was chain go to his lane. Like, the whole game. And there was like the Ivern and Aurelia game, but it's like regardless, if he was going to play a carry, Inspired was just going to gank his lane 15 times, right? And so it's like they clearly fully committed to that. And I don't know if that was just what they believed to be the best strategy for the game, or if it was more like he needed the help to create his own lead. Some of it is a champion thing, but I feel like I haven't yet seen Gakkos create his own advantages for himself. Like he's being pretty stable. I think he's having some good moments. He's having some oopsies. Like he's been solid. But I feel like to really enter that upper echelon, when you talk about like best top laners in the league, those are all guys who can create their own advantages unaided, right? When you talk about like a Morgan or a Thanatos or like even Castle performing in the 1v1s, they don't need a gank. And oftentimes all they need is they just need the 1v1. They just need a little bit of time and they'll create that lead. And I think that's what I am waiting for Gakkos to believe that he's kind of like at that next level.
I think that's fair, but he's definitely in a great position to do it because last year, Masu was a completely different player in the sense that he recognized his role as just being like, I'm just going to be like, Busio is off into another lane. I'm just going to be...
I will be farming.
I will be farming as much as I can. So I think this team is in a position where they can pivot. So this team definitely has a larger ceiling than we're noticing. But like, I would still put them as distant from the top 3. That it's like Team Liquid, Lion, and C9. Maybe those 2 teams may be pivoting. It really just depends when we get to playoffs. But those 3 teams seem so much better than the others.
Yep, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see if FlyQuest can put themselves into that conversation. We have one fan question here before we call it quits for this episode of The Dive. This one is coming from Mr. Duke JT. It says, besides making super teams, what do you think some roster moves are that could make a clear top 4 and all of them very competitive against other leagues? So like, I guess.
Whoa.
Okay.
Example,
all of them very competitive.
Example, what about Diggs top laner on FlyQuest? So I guess he's saying like, for one team, like make one team competitive without getting like all superstars. So like, his example is, would Photon make FlyQuest better, than Gakkos or whatever. So maybe like if you're talking about it through those terms of people who aren't like don't have the superstar label but could really help a team. I feel like Castle is a guy who's been a really good individual. That's someone that can maybe get put on a team. Yeah. You have to think about the players that you think are maybe like really good individually, but just don't have the pieces around them.
Yeah. I think you probably start with some of our current top 4 teams, and then like make promotions up of like best players off of the lower teams or other teams to be able to create these. That's a pretty fun game of like, hey, you get full authority to concentrate our power of the LCS into like 4 super representative teams.
I love that idea. I think
let's do it in real life. I want to get some international wins here.
Yeah, I have one team that can maybe make massive improvements.
Okay.
Now, I think Dignitas has like a pretty solid I have a soft.
I have a team that has the capability to make massive improvements because they are so low.
Yes, I think Dignitas. Look, listen to me. You have some great pieces.
Listen to me,
FBI,
Dignitas.
Ignar, Palafox.
Tap in.
You have the capability.
You have a carry top laner that can maybe underperform at some points, but during when the spotlight's bright, can really shine.
But you're keeping
through.
on the team, right?
Now, if you pick contracts,
Okay.
move them over to Dignitas.
Okay.
Then they start wearing some NRG jerseys. They can really level up.
Yeah, they can take out a G2.
They can. Remember, NRG was a 6-seeded team. They just needed to get in the playoffs.
They could get Dokla from Lion.
I was gonna say, do you think they would maybe want also the top laner from Lion?
I think
they need a top laner that can play some range champions.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, Dokla fits the bill.
He fits the bill pretty
Wow,
well.
what a team you've created, Raz.
I like this.
You know,
Interesting.
of all the teams that will happen the least, this is the one that will definitely happen the least. But I would love to see in my dreams a team of give me the Busio Masu bot lane back.
Yeah.
Give me Jojo Pyun.
Oh my god.
Give
Inspired?
me inspired,
Yeah.
and then a Thanatos top lane or something like that.
That's like trying to get old EG back together and mix in some current spices.
He's just trying to bring our
Honestly,
players
yeah,
back.
just try and make our overall best possible team. If we also recalled our players from other leagues, that's
That would be, there's 2 imports. Okay, fair enough. Inspired's pretty good. So is Thanatos
we can keep him.
or Morgan. But
I like that team.
I would
good
love
team.
to see Jojo and Busio on the same team. I think.
No, I mean, you just made me sad. Now we can't recall our boys because I know because Busio declared Polish citizenship, so it takes 2 years before you can change your mind.
Unless
you can't
he's
just
an import.
You can't just change your mind and say, okay, never mind. Now I'm gonna go back to being American. He has to spend 2 years and do his time
In the
over there
gulag.
back in the wall.
before he can come back.
Yeah.
We can welcome our boy back home. What about Jojo? Jojo could just come back though. He didn't
come back.
He didn't change citizenships.
Yeah.
Come on back.
Come on back.
Not looking too
Weather's
good over
nice.
there in MCOY land,
Yeah,
all right?
yeah.
Come back.
Exactly. All right. Well, that'll wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Thank you, Raz, so much for joining us. Appreciate you filling in.
Thank you.
Medios is just under the weather, but he'll be back next week. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, as well as YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, leave a comment. Maybe we'll grab your comment next week for The Dive. LCS is going to return this Saturday, April 18th, 1 p.m. Pacific. It is going to be DSG taking on C9. We'll see you there.
and welcome back to week 3 of the LCS, where players already arriving, getting ready for their matches ahead of us today. On the desk today, you got Kangas, you got Raz, you got Azael, as we got C9 departing their car. Are they going to do anything fun?
I was just laughing. Sven was struggling to get his jacket on the entire time as they were driving up. And then I was like, well, he's going to stay in the car until he gets his jacket on. He just gave up.
Yeah.
He's like, ah, crap, I gotta
Can't
get
be
out.
bothered.
It's over.
That's efficient 80 carry play.
My
right
first
there.
reaction was like the usual point of view of the car just driving up to the camera.
Yeah.
I was like, that's LA driver POV. Like, no, I'm a pedestrian.
Well, we got a lot of fun games ahead of us today. Also, Raz, I got to say, I think by the end of this show, you're going to have to shave your head. I'm just noticing now you're sitting between the bald
what's up with
man.
that?
What's going on with all this
Yeah, what's up
hair
with that,
stuff?
It's the hair diversity.
hate bald people?
Yeah, maybe I do.
I think if you don't hate bald people, you'll
Have you
shave
guys
your
seen
head.
my
You will
hairline?
by the end of this,
Have you seen this
Ooh,
thing?
okay, you'll
It's
join
not
us soon.
good.
Okay.
You'll join us soon.
It's the
we'll table
Ethiopian
that.
hairline, baby.
Let's take a look at the standings.
Hey, Vulcan, let's see your hairline.
Going into week 3. Got a little wave. Got a little wave
It's
from
good,
Vulcan.
it's good.
Currently, Team Liquid sitting at first place with 2-0 and 4-1 game record. Cloud9 right on their heels, 2-0 in series, but 4-2. And I think the big surprise for me, guys, is Sentinels down there at the O2, a top 3 team from last split, still yet to pick up a series win.
Yeah, it's a little painful. It's a little painful, especially with what I expected to be a nice, swift, like they started the split poorly in split 1, and then they were really ramping up, and I felt like we were going to see the best of Sentinels coming into spring, and that hasn't showed itself just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. Impact on the pros episode with you seemed very upbeat about it all. He seemed very positive. You know, he was saying that he felt like they were actually learning a ton from their losses, from their scrims, and that really was the important part, that they were having these discussions and getting on the same page about things. So we'll see if that starts to show itself. But I mean, it is tough, right? There's a very competitive midfield, and they are going to have one of those matches here today. They're going to have the opportunity to go up against FlyQuest. So if Sentinels can get a win on the board, it's really competitive, I feel like, from kind of like 3rd, 4th, all the way through the bottom.
That's true, that's true. I will say DSG is in a similar boat of like, hey, we were in the upper bracket just last split, and now we're struggling. So they definitely
They beat
need...
Sentinels, though.
That's true, that happened. That's
They're
a thumbs
1-1.
up. That's all they need.
They could tie Cloud9 in the standings if they win here today. They'd both be 2-1, Raz.
What you gonna say about that?
Yeah. Doesn't
Fake
sound like they're struggling now, Raz. These are all just facts.
These are all just facts. We've said
They're
nothing but
1-1.
facts.
If
They're
they win, they
convenient
will
facts.
be 2-1.
Very
But if they
convenient.
lose, they will be 1-2. There
That
we go.
is
We're
true,
just saying
yeah.
all the facts right now.
That's insane.
We also have DSG versus C9, maybe a one-side matchup, maybe a lot of opportunity for points. It's time to talk about fantasy because we have our current standings for the LCS Fantasy. Shout
Middle
out
of the pack.
Emily Rand
What is
in
happening to
first
these
place.
bald people down at the bottom?
Yeah, this is we gotta bump up our numbers here,
Yeah.
Zell.
That's what we call the relegation zone, guys. Good luck.
Oh, yeah, we're not making playoffs. We're not making playoffs right now.
Playoffs?
I will say, my fantasy roster changed midweek last week.
You do have an excuse. Yeah, it bugged out on you.
I don't know what happened, but like from one day to from the first day of LCS to the second day of LCS, it changed.
Well,
so I lost some points there.
That's unfortunate for you. I'm happy I'm still ahead of you, but let's take a look at your roster for this week. Talk me through what you got, Azael.
I just want to say this
Oh, yeah?
quickly.
Oh, yeah?
Just a reminder for everybody out there, the reason why we're keeping track of the casters is that the end of the regular season, we will have to have I think it was the winner. Oh,
Whoever's
it's the
first
loser.
place. Whoever's first place gets to put clown makeup on last place.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it is. That's
Or
what
a
it is.
live broadcast.
With their
So a whole day
design.
broadcast. You're
With
gonna have
their
to wear the
design.
makeup.
with their
Okay.
design, yeah. I mean, I just think it's boring to pick all the same teams, so I'm trying to play for the team bonus, to be honest,
Yeah.
because I'm just kind of enjoying doing that more. And so I'm thinking through some of the matchups. I'm trying to think about the players that I think will actually like have their value go up in points.
Yeah.
Because that's honestly a big thing with this fantasy system is picking up someone who's going to have a good week, even if they're low. Sajed is about
I was
as
gonna
low
say,
can get.
yeah.
So I'm hoping Sajed, he just needs a couple points for that average to go up.
I went for a similar strategy as we'll take a look at my one next year. I want to go for that multiplier buff. This is the first time I think I've gotten the 25% multiplier buff, and I went the top lane as kind of the dump stat there with Fudge.
That is crazy.
and
He's
Golden
a
Glue.
human being.
He
Shout
is
out-
a man.
So the way Yoshi's work,
How dare you?
he's
Take
named
that
after chocolate. But either way, the way coaches work is they get the cumulative points. Sentinels, they have a couple players who get a lot of points. So Golden Glue as a coach is average, even though they haven't won that many games. I still think is going to do well, and I'm happy to get everybody else. So that's my thought process.
I will say, there's one person that should feel ashamed.
Yeah.
And it is absolutely Captain Flowers. I know when we were talking about doing fantasy as a roster, like he was like, I don't know, man, I haven't really thought about it. He doesn't do fantasy. But he's not changing his team at all. He's kept it the same from the first week to the second week.
And it wasn't even him that set the roster, right?
Yes,
You called out for that?
Our stats guy gave him the first week's
The
roster.
stats guy is giving him the answers. It's cheating and laziness at the same time, which I will say.
Wait. What's going on here?
I will say I'm keeping the same core that was successful last week.
Okay.
He's one of them, just the pick Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Full team Liquid.
La-dee-da.
Rules
Look at
for you,
Raz
not
over
for
here.
me.
What a master stroke this is.
Including the former Team Liquid
Let's
assistant
pick the
coach
team in
Swiffer.
first place
Look,
and take all their players.
I like
all
hedging your bets.
strategic.
All TL, but if they do poorly against Dig, he's got
because
the
he doesn't have
coach.
enough points to get spawned.
No, I recognize his abilities as the former assistant coach of Team Liquid. He's supposed to keep the theme going.
Okay,
Yeah.
spiritually
And
still
I
on
couldn't
Team
afford
Liquid.
anyone else.
Yeah, a little column A, a little column B. You can join the fantasy fun by going to lcsofficial.gg. Make sure to set your rosters, hop into any of the leagues. But that leads us into another conversation that we want to have, because this is always fun at this time of the year. It's only been 2 weeks. We barely have any games. So it's time for our way too early Kia MVP candidates discussion.
I'm ready for this one.
Yeah. Do we want to give our thoughts first? Because I know that we had some fan takes for that as well. Azale, or Raz, if you're ready.
Let's do it.
What's your front runner?
You know what's so funny? Because when you look at Team Liquid, immediately you would think that it'd be like Yawn or Quid, right?
Yeah.
That team was built. It's Jose Daejeon and Morgan. Right now it's Jose. It feels like Jose has just been
That's
taking,
mine, yeah.
ever since he had that Lee Sin game, where he completely took over in what I felt was going to be a difficult game for Lee Sin to do well, and then had the Pantheon games, he's just been on fire.
You know who else I would give a nod to is I think Thanatos has been fantastic. I think Thanatos has been really, really good for Cloud9. So I think, the way too early, first couple weeks, those would be the two that are kind of top of mind for me.
Has he won player of the game yet, though? I think is the big question still.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either. Let's hear from the fans, though, because we got some fan takes on this topic.
Rebellion has been steadily improving throughout the split, and honestly, with Zinni's rapid growth and contracts playing off of Zinni, I think the MVP for the spring split and my way too early prediction, I think it's going to be contracts or Zinni. Shopify is going to clutch up. I think it's going to be contracts or Zinni.
Contracts has been smurfing. I will say that. Week 1, he was going crazy. Week 2, in the loss, his Poppy game was amazing. So, what
I'm wondering if he made that take before week 2, though. I'm wondering.
Eyes on the road, brother. You're driving.
Wait, yeah, that's a good. I didn't even pay attention to that. I didn't clock that at all.
I was looking at the.
PSA for anybody sending in fan takes.
He's driving on a closed track.
In a safe environment. Yeah,
track.
it's like the carpool karaoke. There's a truck
There's
pulling
no one
them.
there.
It
There's
was all
absolutely
staged.
no one. It's for the aesthetics.
It was all
right?
staged.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to show that on broadcast?
That's
I
fine.
don't know.
He's just chilling.
He
He's
may be going to jail, but thank you for the take.
Thank you for the take. You know
Thank
what?
you
I
for the take.
appreciate a Shopify Rebellion fan on that one, including the take on. You know what?
Zinni is
looked
just
really
a no
good.
right now.
No? At least the first game.
He had a really good Annie game, but can
Yeah.
you honestly say, if we're talking MVP, can you honestly say he has been better than Quid?
Absolutely not.
And that's where, I know I've been the Shopify guy on the broadcast. I've cursed him a little bit here.
True.
Even I'm not going to go that far and say that anybody at Shopify deserves it.
If you can't make a strong argument that you're the best in your role, you can't even be in the conversation.
Yeah.
I like
Unless
that
it's a
point, yeah.
future proofing, Maybe
Sure.
by the end of this.
But contracts, I could see an argument.
I could see an argument. And hey, at the end of the day, it's just trying to find the track. The track is they had a great early week or two, and then maybe it gets better from
And
there.
a great early Annie, and we're
Yep.
gonna build on that.
Great
Shadow,
early
That's all it is.
Shadow's MVP. Let's hear what Shadow has to say.
The hedgehog?
Hi, my name is Shadows, and my way too early MVP for the spring split is Griffin. And yes, I know that's a very hot take. My reason for saying that, though, is because start of spring split Griffin and start of winter split Griffin look like two completely different frickin' players. Just completely different. And I think he's going to continue leveling up through the split. And I think by the end of the split, he will be a all-pro jungler. Whether that's second team or third team, that depends on blabber and his ability to choke.
He's
in
just
important
downgraded in front of
matches.
the
That's crazy,
But
yeah.
I do believe he will be a top 3 jungler, and he is going to be a
Started with
reason why
MVP.
FlyQuest is going
He's
to
at
finish
All-Pro,
in the top
then
half.
second team. Now it's third team.
Okay, you know, I'll say first off, a shout out to you, man.
happened?
Also, he made a point about Griffin having like a much better start to Spring Split than back
Lock-in.
in Split 1. Lock-in, his week 1 was crazy. He didn't keep that momentum in week 2 necessarily, but like that week, or at least the debut on the Volley Bear, like that's what stood out to me. So I guess maybe the argument is more like week 2, what he did to Kryra last week. That's kind of the big
Week
argument.
2,
here.
what he did to Kryra, if he could isolate it down there, he's in the
That's
conversation.
MVP.
Yeah,
Yeah.
As
He
a
has to do
lawyer-
that every other week.
As a lawyer for Shadows, maybe he's using the same idea of like MVP as most valuable to his team. He doesn't have to be the best player in the league,
Yeah.
which I've always thought was a fraudulent discussion.
Ooh.
Throw that out there. I got your back, Shadows.
He's been playing well, though. We have another take here. This one comes from Alpha the Prophet.
Oh, this better be good.
Everyone, step aside. This is gonna be the only take you'll hear that you'll think about and be like, "This actually makes sense." It's Cryogen. It is evidently Cryogen. He's looked great in
Alright.
every single game he's played. He's mechanically outplayed all of his opponents. He looks like the best support in North America. Let's be honest, guys. Let's be real.
That was his argument.
Let's be real.
Let's be real, Raz.
Let's be
Come
real,
on.
Raz.
They have been a really good bot lane.
Yeah,
Yes.
they have.
So
They
I
have.
will say that.
Yeah.
I think he's in the conversation for being best couple supports for sure. MVP is always so hard, right? Because you have to be the best player in the league.
Yeah.
Especially for
but-
support, because you don't get a lot of opportunities to like mechanically show off.
Yeah, well, especially not in this meta where it's Enchanter
Yeah.
meta. I think that makes it a lot harder to kind of really shine. You know, generally when you have MVPs coming from support, it's always in like hard engaged metas where
Yeah.
you're playing a lot of Bard and Alistar and champions like where you can be a little bit more flashy.
I'm trying to remember the
I
last
think Crygen
time.
has been fantastic.
The last time we had a support MVP was probably Afromu. I'm trying to think like when the last time actually
Probably
Core
was.
JJ
Core
did.
won one,
He
I think.
won, yeah. Okay.
Core and Afro, but there's not.
It
a
rarely
lot.
happens.
It's very rare.
Yeah.
Rarely happens, yeah.
So,
But I like
yeah.
to take as a support main. Yeah, let's get some more MVP
Yeah.
supports in there, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm pretty much supportive of that discussion. I feel like when Core JJ, was it the split where he was just like constantly roaming, finding the play on the top lane? Like that's what he has found a lot of, I think, success off of is just like being able to play engaged champions and then single-handedly like control the early game.
Yeah.
So I'm not really feeling with that one. But I'm interested in DJ's take on who is the way too early MVP.
Okay, be real with me for a moment. Inspired,
real again, Raz.
old news. They're doing all right. You know who's really the most valuable player in the league right now? The #1 player
spoiler.
carrying the corpse of Team Liquid right now. The face of the
crazy.
Scrimbugs, Senor Jose Diodo.
We did him dirty because his build-up was kind of sick.
Yeah, I
The
like
tension
build.
was building.
Yeah.
Lower third comes in, Jose
He
Diodo.
And
randomly
again-
fires a crazy shot at TL.
Look, we're just being real.
We spoiled him.
We're just
They
being
did.
real in our takes right now.
Being
Okay?
real.
But he agreed. I'm also on the Jose Diodo train, so I like that take. I think that's
Good take.
Yeah.
the
Good take.
best one so far.
Random shot at TL was funny too.
The corpse of
corpse
TL.
The corpse of TL, the
Yeah.
first place team in the league. That is crazy.
That
Got
is
some like
funny
Red
as
Dead
hell.
zombie
Great
going
take.
on here.
I
Yeah.
like that, DJ.
That was good. That was actually perfect.
All right, we have another take though, so let's take a look at this last one.
All right.
Hi, my name is Arsh, and my pick for the way too early MVP is Hambach. Right now, if I had to lock in my vote, I'd actually go for Jose Deodo, but I think Jose is going to end up splitting votes with Morgan, who's still super, super underrated. And I think Hambach deserves a lot of credit for being a sort of creative jungler who's the sole engine for Sentinels in-game. I think he reminds me a lot of like the old River teams, where he can do seemingly whatever he wants and just outplay, outmove around the map. He also bails out Sentinels, especially their solo laners, a lot of the time, and I think he's the definition of a most valuable player. Without him, Sentinels would not be able to do anything.
They had an argument.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of pivoting towards the which definition do you do, but it's so funny that he leads with like, I would go Jose Diodo right now.
You're beating your own argument. You're like, yeah, Jose, he might be better. Inspired, he could be too. Also, contracts played better the first couple of weeks. Without Hambach, Sentinels wouldn't have done anything. 0-2, by the way.
Yeah. Again, it's the definition. I think he's leaning more like
Yeah.
for the team,
Yeah, I know,
Hambach,
yeah.
but it's funny. Yeah.
Hambach is really good. and I do think he's underrated, especially his early game. I think is really, really strong when you're looking back to the lock-in.
Yeah.
But I think it's a tough argument for me now, just based on the O2 start and based on some of the other junglers. I think having some crazy performances the first couple weeks.
Yeah.
Like Griffin, Blabber, Inspired, Jose, for me, would all be ranked above right now.
Give him time, and I can understand the argument, but Hambach, he literally just came off of a series where he just got caught off of doing like Krugs on top side, and then, just got completely...
But he did have the Skarner moment on Zverev.
Yeah, the Skarner was awesome.
That was
MVP
a good moment.
Again, if we isolated to just the one game, we're looking much better there. But you'll see that Kia MVP crowned during LCS Spring Finals at Arizona State University's Mullet Arena. Yeah! From June 13th to 14th. Tickets are now on sale.
It's very deserty.
I feel like they were Cowboys in Arizona.
You can get away with
Head
it.
to Ticketmaster.com to purchase your tickets or scan the QR code on your screen right now. Get your phones out, scan it.
Oh, I'm doing it.
You're doing it? Raz, I think you're going to have tickets through other means. But if you want to help out and maybe give those
count
away,
your tickets before they
tune into Raz's stream. He's going to give away these tickets.
Whoa! I ain't giving nothing away.
Well, there's
Not
Daddy
on my
Warbucks.
stream.
We're also rich, you know? Can't be just giving away tickets like
I
that.
ain't giving away
That's
nothing.
so nice of you, actually.
Now you better buy tickets the ethical way.
Through that QR code. Absolutely.
That QR code is the ethical means you do that.
But we talked about the jungles for like the MVP discussion, and I think the jungle is going to be the conversation a lot of today as well, because all four of our teams today, the junglers are playing a vital role for their teams, right, Raz?
Yeah, I think that the major focus, especially since last week, we got to have that conversation between Griffin and Kryra, two of like the young upcoming junglers. So I wanted to focus on that. We talked about it a little bit before when Kryra fell really far behind. It's a great reminder to what had just happened to him, and kind of talk about how important it is, because so far we've seen only real positives from Kryra up until this point. And this was a very important point, because it starts with Griffin going with an early invade. And if you can just see,
you can just see the top of
Yeah,
my
I know. I'm getting in here too. I'm just like,
too short.
Am I too short?
You're
Yeah,
too
get in
short.
here, get in here.
Oh, I'm on the wrong side.
Hey, there we go, two noggins.
I was trying.
Two noggins. The reason why I get zoomed out a little bit is because I like the fact that Annie, Quad here, is walking, basically tracking Calmy. So if there's any point in which Azir ends up walking through here to go for a Raptors contest and try and support Kryra, Annie is going to be stronger. The 2v2 is so much better for the Nocturne Annie. And so it just turns into a straight-up smite fight in which Kryra is taking so much DPS. And so as it gets won by Griffin, I just wanted to blow up the minimap and just showcase what the pathing would look like for him. He takes your full top side, bases, takes Raptors just in case you are trying to cross over and try and be a little even. And then takes his Wolf, and guess where he goes next? A little bit of a surprise. Not really surprising. He goes straight for your Raptors. And so once again, it's the same thing that happens, except this time around TP from Azir, and Quad comes in immediately. So I like this a lot, because my concern from Griffin and Quad were that they weren't really working in tandem with each other throughout a lot of these games. This was a great example of it happening again and again and again. And this time around, there's just a straight up advantage. Level 6, level 4.
Yep.
Upgraded smite, 600 smite. This is not a contest anymore. It's just bullying. And so while we just can speed run through this, and just a little bit of a cherry on top of the cake, you don't see him, he takes your red. Pure pain, pure suffering. Kryra came back for nothing but pain. And he wants to come back today and at least showcase what he's worth, the value in which he's come in strongly in lock-in, and showcase a better version of himself.
And I feel like we're seeing more and more junglers be able to utilize these level 1 advantages, you know, realizing that, hey, in this new season, people can't set up line of scrimmage, they can't ward every entrance, you have to kind of just get straight to lane, and they can spawn so quickly. So junglers often are more left on their own, especially when you have an Azir, like you're talking about, level 1. What is Azir gonna do to defend that invade?
Yeah, and to Castle's point here, because he had this quote as well, like when your jungler's falling that far behind, it can be easier to just say, okay, let's play a more passive game and just try and like farm up. But I know on the dive we were talking about, like a player like Kryra, we kind of want him to lean more towards his strengths as a rookie coming in. Like sometimes you're not able to adapt as well in those moments. So then there's plays where he's on Skarner trying to look for the play into the mid lane using like the Azir shuffles. Like there's moments where they're still trying that, but not all the time.
Not all the time, but we're talking a lot about jungle.
Yes,
so
we are.
Let's do a quick tier list here. We're gonna have to maybe blast through this because we do have an interview coming up, but
can
we agree, just right off the rip, right? Are we still having them up there? We're going to talk about the games that they have played this split, right?
Split.
So only 2 weeks.
I will disagree in the sense that I think Jose Deodo is #1 right now.
I agree. I thought Jose Deodo
So Jose can be
for
up
2
there
weeks.
for this 2 weeks. We're not talking about the year. We're not talking about the player all time. So where would you still have it inspired in S then?
I think I would.
Or is he more of an A so far? I feel like he's been playing well, but I don't think Lion has looked as good.
Yeah.
The question is anyone else S, right? Because I think, Griffin had an amazing series, but then the other series wasn't as impressive.
Yeah.
Blabber's had some really good moments, but same kind of thing. I think Contracts has also been quite good.
Yeah, I agree.
But they did have their loss. To me, right now, it feels like Kryra and XU are kind of down at the bottom.
I would agree with that. I fully agree.
I do think that XU is probably down at the bottom. I don't think Kryra has had a good start so far either, but maybe he's a little bit higher up, like a C.
I think so.
I feel like A is going to get crowded, though, because there's a lot of people in that middle of the pack that are really close. So with that, I'm actually comfortable putting Inspired S tier and then slotting, the Homboks, the Griffins, the Blabbers more in that A tier category. And then Contracts, maybe B tier. That's kind of how I'm feeling about it.
So you're seeing it more like this. What do you think, Raz? Do you think Hombok and Griffin should both be A still?
I think Hombok should probably be B at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's an
Alongside
MVP candidate right
Contracts.
there, Raz.
No, we're not going back to the last
This is the question of where does Griffin go? Because Griffin absolutely dominated Kryra.
Yeah.
But the other series I don't think was as much about jungle. It was more about how they were playing a bot lane, and they did still lose that series to TL.
Yeah.
And I felt like Griffin wasn't able to do that much against Jose. So I'm kind of debating, is he
It's
he
either
A,
top
is he B?
of B. I'm going to say top of B for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say top of B, and I think this would make quite a lot of sense at the moment.
Yeah, I could see this.
So then B gets a little more crowded. Do we still think Inspired's in S tier then? Because I put him there because I didn't want it to get crowded in A tier. But if we feel like it's more leaning down towards B tier.
I think Jose has been the best performing jungler. I mean, I just find it just feels wrong to not put Inspired in S tier, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I still think he's played really well, even though the team hasn't been as dominant.
Blabber, we got Blabber walking by right past there. What do you think? Are you an A tier jungler or an S tier jungler?
Based on your two S tier?
He puts S tier. All right, so Blabber thinks we should throw him up there. Yeah.
Of course. He doesn't know the context.
That's what we have for the first 2 weeks. I mean, it's only a couple games, but I do think Jose has been amazing, and it'll be interesting to see if he can keep it up. But we have another jungler to talk to. Emily is standing by with Kryra right now.
Thank you so much, Lounge. I am here with Kryra before their matchup versus C9. So first of all, I think last series on the LCS stage was a little bit of a rough outing for you. What did you learn from that that you're going to bring to today's game?
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lie. This was my my worst series since like my debut. So I just working on my consistency, because I think I have really good games, but also I have really bad. So yeah, that's what I've been working on,
How difficult is it to kind of try to find that consistency? Because I feel like it's something that not just you struggle with, but like a lot of players coming up into LCS and playing for a little bit from tier 2.
Yeah, I think recently I've been getting like a lot of feedback, so I have like more on my mind. So I think like I'm just working on more things. So I guess it's been more like difficult for me, but I'm getting there and like just getting more consistent, and eventually. I already know.
What do you think your greatest strength as a jungler is? Because I loved watching you in tier 2. I got to talk to you after you beat Inspired and Lion last split, and you were like absolutely buzzing. You talked about how when people were looking at this roster, there was no reason for them not to believe in you. So what do you think your greatest strength as a jungler is coming into the LCS?
I mean, I think I'm really I can control the game really well. If I'm ahead or even, or I think I know what to do to win the game, and yeah, I think that's it.
All right, well, all the best going up against Blabber today. Anything to say about or to your opponent?
Good luck, have fun. Yeah.
Nice. We'll toss it back to lunch. Thank you so much, Kryra.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. The real question is, he cut his main?
True. Is that going to make him more powerful or less powerful?
Maybe more. It's not going to be as annoying, in your face, all this stuff.
Could help out. Yeah. We'll see. Well, jungle is going to be a hot topic for this match, but despite the perception of these teams, I also wanted to highlight that the individual matchups in the top and bot lane might actually be closer than we think. So we're going to play a little game, and actually everybody at Twitch at home, play along with us because we're going to have a poll up during this segment. But for Azael and Raz, we're going to play a game of Guess Who. for the stats. Now, again, it's only 2 weeks worth of stats so far, but this is starting with the bot lane of both teams, because I noticed kind of similar in a lot of stats early on here between Sajed and Sven. So if you had to take a guess, I believe we have faces on the back here. Yeah. So, Azael, who do you think belongs to which category of stats? I got Sven head, and I got Sajed head.
Just because of the CS a minute, I'm guessing that Sven is going to have more stable like mid games and stuff with C9, and we got higher CS per minute. I know they both have bad laning phases. I think this is Sven just purely based on the highest CS per minute. Because generally it's a lot easier to catch waves and be set up for success when your side lanes are winning.
So you think Sven's worse in
his laning? I think so.
In CSD and in gold
differential?
differential?
They're very comparable though, right?
Yeah, true.
It's like 4 or 5 games. So because the only like more major difference is kind of like the CS per minute as far as that stat. That is purely what I'm guessing it off of.
Okay, what about you, Rez?
Because I think you failed here. I think you failed because you're trying to confuse us. Because I was looking at both of these stats, and yeah, the fact that the laning stat's bad for both people, I'm like, God, I'm never going to get anything out of that one. But literally the CS per minute stat, like you mentioned, is the clear as day sign. Because also,
on a good team, it's just way easier to have a safe place to farm and maintain your CS.
Sure,
right?
And for a team that's struggling, guess what's going to happen? My team is grouping mid, or my team is going top. I just don't trust them. I must room. I must move to the fight, especially if it's a scrappy fight. I think it has to be this.
So you're feeling this. You're feeling this.
That's my guess. Yeah.
I believe we have Twitch chat updated as well, so we'll see what Twitch chat feels about that one. But are you guys ready for the reveal?
I'm ready.
All right, how confident, Azael, are you feeling? Percentage-wise.
These are all so close. I'll give it 70-30.
I'm giving it 100%.
Woo! Oh! And it's Sajed over here. The point, though, is that both of them have been kind of low in their laning phases in terms of stats. And it looks like Twitch chat, they maybe didn't have time to get their votes in there. But the point is, I feel like Sajed, out of any bot lane, in lane, we always talk about he's a rookie. He's been struggling in lane. Sven's kind of been struggling in lane, too. So maybe there's a chance that Sajed can come back. And we actually have some footage from the laning phase that we're going to take a look at here to show how Sven has been kind of falling behind in the laning phase with Sven, and how maybe Sajed can kind of come in and
well, first of all, they're having a good time. At least they're having a good time smiling. But no, like, it hasn't been fantastic.
So we know that like Sentinels are strong in their bot lane, and Raz, I know that you had a point as well. You know, in the meeting we were talking about the bot lane differential, and you were like, look at the strength of schedule for C9 and the type of bot lanes they've had to go against, but we still see them, struggling, and then FlyQuest, or rather DSG, sometimes finding some of those plays as they got that one good play against FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like the death that we saw obviously from Sven was kind of silly, right?
Yeah.
He's kind of overfighting it and ends up dying. I do think that DSG have had some really good moments. Like you think about the Vayne game, it was right where they got the double kill early.
Yeah.
We think about this Q predict on Nivea, getting a kill there was pretty sick as well. So they have the ability, like they have the mechanics to be able to pull off these plays. Generally, I think of Sajed as much of a better team fighter than laner.
Yeah. Sure.
But he has had some big moments in lane, and yeah, I mean, it's an opportunity for them to try to prove themselves against a top team.
Well, we're going to play one more real fast here because top lane was also interesting to me. If we talk about the poor laning phase of the bot lane, what about strong stats of the top laners? Because Castle's kind of the rock of DSG. Thanatos, I mean, Azael, you were saying potential MVP. So looking at some of these stats, they both look good, but KDA is kind of the big differentiator.
So I think the right side is Castle. I think that his laning has been super good. And I'm going purely kind of off the gold difference, because you think about the games against Impact, where he super stomped Impact in lane every game, which would build that big early difference. But his team usually loses, which I think is where the KDA is going to get hurt a lot more compared to Thanatos. I'm expecting, they're winning these team fights. He's turning those advantages into success, so I think his KDA would be
Raz,
better.
do you agree that Castle's laning stats are just better than Thanatos?
Well, yes. Well, in terms of who he was facing, absolutely.
Damage a minute difference isn't
literally
really a laning.
Yeah, fair, true.
Like 655. A lot of that is literally just the Impact series.
Yeah.
And I think that is definitely
I think so.
it.
So you have Castle on this side, Thanatos on that side, mostly because of the KDA. Survey says you're absolutely correct.
Right.
Yep. There's Castle.
Well done.
There's
Let's go.
Thanatos.
Well done, everyone.
It's like
Boom.
you guys are smart analysts or something. Honestly, good stuff right there.
Thank you.
But the point that I'm trying to make overall with this is that I think that both teams'
Closer than you
weaknesses
think.
and strengths are actually kind of similar. Top side we expect to be good. Bot side has been struggling.
I mean, that's true. That's true if we're just thinking about it in like who they've been facing against. But we've seen their last series. And it just doesn't look that convincing from DSG. But they can prove us wrong, and all it takes is just having a good day. So let's start the show, and let's see if DSG can take it home.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. We're ready for another weekend of games, and later on today, we've got Sentinels and FlyQuest going head-to-head in their best-of-3 here in this round-robin stage. But before we get there, we have another best-of-3 already locked and loaded, as Disguised are going to have to try and fight above their weight class to take down C9.
And we're going to battle to see who the best of the 3 casters are on this desk.
Yes, physical combat between the 3 of us. Emily gets a weapon.
Emily already started. She told me that this shirt looks like something her grandpa would wear.
It does!
Yeah. So, I mean...
Okay, I'm wearing a hockey jersey. Yeah, I'm wearing a hockey jersey. You can make fun of me. It does look good!
Yeah, I'm on your side.
My grandfather was an amazing man, and I was very close to him, okay? So are you insulting my grandfather?
Okay, see, now she's turning it around. I like this. I like this. This is the PvP we need. Anyway, welcome, everybody. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Jat and Emily for this one. C9 going up against Disguised. Disguised coming off of not the best showing up against FlyQuest last week, and I think that C9 is going to smell that blood in the water.
Yeah, and you could tell, like, Cryo was like, look, that was my best, that was my worst, like, showing thus far. That's not going to happen again. I feel like I've learned a lot from that. He did touch upon something that I do find interesting, though, that happens to a lot of players who come in, especially junglers, where I agree. He's had, like, really, really good games and then some really, really rough games. So it's about evening that out and making it more consistent.
And I think he tries to control the game a lot from his point of view. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a volatile jungle matchup between Blabber and Cryo today. But in the same way that DSG had a bad showing, C9 technically has 2 match wins. They have killed the enemy Nexus more than their own has fallen. But they have looked on average, I think, a lot worse than they did throughout lock-in, and they're not really brimming with confidence right now.
I mean, I casted the C9 series last week versus Sentinels. There was a lot of silliness in that series. There were definitely some shenanigans.
Can we bring back the car analogies? Those were fun.
We might need more of the car analogies today. I'm going to go ahead and say I hope not, because those cars were all over the ditch last weekend. But let's go ahead and hop into our draft here, because we do have the first round of bans already done. C9 has banned away the Karma, the Orianna, the Pantheon. Over on the Disguise side, it's the Varus and Jarvan that remain ever popular, alongside that APA Ziggs ban that just feels like a tax against C9, and Azir, the first pick for Disguise.
Yeah, and I do like that they are just respect banning the Ziggs. That is something that just APA and overall C9 looks super comfortable playing. As we see that Ashe Seraphine bot lane immediately get locked in for C9, we'll see what... I mean, MF has been somewhat of an answer to this, so, you know, we'll see how well they can pilot that, because the power of this Ashe Seraphine continues to kind of run rampant throughout not just the LCS, but like all over, like globally.
Absolutely, and we do see pairs always locked in against it. This is a pair we've seen against it. We saw this at first hand, we see it occasionally throughout the world, but you often actually see Nautilus banned early in the series when you're going to blind pick the Ashe Seraphine, so it'll make that bot lane fairly volatile. The more standard match would have been something like Karma Nami to go up against Ashe Seraphine, or Ezreal Karma, which had been banned away with the Karma ban, but the bot pairs seem more entrenched than ever when I see drafts on this patch.
Yeah, okay, so we've got the Xin Zhao and the Azir being the mismatched role picks so far here in the first half, while both sides absolutely have their bottom lane duos drafted. So I expect the second half of the bans to kind of reflect that, and sure enough, it does. It's mid lane bans from Disguised, as Ryze will be the first target for them. C9 going to go ahead, take that Nocturne off the table, keep that away from Cryo.
But I think what's really interesting here is because the Jarvan and Pantheon were already banned, look to me like C9 was going to try and pinch the AD jungle pool, but didn't at the last minute because Vi is still available if they want to choose that, even though it's more of a side lane punishing champion, and C9's going to want to group to team fight. I'm a little surprised that they actually banned Rumble this late in the draft rather than just pinching out the rest of the OP AD junglers, so we'll see what they end up going with.
And our last ban here alongside the Rumble. From the Disguise side, they will remove the Yorick. They don't want that powerful split pushing threat. When you have Ashe Seraphine as just kind of this immovable bastion that can deal with a 3v3 or a 4v4 situation, having Yorick constantly marching down the side lane can be a real pain. C9 going to go ahead and lock in Cassiopeia for their mid lane.
Yeah, and Cass is something that we have also seen APA be very, very comfortable playing. It is one of his like many kind of comfort picks that previously was considered off meta, is now somewhat of a response to his ear. The Zac is something that Cryra has pulled out as one of his like kind of, again, off meta, like slightly wonky, pocket picks. But we do see the Jace locked in instead initially, and now hovering the Volibear.
Well, Jace, remember, we do still have the possibility for him to be flexed to the jungle these days as well, so not 100% certain that that'll be going into the top lane, although I would expect it to most likely be going there. Last pick here. Disguise taking their sweet time, running down the clock on this one.
Mundo makes a decent amount of sense. I will point out the reason C9 didn't ban Vi would have been scouting. Cryra is 0-4 all-time on Vi, so they're probably daring him to pick it, and that's why they're able to open up the Rumble ban.
And another thing interesting about Mundo is Cryra was one of the junglers that I was thinking when the Mundo nerfs came down. I was like, okay, he is one of those junglers that I feel like will pilot the Mundo. DSG occasionally rely on this kind of scaling, so it's not, we'll see how significant it is. We've still seen Mundo played, so it's like, I still think there's a lot of value in it. It does hurt his clear a slight bit if you look at some of the nerfs that came down. And then Sion locked in as the last pick for C9, which kind of puts together this really nice team fighting comp, kind of propelled with this Ashe Seraphine.
It does, and they're going to have to be able to find windows to group and team fight. I do find it funny how this game they're throwing Sion in the top lane, where they played Sion in Game 3 mid lane last series, and APA said, I get mad every time we let Thanatos play Sion because then I can't collect the free win on the mid Sion. But clearly he's not on the same page as everybody else. They like the look here with the Sion into the MF and specifically the Jace because he can get early armor against a Mundo who's not going to be a huge gank threat. So makes sense for the top lane in this game.
Plus, I always like when you have Seraphine on your team, if you have multiple frontliners that can facilitate the encore going further, blasting through the entirety of the enemy squad, and I think Sion and Xinjia are great champions to facilitate that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you think in the mid game that Sion and Xin are difficult to kill? Well, wait until they have a Seraphine behind them, buffing them up, and like you said, using that extra range to get a really good Seraphine ult off.
All right, let's do it. Getting on to Summoner's Rift for the first time today. Best of 3, C9 versus Disguised. And I think that this Ashe Seraphine combo has proven time and time again just how effective it is, just how oppressive it can be. So there is going to be pressure on Sajet and Lions to try to find something here with this Nautilus pick that's meant to be able to punish it, meant to be able to all in.
Absolutely. It's also Vulcan's first career Seraphine game, but it's only a matter of time with the Enchanter meta and Vulcan preparing for the future. Friendly chat, I think that's more of a checking to see if all chat is on and whether or not he should waste energy in the
Okay. Fair enough. That makes sense. So coming into this matchup, I think one of the most important things to look at is the jungle in particular, right? You're looking at Blabber being one of these all-time great North American junglers, and you're looking at Cryra coming in as this guy who's really got to prove himself now. So we've got the blasting cycle that has occurred so far here in the LCS. Remember that Blabber blasted Griffin when they played in all of those series back-to-back, like going head-to-head back in first stand in Split 1, but then Griffin just last weekend blasted Cryra, right? Like just completely took over the series, took him out of the game, took all his Raptors. So now the question is, where does the blasting one aim from here? Can Cryra turn this into a Pokemon type of situation where each one counters one of the others in a circle? Or is this just going to be a line straight from Blabber through everybody else in a massive wake of destruction?
Yeah, circle of blasting or like a blast hierarchy.
Yes.
Trickle down blastonomics.
There will be blastonomics, but we don't know know how they're going to function in this economy.
Well, thus far, there's been no crazy level 1 shenanigans, right? Like, we didn't have any sort of invade. Blabber does have something that Kryra doesn't in this game, which is Ash Vision. The bane the bane of all like early junglers who have to go up against a team with an Ash on it. And as we see that bot lane 2v2 just kind of firmly pushing in on the bot side, and both junglers just doing their top-down clears.
Yeah, the big wave crashed, so the CS is starting to equalize a little bit. There's only a 2 CS lead for Vulcan Sven so far, but typically when you have the ranged support versus the melee support, unless you are getting that first kill or that first gank off, the Ashe Seraphine should be able to bully pretty hard. So we'll see what happens here with the first crab, because Kryra is in river quite early, and Blabber is approaching, so trying to get a gank off here.
All right, APA's under pressure. Kryra coming in, trying to punish some of that all-chatting so far. Immediately pops the heart stopper, but still takes a lot of damage from APA, who's down to 100 HP, flashes back out as Call Me proceeds to chase. Flash auto attack! Call Me shuts him up and sits him down. The Azir, however, about to get punished now as Blabber swoops into the mid lane. Flash for the win becomes lightning, guarantees the counter kill. Kryra can at least secure this topside scuttle crab and get away.
So really interesting there. It was very greedy from APA, but I feel like that was him and Blabber trying to pull off something impressive, because he knew he could get a ton of damage down onto the Mundo, and then Blabber probably thought he had a double crab angle right there, but APA gets a little bit too greedy, ends up taking too much damage and dies, but Blabber comes in to secure the cleanup kill.
Yeah, as we see, Kryra definitely saw his window, and Blabber's all the way down in the river, but kind of already headed up, and APA gets so much damage here, thinks he'll be able to flash out. Call Me finishes him up, and then Blabber's here to clean up the kill onto Call Me. Kryra does end up getting that top scuttle crab, and then Blabber got the bottom one too, so they still did split crabs off of that.
Ends up being pretty good for Kryra, all things considered, because his mid gank technically worked to get his mid laner a little bit ahead, and also burned the flash of APA. So not much ends up coming of what was a pretty crazy looking play.
I also like burning the flash off of the Cassiopeia, considering the mid laners are about 1/3 of the way to level 6, and we know that once Azir hits level 6, if the jungler shows up and the enemy mid laner does not have mobility to get out after he's already shuffled, all Call Me has to do is just find that angle for the shuffle, and boom, you've got another easy kill.
Yeah, and it'll be curious to see whether either jungler is going to pay attention to these mid laners here, because they are now both flashless.
Call Me forced back a little bit here. Does have to be careful about that consistent APA damage, with both junglers once again looking towards the mid lane. Gonna find one another here in the river. Blabber immediately jumps towards Kryra, but not getting a whole lot of value out of that one. Kryra just again trying to make sure that Blabber cannot interfere with anything here. Call Me just a minute or two away from level 6. Surely APA recognizes that by looking at his own EXP bar. Has to be careful here about the potential Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, APA wants to bluff a little bit, because if Blabber stuck around, then the Xin would also be pretty strong in the 2v2, but Blabber's made his way to continue clearing as bot lane trades pretty aggressively.
Yeah, Lion's forced to use the heal there, very low on the Nautilus, has to flash away, and Sven's ready to flash follow. 2 more auto attacks with a focus fire, just take him down here in the 2v2. The Ashe Seraphine doing exactly as they please down here. Sven, he might just get the second kill, and he doesn't even die. It's tragedy for Disguised here in the bottom lane. Sven Vulcan cannot be underestimated.
Sven just gliding on him right there. Perfect aggression from Vulcan Sven in the 2v2. Even the half step back to avoid the damage from the Nautilus E ends up being really crucial in that extended trade, because if he takes any little tick of damage, it would be a trade back instead of now 2 kills to 0 in the 2v2.
Yeah, and this should give them really, really nice bot side control, despite the fact that Lions and Kryra are now kind of hanging out, potentially stopping any sort of Drake take, since C9 did have to reset.
Yeah, so they're trying to get a little bit of tempo back, but even this is just Kryra's level 6, and then he can't stick around for that long, because I don't feel like DSG is strong enough to just go for clearing, and Kryra's trying to swoop, gets it.
Okay, nice job there from Call Me, setting up APA. Kryra needs more damage here for the play, though. One more auto attack might be able to do it, and there you go. That's what I said earlier. Cassiopeia, no flash, you punish with a Azir ulti.
Yeah, and really good recognition of that small window, like Jat set up, right? Like, they had to reset after the bot lane kills kills came out. DSG kind of hung around, tried to establish, got that Scuttle Crab down, and then took advantage of that. But here is that bot lane 2v2, like you said, Jack.
Yeah, notice the hawk shot early into the bush to get the original vision, then the ward for the extra vision, and then extending the trade right here. Sajed just loses vision until Sven decides to hit him back one more time. Even with the health potion running, Sajed doesn't have the health to get that last auto off.
Yeah, and here's just the shuffle, flashless mid laner. APA does end up getting his ultimate off, but Kryra is still able to clean him up off of that. So just really nice recognition of the timing windows, seeing that DSG do have an opportunity to get something back and punish that flashless mid laner.
Yeah, that was the one place where they could really go on the map. So APA does need to play more conservative in those situations. The Scion is completely safe already with the plated steel caps up against the Jace. And honestly, the bottom lane has a 25 CS advantage, and it's so difficult for Mundo to rescue that bot lane. So Calmy's absolutely right to talk his trash, because APA's killing him is their only current plan in the early game.
Well, and Calmy can just kind of become monstrous alongside this Mundo for mid to late, right? Like he is kind of has become kind of their win condition and potentially an answer to winning some of these mid to late game team fights, depending on how well he does. I am glad that we had the little checking out. Do we have all chat on? Now we're going to talk a little trash back and forth.
Okay, so right now, Blabber, you can see he's starting up his first Drake 8 minutes into the game, so not particularly fast on that one, but look at the gold spread on the scoreboard. It's about over a 2,000 gold lead just in the bottom lane duos of C9, while the top side of the map goes the other way for Disguise. So C9, playing around anything on this bottom side is going to feel great. Sven and Vulcan are so accelerated. Blabber knows he should be able to take this no problem.
They have them completely jailed in that bot lane right now, and part of it is because of the Mundo pick, because if you're going to be taking the Nautilus MF into Ashe Seraphine, that's already a hard matchup, but it will be able to win in 3v3s. It's just Mundo's never going to help the 3v3, and now they're getting punished.
How about a 3v2 as immediately Blabber is ready to set this up? There's the encore over the top through everybody like I was talking about back in Champ Select. Blabber just makes it so easy for Sven and Vulcan, and Disguised bottom lane is just crumbling to pieces.
And I love this out of C9, following the Drake take, recognizing that they can apply pressure. The bot lane's going to be coming back to lane, grouping up with Blabber and being able to get that kill en route as DSG were trying to reset.
Definitely had some conversations about whether or not Enchanters are overplayed, because in the past right now, even after the first double kill, when that MF Nautilus respawn, they're running top lane and the Jace is running bot lane, and they're trying to reset the map a little bit. But once you lose control of bot lane now, that kind of stuff can just happen to you. They can't contest Drake, they're jailed under their turret, you can't even contest your own Gromp, and they can just dive you on your way back to the lane. They make a bad situation worse, and there's no escape because these teams don't want to leave their role quests uncompleted.
Yeah, and as we see Kryra taking those grubs as kind of like the little consolation prize that they usually are, but that is where I do want to draw attention to specifically the mid lane, right? Because again, this now becomes their win condition. Can we get this Azir into a situation where he can potentially maybe be in a position to rip through late game team fights? It's still going to be difficult because again, you are going against Ashe Seraphine and then a Scion Xin who are all going to be incredibly difficult to kill.
And you mentioned the Scion. We haven't really checked in on top lane because really nothing has happened there.
He just landed
so
a Q flowers.
Yeah, they both queued each other. So far, top lane is pretty much exactly what you would expect it to be. Jace is up a wave or two of minions. It's not really that much. Calmy, though, taking a lot of damage from APA's Twin Fangs here. As soon as you're caught on that miasma, the slow just makes it so Cassio can land so much damage. APA still down just about 3 waves of farm here in the mid lane. Calmy still with that 1,000 gold lead on his Azir. Does have to take the reset, completes his Nashors. Now he's ready to TP back towards the mid lane, but again, it's Blabber, Vulcan, and Sven in the enemy jungle, putting the harass
Azir's
on
first,
Kryra. Calmy swooping around from the side. This might be the punish that DSG needs. C9 overcommitting towards a Mundo, but now the damage back into Calmy is there. Vulcan takes the kill, and Disguised have to complete their retreat outside of the jungle. C9 comes out on top yet again. We aren't quite done. Now hold on. Blabber, this time he's getting hooked in. The big bullet time over the top, but it doesn't do enough damage. Sajed is dead. Blabber's on a killing spree, and Sven's looking for even more. Nothing they do works. Disguise dies yet again.
I guess C9 just wins 3 versus 4. That's just the game right now. Absolutely crazy here. You thought when Blabber goes over this wall and Call Me with Nasher's Tooth Power Spike flies in behind, they're going to win. We'll say nice stun into flash by Sven so he doesn't take damage from the Azir, and everyone just turns to focus. Very well played 3v4, which is usually a disaster by C9 because they switch targets so effectively.
Yeah, and then when they do try to follow up with the MF ult here, immediately are able to turn on to Sajed, and everything really, really falls apart for DSG now because...
Okay, nice guys. Really good. Going to base now.
Clean.
Because they're going to base now. And now they're going to rotate it somewhere else all over the map. Thanatos. Oh, no. Sajed is level 7. Oh, it's the classic stand there and auto him because you know you're not going to get away. Thanatos. We also saw during the picture-in-picture of the replay, Thanatos almost got solo killed by Castle up underneath this tier 1 turret. Both of the top laners did have to flash for that one. Now we could have yet another fight up here in the top side jungle. Blabber between Lions and Cry right here, but he doesn't seem to mind whatsoever. Lions trying to Spider-Man his way out of this one. Then now Kryra could be the sacrifice. Blabber again with an audacious charge. Forces the flash over the wall from the Mundo. C9 still moving as a unit, trying to keep Blabber protected. Castle's coming in, wants to finish off the kill, but now Lions versus Blabber in the red side pit, while APA does DPS and a Call Me to prevent him from being able to enter into the fight. The shutdown on Sven is there as Castle picks it up. Blabber goes on a rampage, killing off the enemy jungler, but it's already a double kill back over to Castle. Lions barely stays alive in disguise, finally gets a fight.
Way too over-aggressive there by C9. They already got away with 1 3v4. This ends up being kind of a 3.5v5 because Sajed could redeploy after dying bot lane, Emily.
Yeah, and Thanatos is unable to join the fight, right? So as we see, Jace is TPing in on the back half of this. He'll be able to come around for a flank. And APA and Call Me are also both trying to rotate up.
Yeah, maybe they didn't see the Castle TP, and then he also walked over what was control warded. Now that they see him, it's kind of toast, because if they knew where Jace was, I don't think Blabber would ever chase through the red buff, and everyone would exit down through Call Me. But that was ending up being a very effective flank by Castle's Jace.
Yeah, it was really nicely done by Castle, who is kind of the other power point that DSG have potentially on this map. And, you know, that flank saves them a bit. I do still think it's going to be very difficult for DSG as long as C9 are kind of traveling in this pack, especially Blabber with the Ashe Seraphine behind him, because even in that fight that they ended up losing, and it was very over-aggressive, and the Jace TP ended up kind of cooking them a bit, you saw how long Blabber survived.
And you can see on your screen right there, Sajed stats, career 7-0 on Misfortune, 700 DPM average. This game, the bit of the anomaly, having to deal with the Ashe Seraphine, not having control in the lane, lost his footing early, and hasn't really been able to recover that, as now that bottom lane control for C9 leads to yet another Drake take. That is their second of this game. They've controlled both so far. Meanwhile, Call Me should at least be able to take this tier 1 turret up here in the top side. Single auto attack should knock it over, but no, APA arrives in time and somehow keeps the turret standing. Feel like Call Me probably could have taken that one if he wanted to, but all right, C9 holds it.
Yeah,
Whoop, now here, maybe this is what they wanted after all. APA gets shuffled back towards Kryra, but now the big arrow from across the map from C9 guarantees the hit on the Call Me, guarantees Thanatos can make that a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, C9's just going to take yet another neutral objective. Blabber has total control over the Herald.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're just casually also just taking Rift Herald at the same time. Really nice arrow as a finisher from Sven to get that on to Call Me. But again, it seems like anytime DSG, like APA coming in to save the turret, right? And then DSG are like, okay, we can make a play onto this Cassio, end up doing so, but the rest of C9 are still ready to collapse.
I'll also say, though, if I'm Dom and Arrow sitting in the back room watching this game, hi guys, first. Secondly, I'm really concerned with how things are going based off how well things went in the bottom lane, because Castle just picked up a full turret. He's 2-0. He's going to have a really strong poke onto their squishies. And then this, Thanatos able to avoid this one, but the most perplexing thing to me here is, like, APA keeps playing so aggressively. Like, he's 1,500 gold down onto this Azir, and Call Me's letting you push him back. Aren't you a little suspicious as to why that might be happening? And then Kryra comes in and kills him once again. It's like all these things is like, wow, how could this Cassio, who's so far behind, get all these like good trades and be like, he's posturing so much, but he's been punished 4 times at this point for the 0-4, and that's part of what's keeping this game very close.
All right, Rift Herald summoned up by C9 here in mid lane. No driver on this one. There were some shenanigans with that this past weekend here in their series against Sentinels, so they're just going to leave this one on the autopilot. It's like one of those Waymos, whatever they are, the robot driving cars here in LA. Yeah, that's a Waymo Rift Herald. It just automatically drives itself exactly where it's supposed to be. It hits the target. It's good to go. C9's going to go ahead and pick up turret number 2 there in mid. Still only 1,000 gold ahead as a team, like you're talking about, Jat. Your bottom lane has a 3K gold lead between the two of them, but now it's DSG moving into the C9 jungle, looking to maybe start a fight of their own. Vulcan could be in some danger, hit by the dredge line. Sven with the arrow onto Sajet, who has to cleanse and immediately flash back over the wall. Kryra down to 1/4 HP, and Lions has to flash out now too. DSG falling back towards the river. Castle over the wall, trying to reinforce the lines, but DSG are scattered. Kami's about to die. He flashes away, but he still falls anyway. Castle tries the flank, but instead he only damns himself. APA takes out that strong Jace, and DSG's plans completely crumble. Thanatos charging in, trying to slow down Lions, and with a backup from the Seraphine, they're going to get another. That's going to be 4 dead when it's all said and done. DSG, they thought they had it, but all they had was a one-way ticket to the fountain.
Yeah, they thought they had it, and I really love the team fight targeting that's coming out of C9 into this, recognizing, okay, arrow onto Sajet, he has to cleanse it, still ends up getting charmed up. Kryra takes a lot of damage, and even though he's still surviving as the Mundo, this ends up being able to get right onto Kami, because again, Blabber is just so strong with this Ashe Seraphine behind them. That then allows the rest of C9 to rotate onto Castle, who's looking for another Jace flank.
Look, Mundo guys. Mundo's inting. Mundo's inting. Okay.
Mundo's inting.
By the way, Blabber's favorite thing to do is say the other jungler's inting. You can go listen to their comms from last week. He said that all the time against Hambach. Someone is always inting on Blabber's screen. But I'll say Castle, to me, was the one inting that team fight, because I thought it looked fine until he tried the flank. And now, maybe it's Lions.
I think Lions might be inting. I think Sven is going to grab a killing spree for free on that one, and Kami should be able to get away here. I don't really see how Vulcan could be able to catch him by himself. So still, though, 3,500 gold lead for C9. It's rough out here for Disguise. There's your arrow. Oh, no, now Kami. I don't think you get away from that one. Kami. He uses the ulti. He stays alive with a flash twin bang from APA. Finishes the job.
APA with a little tip-in shot on the Cassio at the end. Sven's arrows in this game have been really, really nice. Really well communicated. I'm going to assume that's like not just Sven being good, but an overall team thing. But again, whenever one of these DSG players is isolated, they have to watch out for this group of Blabber with the Ashe Seraphine behind him, because he can just survive for so long and get on their priority targets.
And here we go again. Kryra's your target, and he's just going to go ahead and walk away from this one. I think the story of this game, if you couldn't tell just by looking at the individual gold leads, the kill participation, 11 out of 15 for Sven, 13 out of 15 for Vulcan, only 4 for APA. You've got 9 for Blabber, because he's been helping that bottom lane out a lot too, and then only 5 for Thanatos. So really so much from the bottom lane of C9 this game.
Yeah, play for bot, play through bot with the Sion top lane. That's exactly what's happening. But now third Drake, Soul Point, C9 first to set up, which is exactly where the Ashe Seraphine wants to be.
Okay, Disguise looking for their entry angle instead. Kryra going to lose about half HP, but the same for Blabber. Thing is, Blabber has Seraphine to keep him healed up. He's got the rest of C9 around him, so they can try to secure this, immediately move to Soul Point with it, and sure enough, they will. Castle with the Shock Blast won't get anything.
There's not a real way for DSG to walk in and start that fight, especially when you have a Glacial Augment level 8 Nautilus with 1 item. So that is your frontline engage currently. You don't have an engage, but actually C9, I think transitioning straight over to this Baron is a little bit bold, but I do like the play, especially if they're ready to turn a fight and they have decent war coverage.
Yeah, they've got 4,500 gold lead. They've got Seraphine to keep everybody healthy with shields and heals around the Baron. Kryra is going to walk up, try to make his way towards this, but it's already down to 1/3 of its health. C9 committing to the Baron for now, slowing DPS a little bit, but no, it looks like we're going to go ahead and burst it. C9 takes the Baron. Kryra's soaking some damage. Bullet time doesn't do a whole lot over the wall as the Encore flies through too. They want to try to use Castle to kill off Blabber, but DSG again don't have the damage. The Xin Zhao stays alive as APA goes into killing spree. Sajet under pressure yet again as Thanatos has made his way into the back line, and Decimating Smash does just that. Everybody on Disguise dies. They trade for APA, but what's it matter? It's a Baron +4 for just your mid laner. C9 will take it.
And they'll get so much more off the back of that Baron. Their mid and top waves are already pushed. They are having their cake right now and eating it too, and I think it's DSG being out of sync as well, because a lot of times when you start Baron with 5 people just like this, you're trying to get the Jace TP, but then the fact that the Baron dies and then the Jace TPs anyway into what is already a losing fight just makes things go from bad to worse for DSG.
Yeah, and I like that we ended up seeing that really nice Seraphine Scion combo off the back half of that fight, really making the most of how beefy Thanatos is, extending the range, getting those charms out. And this team comp can just now bulldoze through DSG, as if they couldn't already.
Yeah, and the Ashe having the healing reduction means that Cryo's Mundo isn't going to be getting Giant anytime soon.
No.
He would be the one person who'd maybe be able to buy time in the back line.
You know, APA was complaining about how he doesn't get free wins on the Scion. Thanatos is 6-0 on the Scion in LCS, or career actually. So yeah, he also, like, give him some of those wins, you know?
He's doing pretty good, and the point about the Mundo 2 Jat, not only is it the enemy has healing reduction, you're still only level 13. Level 3 ulti is such a power spike, and your team's already dead on top of it. Castle, that fed Jace, is already down, so Jett has to flash away just to avoid dying here himself. C9 honestly can probably just try to push for the win right here. They've got the Baron-empowered minions.
I do wonder how much fun Vulcan's having. Because it's like, this is no Bard, right? But
yeah,
1-0-17 looks pretty fun.
Yeah, he's going to be having a great time. Anyway, Lion's taking a little bit more damage here, but C9 not wanting to overcommit onto the Nautilus. Blabber, going to knock up onto Call Me, forces the flash out there. Thanatos flying in from the left side. Lions flashes, barely stays alive himself. As Disguised, all hurt, but nobody dead here just yet, except for Castle, who's still reviving from the earlier pick. So the tier 3 turret dies in the bottom lane. Minion wave crashing into the tier 3 turret mid. Bottom lane inhibitor going to be your target now. C9 going after that one. It's a long-range TP from Call Me. This is Disguised's potential final full send, but C9 are just walking off to stage left anyway, as Disguised can't get in position to try to set up for Call Me's flank. He just ends up rejoining the rest of the team from the same angle, and the TP ultimately results in a whole lot of nothing. Blabber jumping right back into the Lions here. Third talent strike connects. There's your win becomes lightning. Call Me's next to die. The teleport didn't do a thing. Double kill for Blabber Zen. Sajed finally falls. Kryra just barely hangs on here with the Dr. Mundo, but he's the only one left alive. The bottom inhibitor's already gone. The mid lane inhibitor's about to fall, and C9's on the victory march.
Playing with so much confidence, grouping up for the Seraphine heals to make them even more powerful. And then APA, 75% of the team's deaths, just for good measure at the end, before the end of the game.
We'll see if maybe they can kill the Mundo on the steps. Teams like to pad the stats sometimes, but Mundo is a little difficult to do it on. They might still make it happen. And Vulcan, yes, indeed, he does. The Nexus will fall. C9 ran the game start to finish. It's a bot cap. C9 up 1-0.
We need to show the chat. I knew he would do this. If you die 6 times and your team dies 8 times, you have to say mid-gap, and he did. He knew the chat was on the whole time, had to get that in there before he runs off to go to the next game. C9 dominate that game 1.
Excellent, excellent stuff from C9 here in the first one. It's all about the bottom lane. I got to give my MVP for that one to Sven. What are you guys thinking, Lounge?
I'm thinking Sven. I'm thinking Sven looked pretty good right there. And also, I do love APA getting in with the all chat right at the end. Mid-gap, clear mid-gap, obviously. Yeah.
He's getting away with it.
But in terms of the bot lane gap, ooh, that did not live up. I was really hoping Sajed would have a better shot against Sven, and that... Abort that narrative. That is not what happened.
I mean, roll the clips. I just didn't understand even draft-wise what they were thinking with the Mundo pick. Because to me, if you're going to go Nautilus plus MF, the only way you're winning this 2v2 is with ganks, right?
Yeah.
Nautilus has really powerful gank assist. You bring down your Nocturne, you bring down your Vi, you bring down your whatever, and you gank. You spam, try to attack them and kill them. Because in the isolated 2v2, it's going to be impossible, and this is just insult to injury. I mean, Sven lived with no health.
Literal pain.
Leveled up to 5, yeah.
And from there, they were already down 20 or 30 CS plus a double kill. There's just nothing you can do.
Yeah, like Lee Sin, Trundle, Vi, literally anything in which you can play towards this lane. Because like if you're playing, I like Nautilus MF in terms of just fighting for prio. You are fighting for prio. It's going to be a strong 3v3. But if you pick up Mundo, I don't really see it happening there. And also, Yeah, literally level 1. We didn't show up, but literally the moment the hook came through, Barry came through from Ash, and then like Nautilus gets chunked. It's like, okay, well, good luck the rest of the lane.
Even just like, not even just the Mundo, but like you're going Mundo Azir, so you have this like mid jungle who's just the most do nothing mid jungle, hoping to scale forever. So they can't even play towards bot side at all, and you're an isolated losing 2v2. I just feel like their draft made absolutely no sense.
It's funny you say that about the mid jungle, because that is kind of where DSG were able to get some advantages, and it was from the Mundo going mid. We also have some plays of that, because I feel like the mid differential, APA, we joked about it, like the mid diff, he was getting caught a lot, and it was Calmy that was actually getting a lot of kills on the Azir.
Yeah, it was a wraparound gank that came through from Cryra that initially made this easier. APA thought he could maybe like trade into it and get a kill off of it. He just tried to fight through it, and I was like, okay, maybe not happening. So he made the initial mistake. He lost Flash, which made it easier for Calmy now to set up like the Azir sec plays later on. So even though the kill gets traded here, it's a really bad lane condition and now state for APA to play under.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to me, it's like I look at this and I'm like, was that more of a Mundo killed you or you killed yourself, right? Like, because APA could have easily just walked away. I don't even know that he had to flash in the first one if he just walked straight out, but he stood and he tried to go for this, kind of 1v2 outplay, and it didn't work out. And then Calmy was able to do really well in the isolated 1v1, but yeah, my problem was just kind of conceptually, how is the 2v2 going to work? The isolated 2v2 seems so tough. And when they get that far behind, Calmy had some opportunities, but I didn't feel like he did well with those opportunities. Obviously, the rest of his team was all very far behind. Blabber was up like 1,500 gold. The bot lane combined was up like 3,000 plus gold. So it was always going to be really, really hard. But he had the missed Emperor's Divide on Sven.
Flashes
he had the
jungle.
like solo play he went on where he was kind of sitting in that side brush and river where he got caught out and killed. So there was a few where it was like, maybe you could have done more, but it was always going to be an almost impossible game coming out.
I think like the argument for the bot lane pick, and I totally agree about the jungle like not helping out. Mundo's not going to really impact that bot lane, but Sajed was 7-0 on Misfortune. We were talking about that in his career games. Now a lot of that, of course, tier 2, but still, like coming in, I was hopeful that Sajed would be better in the laning phase, and then I see Misfortune Nautilus, I start getting excited, thinking this is kind of a lane dominant pick, like maybe they can do it.
But not against Ash Seraphine.
Yeah, numbers don't lie. Ash's stats here, ridiculous. So unsurprisingly, player of the game, as you can see, just taking a look at it.
It's actually kind of crazier that Blabbers has done, Blabbers did almost as much damage as the Ash.
Yeah, it is insane.
I'm looking at that Sajed and Vulcan damage. That Seraphine going crazy there
Seraphine
too.
did as much damage as the MF. That is actually wild.
That is the exact same damage between the two.
Is that a unanimous vote?
No.
Who's the... Jad.
C9's been...
Oh. You know what? Fair. Vulcan also was there.
Yeah, he was.
And he was enchanting.
He was.
Ash can't do that if Seraphine's not in lane.
He was doing his best.
But you know what the real discussion is? Who is the better Scion? Because I don't know if you saw the APA interview. APA was talking about, I'm always mad when we give Thanatos the Scion because it's just a wasted game. It's a free win that I could have had.
Yeah.
And then C9 released their comms video where Thanatos was glazing his Scion movement and APA was hyping himself up. But the Thanatos Scion was looking pretty good.
It was looking pretty good. I think you have to give it to Thanatos. I will say, Vulcan ended up winning the fan vote.
He did.
It's
also way too many APA votes. I'm just going to call it out right there for how he played that Cassiopeia. I feel like he was protesting on the Cassiopeia because he wanted the Scion.
They've ruined their credibility by giving APA votes.
Take it out of my sight. I don't want to see it anymore. I don't want to see the fan vote after what they did in terms of 16.7%.
That's crazy. That's actually kind of crazy right there. But, not to Vulcan.
We're not mad.
We're
just disappointed.
Just a little disappointed. Sven for us, Vulcan for the fans. But either way, as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by you and Chad.
Fighting bot. Okay, could be 2v2. I can't come.
He has heal, but I want to go be smart.
Yeah.
I'll punch it.
Don't think Muno's there. No flash.
It's passing 2 zone. Look at MF too. We can get his guns.
Nice. Top boost though, TP.
Okay. I'll kill him, I think. Nice.
Oh my god.
Good shit.
Nice. What are we gonna do about crab? I guess we're giving it now.
I'm basing it
I'm
off
gonna
his
take
wave.
a base.
Edition on the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at a turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
The Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do. Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Welcome back, everybody. After the games here today, make sure to check out the C9 Kia Champions Arena, where C9 and Sentinels will team up in an ARAM Mayhem show match. You can watch those games on the Cloud9 Twitch or YouTube channel after the LCS wraps up today. I have also been told that our very own Emily Rand and Raz are going to be casting that together. Are you going to do some play-by-play,
No,
Emily?
Raz is going to be doing the play-by-play.
You should just interrupt me that in the middle.
Honestly, last time like, it was like neither of us were doing play-by-play. We were just kind of like yelling out stuff, which is perfect for ARAM Mayhem because a bunch of random stuff happens all the time too, right? So check it out. It's going to be a fun time. Now into draft.
I mean, kind of just yelling out stuff is what
ARAM
casting
Mayhem.
is.
I mean, that's my job.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
my
that's
job's
true.
to just yell stuff out. That's the name of the game. In team
I just
fights.
think with the augments, it makes it like particularly chaotic, right? Like, did you guys see the one where the Nautilus got like so much health off of the augment that gives you like both health and largeness?
Tank
that he was,
Engine
like,
Goliath,
clipping
steal your
through.
heart.
Yeah, he was like clipping through the actual game.
I feel like every clip I've ever seen of ARAM Mayhem is just somebody bigger than the map. Like
yeah,
walking
exactly.
in.
And it's like usually a Nautilus.
The really big and the really small stuff is the most new.
Yeah.
Right. It's just funny. All right, let's go ahead and get into our draft. But Emily, you already mentioned it. We are underway here in game number 2.
Just lock in.
C9.
First pick, flex pick Anivia.
Yep. C9 is going to go ahead and ban out the Karma, the Ori, and the Pantheon, disguised getting rid of APA Ziggs. Ziggs alongside the Jarvan and the Varus power picks yet again. First pick, flex pick, Anivia, like you said, Jat. The bird can go a couple of different places these days as C9 responds. Last game, remember, Disguise first picked a bird, and then C9 responded with a power bot lane.
True.
And now this game, Disguise first picks a bird, and what do we get? Corki Nami from C9.
But now the bird is probably going into the bot lane. So I'm going to say I do think I'm going to make the assumption potentially going into bot. I think they should leave it up as a flex, especially since Ryze is still available. You might want to play the Anivia into that. But we did see Lions play this previously, and I actually thought that they were going to get kind of turbo stomped by that FlyQuest bot lane. They didn't. They actually played that pretty well, despite the fact that they did end up losing the game. So looking for a little bit more bot lane power on top of this Nocturne pick locked in for Cryra.
Yeah, remember that Nocturne was one of the champions banned in the second half of the draft in the previous game because C9 had their jungler in the first half. Disguise did not. This time around, since you're keeping that Anivia a flex between mid and support, you don't want to go ahead and pick your mid laner early along with it. So Disguise will get their jungler before that second part of the bans comes in, and C9 are going to go ahead. They'll say, fine, we'll switch it up from last time. We'll pick our mid laner. The jungle will remain open. It's Annie for APA.
And Blabber has the option of going with some more utility picks. He's actually been pretty successful on things like Malphite or Sejuani, so it's really hard to ban him out in this instance with them having the Annie locked in, which is also a flex pick. Annie's been getting more play in the top lane.
In the top lane, yeah.
Especially over in like Korean solo queue, so Thanatos very well could play this depending on how the rest of the draft plays out.
Keep an eye on it. I always like those kind of weird flex picks as they start to emerge to see who's going to be the first person to really start adapting this, seeing if they can make it work in stage games versus just in ladder games. But that Ryze that we mentioned, that's banned away. So the Wukong going to be banned out now by Disguise as well.
Yeah, and I like that takeaway from Disguised. Obviously, Wukong, Annie fit together like insanely well in a variety of team compositions. Really great CC chain and follow-up, especially in tandem with that Corki Nami. So good of DSG to take that off the board. And also good to take the Ryze off the board because I think Ryze, especially in tandem with Nocturne, just gives you so much side lane control. So just yoinking that and being like, you know what, we're not going to pick it. We're going to take it away from you. And then taking away the Rumble from Castle, who I think has been like a bright spot, right? Like we talked about all of the plays that they were trying to make mid while C9 was kind of stomping on the bot side of the map. I thought Castle did well in his matchup. He had a few good flanks. He had some less successful flanks, we'll just say, Jat. So taking that kind of power pick away from him, I think is really good.
I like the cute Vayne ban hover before actually banning the Gnar. They're thinking about the Gnar Vayne matchup in the top lane because if you're C9 right now, you kill the Annie's flexibility by blind picking Gnar. So, but it's also one of the best blind picks for Thanatos to do, so I understand why they would ban it away. And if they end up actually locking in this Ambessa, they'll still be able to hold their flexibility, which keeps their options open in this draft because DSG is still not committed either, and it'll be fully committed, generally speaking, after these next two picks.
Yeah, I do like the Ambessa here. The only thing that I don't like here is picking something that is very obviously a top laner and a top laner only, because I feel like you're losing your advantage of red side 5th pick by doing so. You want to make sure that they have to be the ones blinding the top laner. Disguise, I mean, Renekton is kind of the evergreen, just pick it into anything top lane pick, right? So not surprised at all to see that one locked in there for Castle. And now for Disguise. Last time around, they cycled through a bunch of potentially interesting stuff. I've been casting League of Legends. This is my 10th year casting professional League of Legends. I know better than to get bamboozled by this now. I'm not just going to believe whatever they hover. Okay, Akali locked in, which means that Anivia is 100% confirmed going into that support role for Lions yet again.
Yep, and they were going to be okay with that, locking it into the Corki Nami. Then pretty happy with the matchup they're going to have into the Annie, and now we're going to see where C9 goes, whether or not they're flexing, and they are. We are going to see the hovered band that DSG consider between Gnar Vayne, and we get to see Thanatos Vayne into Renekton with the Ambessa flexing down into jungle after the Renekton was locked in to hopefully counter it. They're trying to be sneaky.
Yeah, I love this. I think Thanatos continues to be one of, if not the best top laner in the LCS, right? Like, having a pick like this where he should be able to lane really well into this Renekton. it does take away a key component of C9's team composition, which is having a front line, which is always kind of the danger of these kind of top lane Vayne picks. But it's not like DSG have a super heavy-duty front line either outside of the Renekton.
So here's my big thing with this, guys. Whenever I see a matchup between two teams where one is ranked very highly, C9 in this case, and one is ranked much lower in the standings by practically everybody's view of the power rankings, right? The team that's ranked lower, I always want to see them have more definitive go buttons. I want to see them have more engage. I want to see them be able to make choices when, where, and how they want to. But for Disguised, I'm kind of struggling to see where that happens here because I don't really know what the big engage is.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's going to be difficult, especially if they do not get this bot lane going early, right? Like if that does not happen, if this Caitlyn and Anivia lane is not able to kind of take over the bot side of the map and they aren't able to make those side lane plays with the Nocturne, I think it gets super, super difficult for DSG pretty quickly. And it is kind of sad because I feel like DSG, when they first came in, were the kind of like trust me dead ass team, right? With like the Nasus top, with believing in their selves. But Clayton, we're going to revisit the blasting cycle.
Well, our question in game number 1 was, okay, Blabber blasted Griffin, Griffin blasted Kryra. Where does the blasting wand aim? Now here that we get to see Kryra versus Blabber. And unfortunately for the Disguise side in game number 1, the blasting wand was aimed right back at Kryra. That's actually a Seraphine Encore flying out of the blasting wand from the bottom lane that had control the entire time. Blabber just helped them extend their lead even further, and the rest was history.
Through the Xin Zhao as well, because Blabber did the most damage in the game along with Sven. They were both around like 26,000, but Enchanter plus Xin can also be absolutely insane.
Oh, it's nasty.
On the team composition point though, Emily, I think the Nocturne Akali is hoping to just be dive buddy for any squishy.
Okay.
As long as Calmy can get into a decent position in the game. So if they're set up first in an objective and the Akali doesn't have to show, Nocturne ults as soon as the Akali shows, and they can, in theory, kill anyone in the game. So the bot lane sets all that up in the first place, but that is the idea. It just doesn't have a good fallback pattern in terms of team composition.
Right, and that's where I worry, because again, when you have a team that's ranked more highly, when you versus a team that's ranked lower, generally that higher ranked team is going to be more consistent. So I kind of worry about, okay, well, if you don't have the consistency to make sure you get off to that good start, or at least the decent start that you need, and there's no fallback plan, I'm worried.
Yeah, and I'm glad we're looking at top lane right now because as we see, the Renekton is not having a fun time in this Vayne lane. And I think Castle has been kind of a bright spot on DSG, even when they've been struggling. He was kind of looking like one of the potential answers in the last game as well, in addition to Calmy. And he's been one of their more consistent performers. And it makes this matchup against C9 particularly difficult just because of how strong Thanatos is.
Completely agree. And a lot of this comes down to Kryra, and a lot of these moves that C9 is pulling off are kind of daring Kryra to stop you. So Thanatos takes top lane Vayne with TP, no cleanse. So in theory, if there's like a good gank timing, it's a flash W from the Renekton, and then Nocturne walks up and kills the Vayne. But if Thanatos ends up getting the wave too big or the health difference too big before Kryra is able to arrive on a Nocturne, who again is not a good pre-6 ganker, then that lane's going to go really heavily into the side of the Vayne.
So remember in game number 1, we did see around this level 4 point, Kryra coming mid, making that play onto APA, APA getting aggressive, trying to set something up for Blabber. APA ends up giving over the first blood. This time around, though, it looks like Disguised, they don't want to try to make that move against the Annie. Calmy is down to about half HP. They have to remember that C9 was also positioning Blabber there in the first game, so they're not going to force anything. Kryra's just going to go ahead, take his recall. You can see Blabber has already done the same.
Yeah, small little jungle optimization. Kryra knows that Blabber's going to be going Raptors Krugs. Blabber did a Raptors first start, which gets his second set of small camps to be up a little bit faster, gives him this window to game.
Okay, Lions throws out the wall. APA sidesteps away from the Flash Frost. Calmy is down to 200 HP, so even though Lions shows up mid and provides this little bit of extra assistance, this extra pressure, Calmy doesn't have enough health to work with to follow it up and try to threaten summoner spells onto APA, so the C9 mid laner is still doing just fine.
Yeah, it does relieve a tiny bit of pressure, although now Blabber is kind of sniffing around mid lane.
Yeah, Blabber's not in a rush to finish his next 2 camps. He's been extremely efficient early on. Doesn't even have his wolf spawning yet, so he can really sit here without punishment just so APA can get this wave in, base, and then come back with full mana.
Yeah, and meanwhile, C9 and this quirky Nami have kind of taken over the push on the bot side of the map. At the same time, Lions roamed up, so that's not really coincidence, but...
And you can see as both of our top laners have now gone back and shopped. Castle has already had to go back twice, actually. You can see his teleport desynced from Thanatos's. But the difference is brown boots plus cloth armor versus full Berserker Greaves. Tier 2 boots versus Tier 1 boots. In these range versus melee matchups, the boots are so important, and Thanatos having the boots level advantage is pretty big.
It's just the move speed gap. Thanatos, every time he's on the C9 podcast and they ask about top lane matchup, he's always like, well, if I get boots first, then it's fine. And then I win. And that's what's happening right now. Both junglers as well, not in a rush to finish their 5th camp. They're waiting for the extra jungle cookies to potentially do a smite fight over the Scuttle Crab, which is going to be spawning topside. Also, since Blabber's on Gromp, they kind of really clearly know each other's jungle paths right now. Thanatos, with very reasonable level of certainty, can say that the Nocturne's bot on Gromp, so that's why he's pushing up so aggressively.
Ooh, Call Me going very aggressive on APA here. Uses perfect execution to back to reset his position. Also gets the ulti there out of APA, so flash not used by either one. It is an HP advantage for Call Me as he continues to try to play aggressively here with a smoke screen, but Blabber hits level 6. Public execution is ready.
And he wants to stop Drake because he knows Nocturne's not 6, and the only job he would have is to do Drake. And since DSG left the lane, it's obvious that he's there, so they're crossing.
Yeah, Vulcan down to 300 HP here. He does miss the Aqua Prison, but because Blabber is on the approach, because he has that level 6 versus level 5 that you're talking about, Jet, it means the Disguised has to back away. Now APA getting the better of Call Me here in the trade as both mid laners continue to fight for that pressure, fight for that control over mid. And Call Me's forced back.
It's the crab gap right there. He knew he was level 6. He knew there was no other job, and he's going for it.
Oh, immediately Blabber's ready to follow it up. The stun from APA sets it up for Blabber to make the flash public execution on the target that cannot be missed, and C9 collects first blood.
Really nice to see that coming out of APA and Blabber. Again, off of the recognition from Blabber, he's able to go down, stop that Drake take, push up in tandem with the Annie. Didn't see the window the first time, got it down this time.
Now they do have to worry, though, about Kryra being level 6 and Blabber using his flash ult, so he's not really on the map. So it's definitely DSG's turn to do something, and Thanatos would be the one in danger, which is why he's going to control Vision River.
All right, 1,500 gold lead. If I'm undisguised, I'm a little bit worried at that. It's not exactly what you want to see 7 minutes into the game, but it's the opposite story of what we saw in game number 1. Because game number 1, C9's lead was entirely built through the bottom lane duo. Here in game number 2, it's all that top side of the map that favors C9, while it's actually disguised with it feels practically disingenuous to call it a lead because it's just a minion bounces difference in the bottom lane. But still, compared to game number 1 where you're down 30 CS and a level and a half, this is significantly better.
The absence of the deficit makes it feel like a lead.
Yeah,
yes, exactly. Compared to the first game, it is a lead. By a lot. Yeah. It's a little contrarian, but I like it. As Disguised will at least continue trying to maintain some control over this bottom side. We still don't have the first Drake take. And remember that in game number 1, it was about 8 minutes in that first Drake ended up getting felled as Castle's going to pop the Dominus. Does get Ruthless Predator there onto Thanatos. A little bit of extra range that lends. Means that Thanatos is under pressure, but Thanatos, he stays calm. He doesn't pop Final Hour. He doesn't pop Flash. He's just going to take the recall here.
Yeah, he really didn't want to have to use his ultimate there. Blabber's going to end up covering for him.
APA looks like he might be rotating up.
He's going to give up Drake almost for sure.
Yeah, Kryra's down there at the Drake. He should be able to secure that one for free. Blabber's just going to make sure Thanatos can clear the wave, get the reset that he wants. Blabber just playing around his vein, recognizing that if you can get this guy fed, it's going to be worth more than one Drake in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, Cannon Wave. That top laner's very appreciative of this. You never know if it's actually worth it. The top laners will say, yes, absolutely worth it. But it's worth it if Blabber doesn't die on Grubbies here, since now Castle's able to move.
Well, I think it also helps out because it gave Thanatos enough HP to no longer be under the threat of getting one comboed from Castle's Renekton if they tried to dive him. So then he can safely farm up the next wave. And now he can finally take his recall here. Thanatos will be just fine. Blabber gets Constellation Grubs. Disguised gets the first Drake of the game. We'll see if they can set up a follow-up play, but it might just be a chicken steal instead. Nocturne, like most junglers, pretty adept at stealing chickens, since all you need is some basic AoE, and you're going straight to the kernel.
I thought you were gonna make a joke, not actually talk about how easy it is to clear. I guess the Colonel.
I said you're going straight to the
joke.
Colonel. Yeah, you're going to Colonel Sanders, 11 herbs and spices. It's very important for your chicken clearing.
It is.
Okay.
But Cryo's French Canadian. How do we work this in?
What do French Canadians, how do they eat chicken? With poutine?
No. I mean, you can put a lot of stuff on poutine, I guess.
Yeah, that could work. All right, chicken poutine, for sure. Well, we have the Spear of Shojin completed there. MasterCard Power Spike for Blabber completed. Makes Ambessa just that much more obnoxious with all the dashing, the constant spamming of the spells. So definitely not a champion that I think any of the frontline wants to deal with here on the DSG side right now. Still advantages for C9 all across that top half of the map.
But neither team really has made a move to advance the game yet. It's been mostly trading back and forth with the one pick off in the mid lane. Here, Blabber got his chicken stolen, so that gives him a window to go steal blue buff. But at the same time, no one's actually contested an invade yet, and Cryo's yet to use that first Nocturne ultimate. C9 playing very conservatively with all 5 flashes up once Blabber's comes off a cooldown, but all solo lane flashes up is the more important thing to note. So it's really difficult for Cryo to find an ult angle.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking out for as well. Like Cryo trying to find these windows to use his first Nocturne out. Obviously didn't need to use it at uncontested Drake, which usually Drake fights is where we're looking at. But as he comes down on this bot side and we have a little bit more bot lane 2v2 scrapping, he could potentially look for something here, especially since they do have some deep vision.
And I feel like that's kind of the tug of war of ideas you have to have when you play a champion like this, is you want to use your ultimate because it is so effective and it is the point of power. It's why you pick this champion. But at the same time, there's that pressure of the cooldown is so long early on that if you waste it, if you pick the wrong moment, it's just, you feel like you lost so much of your playmaking.
Yeah, but also their CC setup for the Nocturne is just so bad. There's no Nocturne Orianna combo. There's no Azir flip back. They have no way, aside from Renekton, of setting up any CC, and he doesn't want to spend that much time top lane because bot lane and mid would fall apart.
Well, as we're waiting on Nocturne to find that moment for the perfect first ultimate, remember that Spring Finals are going to the Mullet Arena in Arizona, June 13th to 14th, so you can go ahead and scan that QR code. Get your tickets now if you want to come out to a live event. They're always one of my favorite parts of the year. They're always a fun time. And we'll see which one of these teams, if either one of these teams, I'm expecting at least one of these teams will make it to the Mullet Arena.
3 teams will go.
Yeah.
C9 will make it.
Yeah,
I'm expecting C9 to make it.
I
I think most people that follow the LCS are expecting C9 to make it there, expecting them to be one of those top competitors. Disguised, of course, would love to be able to rock that boat a little bit, but they certainly have a lot of work to do after the first game.
They've had moments of rocking the boat. Yeah. And then they just haven't been able to sustain that boat rocking.
Yeah, they never actually capsize it. The boat just rocks a little bit, and then it just goes right back on sail. And Blabber missing the public execution down there, had that one a little bit askew. So I don't know if you guys have heard this before. I think I remember learning this on a Bwipo stream when I was just watching him play solo queue. Talking about Ambessa, with the way that the hitbox works, notice how you see most players try to take it at diagonal angles?
Yeah.
The line is slightly wider if it's diagonal because of the way it's actually lined up in little right angles. It gets slightly, very slightly wider at a diagonal angle versus doing it straight up and down or straight horizontally. So a lot of times, if you can, you want to angle it horizontally because sometimes if it looks like it might slightly clip to the side, it'll still get the guy.
Man, I really want to believe this.
So do I.
I'm just not sure if that's how it works. We need to get Freak
Get into
on the
practice.
phone. Someone who knows like how the hitboxes are coded. Because if that's true for every ability. Well, it's just you'll notice it more on Ambessa ult because it's so narrow.
And I think that's what it is.
It goes into like a perfect straight line, yeah.
Calmy might just die here to the solo bolo of APA. No, okay, he gets away from the Tibbers. Tibbers is on a crazy full send mission here. But yeah, I think Bwipo, if somebody shows you this, Bwipo, if somebody shows you this clip and this sounds familiar, please send me a message to confirm or deny this because I thought for sure I remembered seeing this.
Oh no, I remember him saying this as well.
I want to test it now.
Yeah. But yeah, you're 100% right, Jet. Like if it works on one ability, it works on all of them. It's just that Ambessa's ability is like a centimeter wide normally, so it feels more relevant.
And technically, Blabber's Rift Herald last week did come in the diagonal angle and still missed.
Yeah.
Which makes it even worse.
Because I still think it was aiming at the crust. I ran into Blabber backstage before this series, and I told him I was casting his game today, and he was like, hell yeah, this is going to be a good one. And I told him, just make sure you drive that Herald straight at the turret, brother. Straight at the turret. But now, we've got C9 in Disguised, posturing over this second Drake here. Disguised already has it burnt most of the way down, but Blabber's making his way forward. Drake secured by Kryra before C9 can make their way in. Thanatos has already committed a TP. C9 spending that resource. They really want to try to find something here. Otherwise, it's just a swing and a miss. Aqua Prison forces the flash out of Sajed, but Disguise keeps him alive anyway. Meanwhile, Call Me looking for APA here. Kryra over the wall with a nice flash into the pit. Drags Kryra with him. APA trying to guarantee that Disguise at least has to lose a man in the process here, but they don't. Sajed dies to Thanatos off on the side here at the same time as Call Me falls. Blabber diving into the middle of everyone here with the Ambessa, but he's locked up, stunned up. Aqua Prism ain't going to do it, but it won't matter. Sven gets the kill on Kryra, and C9 wants more. Right when it looked like Disguised might have got what they wanted and got out with an enemy TP, C9 finds a big fight.
This is how the game breaks open. 30 seconds after the Drake falls, the massive fight breaks out. I mean, all credit actually for starting this fight does go towards APA. Like, the flash that he had afterwards is huge. So essentially what happens here is Sajed potentially dead to rights if Thanatos goes all... Actually, no, he was out. Sajed was out. He just decides to go back into a Vayne who was sitting on a control ward. But the bottom of the screen more so shows APA flashing back to his team. That also gets whatever laning advantage the Castle would have. He sacrifices to try and make this play, but it's not successful since the mid laners trade, and then Blabber is just resetting his cooldowns and going so fast with his Spear of Sojin that he cleans up the extended fight.
Whenever you're up against Nocturne or Vi, any one of these types of champions that has to go with you once they click the button on the ulti, I always love to see players take advantage of that. Flashback, but even against Maokai with his W on Twisted Advance, just anything you can do to drag that champion further than they wanted to extend, making the engage. It's always a big brain play that I enjoy seeing from our players. As C9 now command a 3,500 gold lead. That last fight resolved just in time. APA just being himself. Yapping it up in the alt chat. Nice, guys. Nice, real nice.
Where are the muted stats at? We were having those before the game.
Yeah, we need to bring those
potentially
back.
after mid gap, his mutes would have gone up by 1 in my book.
Oof. That takes a ton of damage on that one. But no, what I was saying before APA was yapping. Hold on now. We got the engage from Cry right here in the mid lane. Flash out from Sven, keeping himself alive. Castle versus Blabber up here in the top side of the river. Ace in the hole. That looks more like an auto attack than an ulti, but that's fine.
Yeah, and they are going to split tier 1 turrets on either side, but the big difference is C9 still have this Rift Herald, which is going to be crashed into this tier 2 turret. And DSG are not going to be able to do anything about that.
Yeah,
but that tier 1 turret does go down to the Akali.
They won the turret race by like a second. And that's while that Nocturne was trying to ult in the mid lane, knowing there was a guaranteed numbers advantage because it was just Akali on the bot lane and it was Vayne Annie up on the top side. But this is part of what not burning flashes does to kill a Nocturne's momentum. Even though he landed an ultimate, Sven just kind of flashed backwards and no one is able to follow since this is kind of way too low of a CC team comp to work with a Nocturne who wants to find fights.
And this is what I was saying was my concern back at the very start of the game is where are your go buttons? Yes, Nocturne can fly in, but when they just do that, now DSG invading again. Looking to try to steal away that chicken camp. Perfect execution. R2 from Call Me onto Blabber, but no, over the wall is Blabber. He's doing just fine. He will outplay the enemy mid laner. Blabber's Ambessa 3-0-2, teaching Call Me the error of his ways.
The blasting cone is still on the side of Blabber, even though he's blasting players who aren't Kryra. So it's maybe a little modification.
We have to adjust the blasting one.
Another big misplay by DSG in this series is only Sajed, according to our producers, only Sajed has APA muted. So they're all just open.
So they're all just tanking the
lines
APA
of communication.
aggro.
Just psychic damage at all points of the game for 0. Okay, well, Sajed's got that going for him, but honestly, I talked earlier on in the game about how the bottom lane was holding more evenly in this second one. Now, ever since that big bottom side fight, everybody on DSG's behind.
Yeah, this game has exploded open for C9, as has the map, right? They just got that entire outer ring of turrets all down. They can now push their vision line up. It makes it a lot safer for someone like Thanatos to just be kind of in a side lane, in addition to the fact that he is up 1.5k over his lane opponent and in a really good position already with his Hexplate complete.
Yeah, that Hex plate makes Vayne very, very scary. And also, because you have the extra health on it, it just makes it that much harder for Renekton to try to burst her down before she just kites you. I mean, Vayne kills anybody in 9 auto attacks, and she kills a lot of champions in 6.
I know, it's actually a real pick now, which is kind of strange. I just think it's legitimate with this Hexplate build. You're ranged enough to get away with it, and then your team fights are enhanced because of the ultimate. So big. I mean, to close this game out, though, C9 does have to be able to secure these objectives, and this is the danger when you try and walk in because you're open to a flank. You have a big gold lead, though.
All right, C9 with a 5,000 lead. Call me approaching on the flank. Kryra dives into the middle of everybody. The burst is down on Daejeon. They've already killed him, but he's traded for Castle. Blabber's on a rampage here through that one as Thanatos arrives with a teleport of his own, but DSG immediately tries to turn it around. Now Lions knocked back into the egg. The CC on a Call Me. He can't get what he needs from the dive. And the omelet served sunny side up. A double kill for APA. He's cooking them. Blabber's unstoppable. Yes, they finally killed the AD carry. Disguised, they got their man, but at what cost?
Yeah, and you see the window, right? Like Castle pops Dominus, Kryra goes in, but C9 are able to kind of kite back really well. And you talked about this initially looked like a disastrous TP from Thanatos, and then here's just where Blabber absolutely takes over the fight. You talked about how he wasn't blasting Kryra specifically. He's kind of blasting all of Disguised.
Yes, they have a big goal lead, so take what I say with a grain of salt now. But there's an old rule that I used to have with Nocturne that I feel like was violated with this draft. I think this is part of why it felt weird to me.
Okay.
When things go dark, team want group.
Yes.
Okay.
With Nocturne, pick AoE.
Yep.
But what happens if no AoE is team group and you lose?
Yeah.
So
Protect
in that
the president.
fight, they got the one, but all of their single target damage was gone, and then they're going to lose the fight every time.
Yeah, and we talked about this from draft, and by contrast, I feel like Blabber can act as follow-up CC, but also has a lot of CC coming out from his team that he can follow up with the Nami bubble and the Annie stun.
Well, C9 have started up this Baron, but they drop it down to about 1/3, and then they let it go. They let it reset. They want to switch over to focus on a potential fight instead. Disguised has brought everybody to the neighborhood here for this potential 5v5. They did arm 3 cupcake traps on that mid lane ramp into the top side river to try to cut off one of those escape angles. Thanatos gets jumped on by Call Me. The Bane's going to be your target here at the very start. Everybody on C9 swooping in to protect their top laner. Enemy jungler down. Call Me at least finishes the job, but again, this is the cost. Yes, Disguise can full send and kill one man, and one man is all they will ever get, and it costs them at least half the team every single time. Lions and Sajed still alive. Everybody else is dead. That includes the jungler. C9 back on the Baron.
Yep, they'll be able to get Baron off of this, and that's exactly what we're talking about with follow-up CC. Sven?
I think Sven's chilling.
He's got an obsession with taking mid waves.
Yeah.
Like he really wants to ego on these mid waves.
Yeah, and you can see, again, where Call Me was like, okay, I can get onto Thanatos.
Yeah.
I have the Nocturne in my back pocket. We can do this. But the rest of C9 is actually already moving up here to group. The Nami wave comes out, and again, even though Call Me is able to shut down Thanatos, it's very at what cost with the rest of C9 being able to control the fight.
Yeah, I really like what Thanatos did with his stealth timing there. It made it difficult for them to kill him. Lions needed to place that wall better as well because I think they could have killed him a little bit faster. That's not going to change the 7,000 gold lead and the overall result of that fight. Thanatos did end up dropping anyway, and now we'll see what C9 can get done with this Baron.
Yeah, and unfortunately for DSG, they're not even on soul point because C9 got that one dragon. It's not like Disguise can try to do some big Hail Mary play at the next dragon spawn to secure themselves an Ocean Soul and maybe claw back a little bit that way. So unfortunately for DSG, it's starting to seem like the end of the show here in Game 2.
And I'd also say this is the best series that Cloud9 has played so far in Spring to this point. So they had a big lead in their Sentinels Game 2 as well, and then we shockingly went to a Game 3. So it's not over till it's over, but they have looked very dominant in Game 1 aside from APA's 6 deaths, and that was all part of the plan. He got to say mid-gap afterwards, and clearly the mental damage was what's leading to this lead. But overall, they're just playing more coordinated, and they're team fighting really cleanly.
Yeah, I think that is the big thing to me, right?
Yeah.
Is like C9 being able to kind of see both the beginning and the end of a team fight, even when they're getting jumped on by this Nocturne combo. And like we already identified, part of that is a lack of follow-up CC from DSG.
All right, C9, they're trying to break into the base here in the top lane tier 3 turret.
Sven's the target anytime DSG looks at anything, but when he's got Vulcan right behind him, APA and Blabber ready to immediately burst anyone that dives under the Corki, it feels like an impossible assignment for the Disguised side, as you do have Castle in bottom lane trying to at least grab an objective bounty on the tier 2 turret, but that's not really going to matter a whole lot over here in mid. However, Thanatos does get picked. It's Sajed and Kryra making a 2v1 angle there onto the enemy top laner, but at the entire cost of a Nexus turret. All right, C9 with a 4-man push versus 2 defenders from Disguised, but now DSG's bringing everybody in with a 5v4 play. This could be their full send. C9 trying to see how they want to position here for this fight, but Blabber has already missed the ultimate. C9 getting back, looking to focus on Calmy here in the back line first, and Vulcan takes him out with a tidal wave through the smoke as Castle slices forward, but he dices right into his own demise. 5v4 ain't gonna matter. C9 will slam the team fight anyway. Only Sajed's left alive, but the Caitlyn ain't getting away. That's an ace for APA and C9, 18-4, 25 minutes into the game. C9, 2-0 Disguised.
And that's the series. Blabbers and Bessa 5-0-11. They just brute force the Nexus in a 4v5 to end it.
We posed the question at the beginning of the day, is the blasting wand a circle or is it a straight line? It is a straight line all the way through. First Griffin, then Kryra. Blabber has, he's established himself in a good spot so far here.
Yeah, and maybe, like, outside of some shenanigans in game 1, like in the mid game, this is the kind of strongest we've seen C9 come out and look in a series where there were clear things that they were going for in their wins, and their team fighting just looked so much cleaner and more coordinated.
Yeah, completely agree. You can see they're relieved a little bit on stage. I'm not even really, just kind of happier. There's been a sense of tension in these other series when I see them win post-game, and we're going to be able to get Blabber's thoughts. Spam the chat to see who your player of the game is. My vote this time is Blabber.
Yeah, I'm going Blabber as well.
Control the crabs.
Wait,
and
that
then the
means
game.
we control the vote, right?
We control the vote. The player of the game is Blabber. Analyst, what do you think?
You guys didn't have any control. You guys had no control.
Zero
We had
control,
already
yep.
voted Blabber. Oh, he needs to. Okay, I was wondering.
He came in preemptively. He was so excited to say hi to you, Rez.
Oh, he was. He was.
I
He
mean,
saw
who would
you
be?
though, and then he started walking away.
Yeah, we made eye contact. He's like, maybe I should have a microphone to speak my mind here.
That was good.
Yeah, I mean, great showing 2-0 for C9 across the board. I think this was to expectation. We'll get Blabber and his thoughts on it shortly. But, like, when you look at C9 DSG, I had them 2-0 as well, yeah.
Yeah. Hey!
Welcome!
Sit over here.
Yeah, okay.
The couch is big enough for the both of us.
We got some faces. I like that.
Yep.
Oh,
where's
yeah,
your face on that one? Do we
can
have a
grab
face
your
from Blabber?
We got Sven here. Pass that down.
All right, there we go. This is
Where's
Sven.
Blabber?
Okay,
Here
yeah.
we go.
You can see
Yeah.
which one. Who
We
would
got
you
Blabber.
give second player of the
That's
game
Kryra,
slash
right?
MVP?
That's
Well,
not-
okay, we'll just throw this to the
Second?
side. Yeah, because
I got first.
Oh, whoa, let's calm down now. We don't have the votes tabulated just yet. But out of all these spaces, who do you think had the biggest, biggest reason why you guys ended up winning the series?
I think Ballin played really well.
Yeah.
This series overall, I think I would give it to both of them. For that whole series, I would say, like, the first game was super easy for me to play.
Yeah.
Because, well, they were smashing them, and I think in this last game, the matchup I assume is not that easy.
Yeah.
But I felt like they were neutralizing it very well, and thought they just played the game well, and then, yeah, I mean, they just had a lot of pressure in the game, both games, I felt like, so I would say Ballin.
Yeah, I think so, and it's a big bounce back for bot lane because one of the things I was talking about before going into the series is, like, if you just look at the stats, like, Sven shows up late game, yeah, but, like, stats-wise, laning phase wasn't going great for C9, so maybe, like, DSG could actually have an avenue in here. Not how the game's played out, obviously. So I want to hear from, like, the team perspective. Like, is this something that the team's been working on, or what has the team been working on behind the scenes to kind of prepare for this series?
Yeah, I mean, we had, like, a big problem before, like maybe a couple weeks ago, where I felt like I was a bit disconnected with balling. Like, we weren't pressuring at the same time. We weren't, getting vision together. Just honestly, pretty basic stuff. I felt like there was a disconnect, and it's been something that we've been working on a lot in practice previously. I actually feel like we're pretty good at that now. So it wasn't like the main focus this week, but yeah, it's definitely been something we've been working on before, just like being more connected, like us three. And I think it's been showing.
Now, we haven't had, okay, well, you're already seeing the player of the game. It's already been revealed. It was pretty much just across the board. you as the vote. How have you felt about your own personal performance so far this split? Because, I mean, lock-in tournament goes by pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But with this split, I mean, it's going to be a much longer one, thorough one. You get to play against every team. So how would you feel about, A, just your stage performance, but also just how scrims have been?
Well, scrims have been rough.
Okay.
They've been better this week. Honestly,
Okay.
we've been winning a lot more this week than we have been in the past couple weeks. But yeah, we've not been doing super great. I mean, we're still winning like
Of course.
majority of them, but
Yeah.
like
Sure.
super great for like what we expect for how good we think we are. And I think honestly on stage I've been playing pretty well, but I've been having like some oopsie games. I think this Juani game versus Lion I played bad, but the other two games I played well, I felt like. And versus Sentinels, I felt like I played pretty well the whole series, but because I missed the Rift Herald,
That's all people think about.
well, I also killed myself at Sejuani.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dom, we got a mic. Do you want to talk about it at all? No?
Yeah, I felt like I was playing pretty good that series overall, but yeah, I ran it down with Rift Herald and then
happens.
Yeah.
Well, we got some your coach chirping you a little bit, walking by. I'm on your side with that, by the way. That you made contact with the turret.
It looked like it hit.
It
looked
went
like it
through
hit.
the
Yeah, it
turret.
does.
I'm
It looked
on
like
your
it hit.
side.
Yeah, a
I'm
little
on
bit.
your side that
A
way.
little bit.
I got to catch Jack after game number 1 because he's obviously here watching the team, cheering you on. He was referencing the similar things about how he's happy that the team's actually performing well in scrims, or at least better in scrims lately. But he was nervous about the 6K gold lead in game number 1. Were you nervous at any point during game 1 when you had this big gold lead?
I definitely felt a bit too strong. Like when we took that fight at the red buff, it was a 44, but like positioning wasn't super great, and MF was coming from base, and then yeah, I was going for a lot of fights in that game, and I mean pretty much all of them turned out well except for the one at the red buff. But
Yeah.
I did feel extremely strong, but I was never worried because we had all the Drakes, which is all that matters.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, Blabber, for coming on and chat with us. Congratulations on the
you so much.
2-0 clean wins right there. But a reminder that you can check out the C9 Kia Champions Arena after the LCS today, where C9 and Blabber right here, along with the Sentinels players, will play in an AREM Mayhem show match on the C9 Twitch and YouTube channels. Blabber, what do you think about your team? Because you got 3 Sentinels members on your team. We're swapping it around.
Who drafted these teams?
Oh, that's a
Who
great
did draft these
question.
teams? Actually, I feel like you would know more than us.
I have no idea who drafted these teams.
Oh, Sven and Thanatos drafted,
They drafted
these
them?
teams.
So Sven
I was
drafted
first
you.
pick. I was first pick.
I
That's all
don't
that
know. We're about to
matters.
figure it out.
Who's
You're
the
about
first
to-
pick?
I think you guys just need to tune into that one. I'm going to be asking that question to figure out who is actually valued in this.
Well, you can check out all that action after the show today. Make sure to stick around and check out the C9 Twitch and YouTube channels. But for now, we're going to send it to a short break before we're back for our second series of the day. Sentinels vs. FlyQuest coming up next.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life. Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello and welcome back to our second series of the day, Sentinels versus FlyQuest. I've just blessed Raz. Your hands are a little cold there, buddy.
I've been blessed.
You've been blessed.
Yes.
That's what that means right
What's
there.
going on?
And were you both aware that this match has a very important, head-to-head on the line, which is kill participation in the league, Emily?
I was aware because I was the one that asked you this
Segue.
Hanbok and Cryogen are #1 and #2 of all LCS players in the league for kill participation. And I'm not going to go into that's like a good or bad stat, but I think it does a good job of showing how each of these teams play, right?
Yeah.
If, Sentinels is going to be doing anything, Hanbok is going to be there.
He'll be there, yeah.
FlyQuest love to play through this power 2v2 bot lane of Masu and Cryogen, who's kind of been like arrived on the scene and done super, super well in a position where people were worried about how he would replace Bucio.
100%. That's why the stats look a little different, simply because all the action from FlyQuest side is happening through their bot lane success.
Yeah.
So if you're asking me what I think is going to happen in this series, I kind of believe that FlyQuest will do a great job today. I have it as for me, a solid 2-1.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe in them. I think Sentinels, they're doing the classic ramp up, but hey! Kangas!
I'm taking a chance here. So I think FlyQuest are the more obvious favorites, but when I look at how Sentinels play, they actually haven't won a series yet, but they've won games in their series, and I think that they have a more solid and stable mid to late game. Even if early game gets a little funky, I think that they can just close out team fights anyway, and Hanbok is just as crazy as Griffin. So I think that's going to be fun to juggle.
If they get down 10K gold, boy, they'll come back.
Yeah, just one team fight, guys.
Exactly, they just need the one team fight. So that's our thoughts, but I want to hear how the casters feel about this second series of the day.
Thank you, Kangas. Azael here with Kobe. I'm excited. I think it could go either way. I think it's reasonable to have predictions on both sides, and it should be one, I think, that is going to be pretty crazy to take Kangas' words.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hyped for the jungle matchup. I think he's on point with the jungle matchup call out. I love me some crazy junglers. Griffin
might be favored, but Sentinels is crazy as hell. You never know what they're going to do.
I do. He definitely didn't. Even he didn't know what he was going to do at the end of the Cloud9 series. You want some crazy you want back.
Yeah.
The end of the Cloud9 series, you definitely want that one back. But Sentinels,
it was crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
It was series.
Cross the street when you see him.
It was series losing, but we'll see about this series because this matchup should be really hype. We have quite probably the youngest team and the oldest team versus each other. So let's get into the draft between our big age diff matchup.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they want to focus. Anivia obviously really rising in prio as it's become a much more popular support these days. Still solid in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, and even top lane, it's a giga flex. I love how Anivia has just bloomed into super high prio because of the flexibility, and there's actually so many good top lane matchups for her right now too. So
yeah, Rise still up and available. Pantheon still up and available. Those are some relatively high prio champs. Of course, Ashe Seraphine has become super popular as people are just kind of down to blind that, and these days it feels like we're seeing a lot of just kind of Ashe Seraphine getting slammed out and Corki Nami responses.
That's why, one of the reasons why the Anivia ban's good, because some Caitlyn answers into Ashe Seraphine have just been pummeling it. So you can pair Caitlyn with other stuff too, and we even seen like Caitlyn Bard do really well versus it. But when the Caitlyn is up too, I feel like Caitlyn prio has gotten real sneaky there. In especially like if you're drafting your comp around pushing bottom lane and rotating that siege around. But we're gonna start out with some very normal comps here, okay?
Yep.
Pantheon first pick for Griffin. This is pretty big if you follow Griffin's social media and maybe even Force Within. But the meta Pantheon discussion looks like he's gonna lock this one in again. Again, he had a really successful Pantheon game already this split, and Hanbok's Skarner is, I would say, equally as kind of like highlighted by their owner of the entire organization.
And it's actually the only champ that they have gotten wins on so far. They're 2-4. Both those wins come with him playing Skarner. Obviously, notably, the big catch on Sven against C9 last week was able to kind of turn things around. So
that was a notable one.
It was a notable one. And the other Skarner game he played, he was just monster. start to finish. He was smurfing. That was right after the interview we had with Sentinel's owner.
Yeah, Rob Moore was like, oh, I love watching the scrims. My favorite scrim is when they have Hanbok on Skarner. So we're going to see that on stage here instead this time around. And Skarner, you kind of highlighted the amount of CC that it brings just pairs so well with the Rumble. You always want stuff to keep people on a Rumble ultimate. And Sentinel's kind of rounding it out here with the Rise as a very flexible champion with a lot of options. As far as the mid lane counters go too, the Nivea is kind of one of the biggest ones.
Yeah.
But the Cassiopeia is an answer that has previously been used, and she got buffed. And what you can still do would be like a Talia, if you want to do Talia Pantheon. That kind of sounds nice to me for FlyQuest. Even though Talia's fallen off a little bit, it still can answer into Rise pretty well.
I'd be okay with it, like, you know, if they want to gank it a lot, you can go Annie, you can go aggressive options and stuff, you know. Obviously, you can just always go like slam an Azir or some sort of control mage and just kind of play to farm, but Rise obviously pretty strong, and of course, Seraphine going to get taken away. That is kind of what they are giving up by allowing their bot lane to drop to the second phase. You're not going to get that Seraphine Ashe for free. And Masu and Crygen have been super strong in the 2v2. So Rahel and Huhi are going to be knocked down a few pegs on the tier list with a lot of the heavy hitters already being banned or taken away. You know, Varus is gone, Seraphine is gone, the Karma is gone, and you now have the Nautilus gone as well. So they're going to have to try to find some sort of a solve to be able to play against this. You could go, you know, Yunara Lulu and that sort of style, which I think is strong, but I think we've been seeing people really feel like they've figured out how to lane against Yunara.
And personally, I want to see like a Rel for Huhi, because he has been playing all these, you know, Enchanter supports. He's been in there with the meta change and everything, but I love it when he is on primary engage for Sentinels, and being the primary shot caller, it always looks really good. So I will take a Bard, you know, that you can have engage and disengage with that. He can also play defensive. He can also peel.
Yeah, and I think it works with kind of what they've built up so far, right? When you have Rise, you can play heavily towards side lanes. Skarner can go through walls, Bard can go through walls, you have Realm Warp, you have a lot of ability to move around the map to try to attack people in side lanes. It is going to be the kind of more conservative option here, just throwing out one of the control mages here for quad. He's one of our guys who does really enjoy playing the Hui. And Ornn would give them that go button, so I think it makes quite a bit of sense.
Hui also got some marginal, you know, buffs on the patch as well, so a nice little boost there. And it's a lot of range is the last two picks here for FlyQuest. You know, the Hui, super long range, and Ornn as well, the Ornn ultimate. Huge combination abilities here for both those champions. So I actually really like the rounding out of the FlyQuest comp here. They start out with very strong independent jungler, super strong bottom lane for Maso and Crygen, which you talked about doing really well in lane so far, and they round it out with some real team fighting picks for both their solo laners.
Yeah, and I think Hui is actually really annoying to play into for a number of these champions. For Skarner, when you're trying to go Ishal's Impact through a wall, the fear is so easy to actually just hit and be able to knock him back. You can also just throw down your root at the end of a Magical Journey for Bard, and you can go straight into that. So Hui has some good answers into a lot of these champions and can play with range quite effectively, where some of these kind of more mid-rangey champions like the Rise, if you walk too forward, you get stunned by the Pantheon, bubbled by, you know, the Nami, all the CC is going to come in.
Meanwhile, that Caitlyn priority I was talking about at the beginning here sneaks into game number one with the Bard combination we're going over. This strategy for super hard push on bottom side, try and punish as much as you possibly can to open up some lanes for like a Rise split push later on. And then you can get some Realm Warp plays going for yourselves, play the map a little bit on the side of Sentinels. We'll see how good that is, because Sentinels, they have been able to have some very controlled mid games to find some success for the team.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to get things going the right way. Sentinels still looking for their first series win of the split here. FlyQuest, of course, having a very dominant win against DSG last week, and Griffin looking to pick up where he left off there. He is posturing for a potential fight at the Raptors here at level 1.
Yeah, gets a rock in the face. Get away from my Raptors.
Never mind.
Ward down, though. Ward is there, but Ward also seen, so they can work around that vision. And interesting thing is, when it's warded like that especially, people are always really hyper-focused nowadays on starting Raptors, you know, so you get your Raptors to respawn quicker. But especially if enemy knows the respawn time of your Raptors, Pantheon will invade all day. Griffin Griffin is almost a signature for him now. Just come invade your Raptors. He did this last weekend, just going up, trying to beat down enemy junglers at Raptors. Big hype, though, for this matchup is the age difference. Very big age differences, the biggest in the LCS, and you can see
support and top especially.
Yeah, namely on display, especially in the top lane. An interesting way to look at it is the age difference, since we always do like at 15 or 14 stats, you know, in League, is 2015. This is the year that like Impact and Huhi first came to America. How old were these players? When Impact and Huhi came over, you know, they were 20, but now you got a bunch of babies, especially on FlyQuest side.
So Sentinels might not be favored today.
Yeah.
But in 2015,
if we played
they would be favored.
Yeah, if we played this match in 2015, we'd have a 7-year-old Gakkos up there in the top lane. He's probably got like some Cheez-Its on the side. He got some snacks and everything.
Yeah. Little goldfish, you know. You got all your snacks
Sippy
ready
cup,
to go. Hey, I mean, a lot of the LCS players needed a sippy cup at 20, so there's no shame.
How old was Sven Scary? Because, yeah, he spilled
in his 20s,
yeah.
still scaring.
He spilled every single day.
Yeah, that was crazy. It was out-of-game mechanics, you know, leaving something to be desired. The in-game mechanics, they were on point, though.
But interesting with the big age difference, we've also had a fairly substantial difference in the way these teams have found success in games. And it shows up a lot in the early game stats in general for these two teams. FlyQuest, you would kind of expect the young team with lots of mechanics, and I don't know, I feel like people always just imagine like you're hot-headed if you're young and you're just like super aggro, you know, trying to take a bunch of fights to have an early game advantage. And if you thought that, you would be right. They have had some very positive early game gold stats for themselves. And Sentinels, the kind of opposite. And it feeds into another one of these just like assumptions that people have, especially that are surrounded like, oh yeah, well, the older players, they've got to be, you know, bigger brains or something to cause them to be able to come back from gold deficits, right? You have to be wise to come back in later stages of the game, right?
Exactly. Stay calm under pressure. It's also kind of crazy because these are at 14 stats, but I was looking at the at 15 stats, which you can obviously see on Games of Legends, and Impact is averaging down over 700 gold at 15, and his entire team's deficit is significantly less than that.
Yeah, they chopped it. It was like 400 something, so the rest of the team's making up for part of.
And so far, hey, he's got an advantage on that top side. He's playing, you know, first strike rumble.
Yeah,
he's cheating a little bit, but we take what we can get, Kobe.
True. You don't really take your matchups into account when you look at stats, right? You know, just it's a numbers game.
Exactly.
But yeah, rumble, of course, earning the extra gold there. Always nice to take first strike versus the tanks. Try and farm off them even more since Gakkos is just looking to sustain and scale up for his team, and we're having a lot of that so far. You know, everything really going according to plan so far. Just calm farm game from both sides. Caitlyn side on the bottom here pushing in, trying to make the most of the siege, and you buy some time for a little Bard roam and go and get... Oh, we have a little fight here on the second chickens.
Yeah, this is actually really nice because Huhi has made the move. Cryogen is coming up, but you cannot be walking in like that, Griffin. He's going to give over a freebie. Flashes back, does get a stun onto Hambach, but he saw they were there and then just decided to go back in, and that was really ill-advised.
Support has pushing bottom lane, so support roam. Mid lane also pushing, so mid lane walk over. And what we talked about earlier with the Raptor respawn timer desync, since it is the third camp for Hambach, since he did his red quadrant, but it's the fourth camp for Griffin on the other side. He's able to get there for the steal.
Yeah, and now Griffin is going to be put way behind. So I want to see, how much did he actually see? I mean, you knew that Rise was walking from mid lane because you saw him leave from mid lane. I mean, there's just no way. There's just no way you can defend that because he saw the Rise walking in and they knew that Bard is missing. Even if Bard is not there, you still should not be walking in knowing that the Rise is going to be there and the Skarner is there.
Yeah, it is one of the super dangerous parts about the Caitlyn Bard lane. It does buy the Bard a lot of roam timers, and we were kind of just talking about, as we saw in the bottom lane, then push in, getting the extra roam timer. So him coming plus, very easy setup for Rise there. No flash or even ghost necessary for Dark Wings to get into range. Very nice start for the first blood for Sentinels, and we might have to readjust our early game stats, Azael. This game is definitely going to affect them, as very, very successful early game for Sentinels.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Hambach is now up almost an entire level. Masu going to go in onto Rahel and chunk him down a bit, but Hambach way ahead of Griffin now at this point. And Griffin was looking for that mid lane gank, but had been warded out by a ward over on the Raptors, so he gets nothing. He goes and sees, okay, well, can I steal away your Raptors? But those were down, so Griffin, that entire time that Dragon was being taken, didn't do a single camp and didn't get a gank off or anything. So he is now down 20 CS, didn't get the kill, didn't get the Dragon, and having a very ineffective early game on the Pantheon.
Okay, let's see if he can turn it around or if it is going to be another Rob Moore favorite of Hambach Skarner highlights. Because, man, Hambach really is so good on this champ. I do think it is still, especially for solo queue, a bit underrated. Very good tank in the meta at the moment. And it's set up with a really nice chance to succeed in this comp as well. Especially with the Rumble here for Impact doing well, farming up. You need to have some real threat behind the equalizer. So, you know, he's making good on the first strike money, as well as fairly healthy CS difference for himself in the top lane. So, I mean, it does look like a very nice pathway through this game for Sentinels. They've got the Mountain Dragon for the extra defense. What about this brush camp, though? Don't think Hambach is too scared at all about face checking. Looks like we are going to have the Realm Warp available for Dark Wings. Does he want to use it?
They're going to try to go on to Impact, I think, here. Potentially, no. Instead, they're looking for Hambach, but the Realm Warp is going to join them up. And now, Geckos has no mana, no health. They got to get out of here, but the Impale is going to be able to land right in onto Griffin. Equalizer comes down across multiple members, but it is Hambach that falls first. Cryogen has arrived earlier than the Bard, and they're going to try to chase for more. He's still moving up for now. Griffin low on health. The heal going to come out. They're going to look for Dark Wings. He flashes, but he's stunned. Dies for free after the flash is donated as well. He just arriving to the Grubs now, and FlyQuest get a couple big kills back.
The kids get some revenge right there. Jungle fight, they get the chase down here, pulling back Skarner and being able to finish him off. Really nice combination from Quad to have the full damage. And
he stole the scuttle.
What in...
He stole it with an auto attack, and now Griffin's got to leave.
Dude, Griffin is still down 20 jungle CS.
He has a smite, too. I guess he just didn't think he needed it, or maybe didn't see the auto attack coming out of the brush. Maybe it came up right after the scuttle.
The real victory goes to Sentinels, though.
Yeah. Grandpa might have taken a little bit of time to get up there, but he was on point with his auto attack once he got there.
So, I'm looking back at it now. He was fully out of vision. So Griffin would have had to react to seeing the visual of the Q from the brush. So you can give him, you know, you can
give him a pass.
Give him some consideration on that one. But could also say, you know, you're so young, right?
Yeah,
you should be able to react to any visual that pops up. But here's another look at it. So this is a Realm Warp here. I thought it was going to actually be good, consolidating the fight. Never mind.
Masu does need a trap, going to get bound into the wall, and in comes Hambach. Ishtal's impact straight into the wall. Masu flashes back. Here comes the ulti. Masu still surviving for now, but Cryogen has to flash out as his AD carry falls. Nice little setup there from Sentinels. I'm not sure how Masu initially got trapped, but the CC just kind of didn't end after that.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, now you're going to lose a lot of minions here on the bottom side as well. Good gank from Hambach here, syncing up with Huhi's Bard. And they're going to just push this Caitlyn into full siege mode, you know, accelerate with all this extra money off the tower plates on bottom side. A lot of extra alone time there. Still looks very good for Sentinels overall. You know, Hambach got to his Heartsteel immediately there. Recalls, gets it. Here's the initiation, was just a beautiful ult from Huhi. Ult into Bard Tunnel, and then the Corki was actually close to the wall, so he was like, oh, great. Well, I'll just get a Cosmic Binding on the Corki here.
Yeah, that was really
nice little
done.
setup. Huhi's making moves across the map, okay? Bard, #1 stat is annoying factor, and it's through the roof. He stole the crab on the top side, then got back bottom for a very successful gank, and turns out we're splitting grubs at the moment, and since looks like Hambach is going to have alone time with the last one, Sentinels will retain their control over the neutral objectives as well. Mountain Dragon in tow, 2 grubs for themselves.
Using that MasterCard power spike of the Heartsteel very effectively. as obviously Griffin didn't have his item completed just yet. He then based after taking that first grub and was able to grab that. And the Tempered Fate into trap, obviously pretty strong combo. When we snapped down to there in live, we just saw him in the trap, but hit that Bard ultimate, sets up the trap, and he was pretty much perma-CC'd after that, because it's Bard ult, into trap, into binding, into Ishtal's impact, into, well, you can flash, but you're not going to get out of there anyway. FlyQuest, though, are first in the area for this dragon, and we'll see if Sentinels want to try to contest it. Gold lead slightly in their favor, as well as that one dragon advantage.
Scuttle Crab at least achieved for FlyQuest to give him some vision, but might be a bit dangerous to actually fight it. So, I mean, honestly, it's only a dragon number 2. You've got orange scaling you want to rely on, maybe. So they're going to give this one up for sure. Just have Darkwings push mid lane, try and get an extra little, head start on that minion wave. Maybe he can chunk out one. Oh, they're going to rotate over. Griffin's got a blast cone. He's going to ult through.
Oh, here he comes, but he's going in a little bit too late. They want to try to look for a fight, but they're not going to be able to find it. So the Grand Starfall gets a bit of nothing. Gekko's had walked down pretty much all the way because neither top laner had TP and Impact equalized the wave. So they were thinking, hey, maybe if Gekko's can get down here in time, we could find a fight. At the end of the day, though, the Grand Starfall amounts to nothing, and that is a long cooldown to be using.
Yeah, I was wondering what angle. Well, here we go, another Bard ult.
Tempered Fate there, binding. Trap going to be able to follow it up as well as he is getting CC'd. The bubble gets flashed over by Rahel. In comes Hambach with the Ishtal's impact. He's going to flash in for the Impale on Namasu, who has no flash available. It's a double for Rahel as Huhi sets him up, and Rahel knocks him down.
So Huhi is one of the oldest players on the Rift right now. His mechanics looking pretty good. Setting up a lot of CC chains, a lot of plays for the team. I don't know. Sentinels here, 2,000 gold lead early on. This is not a common occurrence for them. They had, some good setup though. Huhi hunting here, saw Crouchin. Crouchin blast cones over, but very good chain. Bard ultimate into Cosmic Binding's very easy, and that bought enough time for Rahel to get there for the trap. And Rahel is expecting this bubble 100%, especially if you're expecting it. Very easy to flash forward on the bubbles. So it's a double for the Caitlyn. Hex optics already done. Ooh, it's gonna get painful for FlyQuest.
Masu looking a little frustrated there as he goes down again. Hambach preying on that bot side. 2 visits, 2 kills onto the Corki. And Cryogen starting to feel that as well.
I think I'm with Rob Moore. The favorite Sentinels games are usually with Hambach on Skarner.
He's looking good. Can't say he's not. He has been really playing it well across all 3 of the Skarner games. He's looking very comfortable on it. And they are going to go in, but I mean, you're not going to get a kill here onto Hambach. He has Rahel behind him, so we'll get the prio around this scuttle at the very least.
Question is, who can even answer the Rise bottom right now? I mean, Ornn has teleport. They're doing kind of a hover with Hwei on top. So they are ending up with a teleport coming from Ornn. Rise already has a team here, though.
Yeah, and that tower is getting kind of low. He's going to be able to clear out the wave, and we'll be able to hold on to it for another wave or 2. But Griffin and Cryogen moving down here. Hambach and Huhi in the area. Could be a potential 3v3, but I don't think FlyQuest wants that. You'd be very low on damage with 3s3.
Honestly, good play from Impact up there. He didn't play overly aggressive on the Rumble. That was the cost for FlyQuest was very apparent. We didn't get to see anything happen for them on top side. The reason they were paying that cost, though, is to try and make a play on Impact. They have both solo laners up there. Quad walks up. He's like, okay, if Rumble steps too far or anything, maybe we can make a play top side. Then you teleport down bottom and catch up with the Rise wave. But, conservative play from Impact during a correct timing there, and ends up with an extra turret plate for the Rise for Darkwings on the bottom half of the map, and teleport used.
Yep, good to be able to stay safe. Griffin the one starting up this Herald for now. Masu trying to get this wave moving the right direction, but they just do not have prio to start this up. His bot lane is pushed in. The Realm Warp's coming through. Ishtal's impact into the wall. The Impale going to get flashed away from. Darkwing's taking quite a bit of damage here from Masu and Cryogen. They're going to try to re-engage with the Grand Starfall, but it's right in onto a trap. Griffin is still going, but he's so low on health, buying a little bit of time as the double knockup comes through from Gekko. The Spiraling Spare is there as well, but Quad is knocked down. It's another 2 kills for Rahel. FlyQuest just don't have the damage to be looking for a fight like this. It seemed like a big overforce.
Yeah. Oh, that's a rough one. So Pantheon has to flash out, and it's a good flash, to get out of the Skarner combination. because if you let the E go into ultimate, then you're gonna get locked into death. But then Pantheon ulting back in, your spear goes in the ground. Caitlyn knows exactly where to put the trap. So if you ult ever close to a Caitlyn who's not like under threat or something and won't be able to cast a trap, then it's pretty easy for the Caitlyn to put a trap right where you're gonna land. Huhi here starts it off, another good Bard ultimate into the Skarner chain. It's just barely a little window there. Griffin can flash out, and you look at the chase down. Trap gets there just in time. Headshot goes through and tries to go in, but even with the Ornn ult hitting there, they already burned him down, had the damage, and Impact just roasting them on the front lines here, trying to move them back. So very good kind of response from Sentinels.
Yeah, really well done by Sentinels. Just seemed like a big overforce from FlyQuest, though, to me. I mean, that fight was not even close to working. Impact just kind of dropped the equalizer between the three members of the backline. They never even got close. And Griffin, you know, yeah, he had to flash the Impale, but he didn't have to be there. You saw that you had lost Prio mid. You saw that they're walking over from there. He could have walked up towards quad and out towards top lane and saved his flash. And now, you know, you commit to that fight when you're already down. You lose the fight anyway, so now you're down about 4K. They're going to lose the Dragon, and now it is sole point here for Sentinels, who's taking full control of this game. I'm going to look for a potential play here on a Dark Wings. Nice. Rumwarp will be able to get out. I don't think they had the stun back up anyway to be able to interrupt it, but well played there by Huhi to keep his mid laner safe.
We're going to have a very early Infinity Edge for Rahel on Caitlyn as well, and it is done now. So 17.5 minutes Infinity Edge for Rahel's Caitlyn, and the map is kind of crumpling on bottom side. It is going to be traded with some top side pushing. Quad will eventually be able to answer and get this top tower as well, I assume. Actually, they can't even finish off the remnants of it, so recall timers go out. And we'll see, because the map is getting pretty dangerous now for FlyQuest, especially if you are a Hui. This is very good, you know, control mage champion, good range, you know, nice AoE for team fights, but split pushing is quite dangerous for him.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, there's a lot of tools to attack you on that side lane, you know, with the Skarner, with the Bard, can get up there and really make things difficult. FlyQuest trying to maintain some control in this bot side here, but it is Rahel pushing up mid, and it is Quad going to get interrupted under his tower. I don't think they can look for a dive in this spot, but they do kill off another tower with the Caitlyn. They take down mid lane, and now Gatghost not going to be able to trade back. He's just going to have to back off as the gold lead continues to extend here. FlyQuest are going to have to try to find some plays of their own if they want to turn this around.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be off of Ornn ulti at this point. You can definitely make some really good picks with that. You know, that is a way to put pressure on like a Caitlyn or something if you're going to go for a Pantheon ult play. So they really have to have one of those big abilities plus the Pantheon ultimate and just, you know, try and go for a trick on somebody. It doesn't necessarily have to be Rahel, but that would be the biggest bounty to collect.
Yeah.
If you could possibly make it work.
It absolutely would. And I mean, if they could get one dragon, delay the game, I think they have a real chance. Because then the ornaments, you know, are all coming through and everything. Obviously, Ornn has his own. The first ornaments are going to be coming in pretty soon. But Sentinel's moving up towards topside, looking to attack this pretty vulnerable Hui, who is up here. They clear out his vision. Cryogen playing behind him, knows that he could be vulnerable, so wants to be there to keep him safe. Masu going to be able to Valk away. That was pretty close to getting caught by the Tempered Fate, but quick reactions from him will keep him safe for now.
Okay, just should buy Ornn a little bit of time here to get another wave on bottom side too. Gonna have a rotation over to try and get some vision down around Baron. Looks like slowly move in. Cryogen and Masu are pretty safe to do so. So yeah, just keep your defensive vision alive here. Keep on farming, keep the income steady. If they, as you say, can deny the Dragon Soul and also keep the gold lead from getting bigger, then those are your two big first things necessary for hope to stay alive.
And Gatgo's going to be in some trouble here. They are trying to move down and help him out, but Huhi here pretty early. Call the Forge God is going to come out as well as the Grand Starfall. They're going to be looking for impact, but Darkwings is here, Rahel is here, Hambach is here, and FlyQuest are slower on the fight. Gatgo's trying to run the Ishtal's impact, going to connect in onto Quad, and Quad in so much trouble. The Spiraling Despair comes through. They do get one kill on the side. Masu able to sidestep the Impale. Rahel stepping forward, though, looking to take the fight. Darkwings in the middle of the team, knocking them down. Sentinels Sentinels running over FlyQuest. They get destroyed in the bot lane.
GG right there. Rahel comes in, crit on the back line. And that is going to be an ace for 1. The sacrificial impact here, well worth it for Sentinels. They start to play out, him and Huhi. He knows the entire team. You can see the mini-map. They're all rotating down. You get Realm Warp coming in. So even when Griffin uses the ulti here, Sentinel's still on the attack, looking to punish the arrival. And Rahel, look at his route. He goes over the wall on the outside, gets the Q over the wall into the ult onto Quad to kill off Hanbok's target, which was a really good kind of E backwards there, and a bit of a kidnap. And Sentinels can just run it through afterwards. Flash from Dark Wings. They finish the chase. And you got like Caitlyn flanking around the outside of the lane there. Makes it hard to escape.
Back to live as Griffin gonna get caught out once again. There's no way he's getting out of this one. Masu and the rest of the team have got to run. They're trying to delay, but the Dragon is up in 9 seconds. Your jungler is dead. The Baron's on the map. Sentinels crushing this one as Hanbok finding more and more good engages. That last fight, being able to pick off Quad at the very start, the fight is already done as soon as that happens. And Rahel now already past his 3-item mark. Masu just starting to work on that. He is so far ahead, nearly 4,000 gold, the individual lead down for Rahel.
Yeah, that is a painful sniper. No headshots are going to be taken lightly.
Does Caitlyn have an Ornn upgraded Triforce?
No. Good point. You know what?
Go.
That one goes in the museum, maybe. After the end of this. That's what you're holding on to, though. Yeah. You're like, you know what? We scale, play for late guys. We got to make a pick. You're always hoping for one of these big picks. Yeah. You do, have
scale.
You got some capabilities here.
You do too.
You got to make up a lot of gold here for items, but you do it by making picks.
The Protobelt way, looking for a pick on an impact.
Go.
It's going to work because he Protobelts out. And now they're going to try to go for the Call of Forge God. Can he find the redirect onto Rahel? Easily sidestep Rahel with that Cloud Soul move speed. Just able to easily get out of there. That would have been huge if they could have caught the Caitlyn as well. They might have been able to look for a Baron start. But Griffin now in his own jungle has been spotted by Sentinels. Rahel pushing up mid lane onto that tier 2. And Griffin just going to have to give up yet another buff here as Hanbok continues to build that lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens usually when you're that far behind in the late game and you're trying to make comeback plays. Commit a lot to one side so you can get your pick. But because of the extra gold lead that's been built up and the pushing on the map, you're allowed to get so much more for Sentinels still. So our two things that we were saying for FlyQuest hope to remain alive, one of them was deny the Dragon Soul. That one didn't go so well. The other one was keep the gold lead low at like 4K diff. That one also
not going so well.
No check mark.
Third ornament.
There you go. Those are going well.
That is going well.
Another ornament.
It's a 3-0 ornament lead for FlyQuest.
It's so frustrating too, Cloud Soul. When you're playing against Rise and you're already like, what do we do about this split pusher? Well,
now he runs fast.
He's super fast. The entire team is super fast. Even the Skarner that's cruising through walls at you and kidnapping your carries is...
And then he impales you and he hits the NOS and drives away.
True.
Takes you back to the base.
True. That's actually the funnest part.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, no.
But we'll see.
Okay, well.
Now you're praying for Elder. Let's be real, as they're going to look for an engage here. Impact taking a lot of damage. He's going to get bubbled up. Nicely timed Tempered Fate. Immunes the pop there from the Spiraling Spare. Griffin trying to attack on the side. Masu getting involved here. But he just doesn't really hurt Hanbok, and Hanbok is not scared of this Corki whatsoever. FlyQuest looked like a decent start, but at the end of the day, they can't really find anything and do lose the tower.
Yeah, they keep going after Ornn, Rumble, after this, after Impact here, and honestly, rightly so, but good defense from Huhi there, kept him alive. Now Gakkos.
Call of Forge God going to be coming out. They are looking for the stun here, interrupting the Call of Forge God, redirecting. Gakkos flashed over the wall, but he's got no way out from this spot. It's a pretty easy pickup there for Sentinels, and immediate pings back onto the Baron.
Yeah, no way for him to waddle out of mid lane. That's the other really troublesome part about being super far behind in games, is there's a bunch of wards from your opponents that are so deep on the map when you move out onto the map, they have a lot of teleport locations to just teleport on you and collapse after a play occurs. So Sentinels make good on the trap there, the punishment. Now with Baron, I mean, you really cannot stop Caitlyn this fed with Baron buff Siege. Like, you just can't do it.
It's going to be very, very
He's got
difficult.
Flash and Barrier up too, and a Bard that can defensively ult on
And
good
Locket,
timings.
And your soul laners are super strong too. They're both up 2K individually, so even if you somehow magically kill Rahel, you might just be dying to the Rumble as well as the Rise, because everything would have to be sent onto him. So Sentinels looking like they are very close to being able to close this one out, and would be a big win in the game one here against FlyQuest, who I think a lot of people were favoring, though this obviously is one that could go either way.
Yeah, definitely so. Yeah, Sentinels looking pretty controlled here. Ooh, good immune there.
Yeah, nice Bellows Breath, immunes the Tempered Fate. Daejeon not so lucky. Stunned, suppressed, knocked into the wall. It is fish for dinner. Cryogen's dead in a hurry as they're just trying to play for some sort of vision. You know your only chance, and it's kind of Snowball's chance in hell at this point, is stealing the Elder, right? So you're trying to get some vision in that area, but Sentinels are clearing everything out, and they do not want a 50-50 to decide a game like this. They are just looking to barrel down the mid lane and see if they can close it out with another pick.
Ooh, I think they're going to be successful in that endeavor. Mid tower already down. Bot side, Darkwings has the minion wave here, ready to evaporate this tower as well. And Impact, even looking for a little bit of an angle here. Can they get even more? Caitlyn Trap starting to go down. I mean, the closest timer is Elder, so that's what they're thinking is nobody make any, like the only possible way Sentinels like kind of lose this game, somebody blunders at the Nexus right now, and then FlyQuest.
That headshot was 60% of his HP. Ouch.
Yeah, that's an ouch.
That was literally one auto.
Good
Okay.
One bullet is all it takes.
Yeah, I guess rapid fire headshot, legit all it takes. As Masu sent back to base. When do you think that IE is coming in for Corky? Next game?
Next game, yeah.
Next game, yeah.
That sounds about right. He's got a dagger right now, so.
That's not too close to an IE.
Yeah, so now all
No,
we
it's
gotta
not.
do, guys, all we gotta do is just play connected, okay? The only way
Just
we're
gotta
gonna
play
lose
together.
is getting picked.
Yep, just keep getting picks, play connected.
I've been loving our Huhi shot call listen-ins. He had a really good one in the FlyQuest series. That's another bullet into Masu's head. Wait a second.
Someone might want to block that.
Nah.
He's not the president anymore. Too many deaths.
They're like, you know what?
He's been downgraded.
Nobody really wants to take that.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, Masu gonna pop the barrier as impacting a ton of damage. Cryogen might just burn down. He does. Darkwing's on the side, dueling against Griffin. He's winning that, and the Elder is being killed at the same time. Sentinels loses no one, as it's just a couple members looking for the fight. Now the Realm Warp comes through. The three-man knockup. Masu is just shot out of the air. Rahel has been unstoppable start to finish, as Sentinels dominate the first game here against FlyQuest. Hambach and Huhi want to chase quad. They want another kill to pad the stats, but it's Impact, it's Rahel, and it's eyes on closing out this first game. Quad is going to die as well. Darkwings can't get there to steal the kill, but the Nexus will fall, as it is 19-4 in just under 30 minutes. Sentinels going to be able to close it out and take game one.
Beautiful game from Sentinels. Controlled, methodical, big plays from Huhi, Hambach, and honestly, all of them quite good. It's I guess the hardest part about this game is going to be the discussion over who gets player of the game.
I think Hambach, he started the snowball. What do you think, Lounge?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I was going Huhi. I feel like the support.
I think we have like it's between those two.
Yeah.
And I'll leave it up in the air because I now already know the result.
Hey, I like to. Oh, we do.
Don't. So
We do. Don't look at the monitor.
I won't look at the
Don't
monitor.
look at it.
But I'm going to go over the second Drake because I think this was one of the fights that kind of broke the game open. We had that earlier invade onto Raptors that Griffin got caught out at. But then here, I think this as you can see, Griffin is already channeling Pantheon ult. This is from smiting the Baron, so they've already procured the second Drake for Sentinels. And this Pantheon ult comes in very late and off the top right here, which allows for this Bard portal to just go out, and the rest of Sentinels are going to be able to escape very handily. Not only that, but Darkwings is actually going to be able to ult into the mid lane to catch that. And now Sentinels, after Hambach is up clearing, they're going to look for this play on the bot side. This is the Bard ult coming down here. You saw all the pings going down. And then they just clean up Cryogen first and then get right onto Masu. This is just, I really liked Sentinel's willingness to kind of go all in, especially when Hambach is on this Skarner and Huhi is on a playmaker, because you can see in each of these cases, right? Like the Pantheon ult is coming out late, but they're still able to escape anyway via the Bard portal. They had a really good setup on the bot side to further dive onto Masu and Cryogen, and that Bard ult is then their go button.
Huhi was everywhere too.
He was. And so there it is. Huhi ends up winning player of the game. Hambach getting at least a nod.
Kobe voted for us. Okay.
Yeah, it was Zale to win Hambach. Okay.
I was wondering if it was going to be a casters versus analysts lounge.
We do win that. Yeah,
we do now, yeah.
I really did like the interview that or like the pros episode in which Impact did talk about like how we felt like bot lane generally creates a lot of plans.
Yeah.
And he was like, maybe we shouldn't go for like this draft anymore. Like the idea of going for something that's heavily playmaking mid jungle, because like bot lane will tend to do it. Guess who's the major playmaker, the major thinker? It's
See, our
Huhi.
Twitch chat's smart,
yeah,
man.
the Twitch chat is on our side.
All of us.
Same side as us.
Same wavelength.
Yeah, I gotta say though, props to Hambach. I think he deserves more than 5.4% right there. He
does.
got the Skarner. Blabber was walking by and he was like, how does he keep getting the Skarner, man? Like, why do teams give this to him?
Yeah, apparently he is just crushing it. Like Rob Moore brought it up as early as week 1. Was like, I hope to see Hambach on Skarner. I think it suits his play style really well as a playmaker. He's someone who is really willing to go in. And you can still see that kind of progress that they're trying to make of like Drake focus, right?
Yes.
Like again, this was a huge Drake focus game for them and it really paid off.
And even earlier before that, like the Raptors contest that they had on top of that, like that really pushed out and killed Griffin, and all of it is supporting Hambach's play, and I think Skarner makes it easy. It's an easy go signal on how to be able to start a fight. So now that they don't have Bard ulti and Skarner ulti, we got to find a little bit more creativity there.
Also, final fact, pour one out for Masu and Quad. They had 0 losses, unfortunately. Both picked up their first losses on those champions. But make sure that you at home don't miss out on any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. On the other side of this break, we'll hear from last week's Player of the Week, and Game 2 is coming up right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Is it fine? I think
yeah, we should fight, guys, come.
I'm looking. I'm looking.
Yeah. Wait. 나 더 갈 수 있는데.
Hit. Kill them all. Nice. Oh. 돌았네, 캣. 밀어.
나이스.
Turret 2 and the base.
Sentinels running over FlyQuest. They get destroyed in the bot lane.
Welcome, everyone, and congratulations. What? Put your damn phone down.
I didn't know we were starting.
No, that's
Okay.
fine. We're doing it live. But yeah, congratulations on being able to win Week 2 Player of the Week. That was a pretty insane week for you. You just kind of ran through, especially on your Nocturne game. How did it feel coming out of it?
Oh, no. I mean, it feels great because we haven't played on stage, or like we haven't had a win, like a series win in quite a long time, maybe like 2 months. So it feels kind of bad because it does feel like we're improving a lot, especially after we went to Korea. But then we went back and faced TL. Should have won that series, to be honest. I think we definitely, if we were more disciplined, that was a free win. But yeah, and then it feels good, like to get a win after quite a while.
It has to feel great that you win your first Player of the Week. During our Player Week interviews, we just basically have like 90 seconds on the clock, rapid fire questions. If you don't want to answer a question, you want to move on, you can go next. Are you ready for it?
Okay.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Who in the world would you want to duo with or hit the gym with?
Hit the gym with? Owner.
Yeah. Who?
Owner.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay.
Who's your NA GOAT?
NA GOAT? Bjergsen.
First LoL esports match you remember watching?
TSM C9, I don't know what year, but very long ago.
Yeah.
Like maybe 2015 or something.
That's perfect. Celebrity crush?
I don't really have one.
Okay, no, that's good. A jungler you believe in, but lobbies will dodge if you play it.
Oh, Nasus.
There it is, Nasus. Spell Griffin, the real Griffin.
G-Y, oh no, G-R-Y, double F-I, double N.
That mother, he failed.
I was gonna fail. So.
How do you fail, how'd you befriend Kryra?
Kryra, Kryra used to be like young and challenger, same with like Sniper, so me and them were friends just because we're all young. He was 15, I was 13, we were challenger.
Okay.
So yeah, something to relate to.
What's a red flag that you have as a person?
Oh, red flag?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm a bit toxic.
Okay. What's a green flag you want in a partner?
You want in a partner?
Yeah.
Loyalty.
There it is. Who do you credit most for where you are as a player today?
Credit most?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, you can move on next.
Yeah,
I can't think one. Tips for the viewers out there to get swole?
Get swole?
Yeah.
Be consistent. Yeah. Be consistent. Consistency is always going to be the #1 thing that triumphs everything.
Nice. Last question on this one. Who would you rather be stranded on an island with on your team?
On my team? Okay, let me think. So, Akko's low IQ, Cry low IQ, Masu low IQ, Quad. No, I think I'm cooked.
You're cooked?
I'm cooked. Wait, anyone on the team? What about coaching staff too?
Yeah, coaching staff works too.
Maybe it has to be Apollo or ThinkCard. It seems like they're the most put together
True.
if I wanted to survive on an island, so yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. They may get you guys, or get you out of there easily.
Yeah.
But no, congratulations on that one. You nailed that one. And final words for the fans out there, especially after a big week?
Oh yeah, no. Thank you guys for supporting. Let's go.
Hell yeah, all right. Going straight to the Sentinels games after this.
Okay.
Great to hear from Griffin, but you know what, Kobe? I'm going to need him to step it up, you know, if he wants to win another Player of the Week here.
Consistency is key, he said.
Exactly. And he was not owning in this first game.
No,
not as hard as in the last week.
No, that's inconsistent with the previous week in which he earned the Player of the Week award.
Exactly.
Congratulations on getting that.
Well
However, Hanbok Skarner, a little bit of a jungle diff there.
It was. Hanbok Skarner is starting to become one of those champions where I'm like, maybe you need to ban that.
I think, well, they talked about the lounge, just saying Blabber was right there saying the same thing. So if the enemy team...
He's building a reputation.
Yeah, if the enemy teams are already saying it, then maybe it starts showing up around those early bans even.
Yeah, there's some of those player combos where people kind of like, yeah, it's meta. Yeah, you don't normally ban it, but you probably should against this guy.
APA Ziggs.
Yep. I feel like Morgan Renekton is one that a lot of people talk about. You know, I do think that this is maybe getting to that level as well, where it is getting a little bit spooky. But we will see what the answer is going to be in the second game here for FlyQuest. FlyQuest coming in, I think it's fair to say, slight favorites in this matchup. Sentinels obviously had not won a series just yet. And of course, you know, like beating one team and then having them beat another team doesn't always really matter, but it's like FlyQuest dominated DSG, DSG beat Sentinels, right? So I think that's always kind of in people's minds too.
I would also say, if you see FlyQuest get blasted, don't let that, you know, hamper your expectations. Because I feel like this team, they either snowball really well and they crush, or there is a high likelihood if they're going to lose the game, they're going to get blasted in that game because they'll keep
they're going to snowball.
Yeah,
just for or against.
Exactly. There's going to be a large snowball in the game. Whether
and they're helping to make it.
Yeah, if they're in control of it or not, that's the question. And it does kind of seem like very clearly like they do so much better when they do have a good early start and an early lead. And if you come back to the early Raptor play, so Hambach and Griffin both start their top quadrants. That is red for Hambach and blue for Griffin. And that means his Raptor camp is desynced by, 1 camp duration of time. And so they are coming for the second respawn on those, or the second spawn of those Raptors. They contest them with a mid and with a support there, which, to be fair, should be very easy to communicate and say, hey, these are no longer our Raptors. I can't move mid. Bot lane also has support rump timer.
You know what, Kobe? Sometimes you just gotta be willing to die for what you believe in,
Yeah, and we have
junglers
seen,
believe these Raptors are mine.
Yeah, we've seen junglers be willing to die over chickens and over crabs for sure. All right, well,
gotta respect it.
Game number 2, it's a whole fresh chicken camp.
Yep,
that's what they say.
They're ready to die for it again.
Yeah,
not giving them those Raptors.
New game, new Raptors, same me.
Same me, exactly.
All right, Orianna ban gonna be consistent here. Until we get some changes to the champion, I think that is just going to stay that way. Most consistently banned champion that we have had.
Yep, waiting for the Karma ban, very likely. Jarvan, another champion that is banned quite a lot. The Sivir ban is interesting. I'm not sure exactly what that is signifying, but Seraphine Ashe is, of course, up and available because it was phase 2 that Seraphine got banned out last time. So it's interesting to see that here being available in this second game. And I feel like with the 3 bans from FlyQuest, they may be the ones that want to go in towards this Ashe Seraphine.
I mean, I really like it. I super prefer it, especially when Caitlyn is already out of the game. Looks very good to me. Then I say if they do an Ashe Seraphine, then my preferred counter with Caitlyn already being out would actually no longer be the Ezreal Karma and would be a Nautilus lane for kill lane. But Ezreal
no pairing that with a Mundo.
But Ezreal Karma is also still good. Karma, of course, has been getting some nerfs, but most Karma players consider them fairly small and still kind of performs what you want to do with this champion. So the early Karma pick does definitely highly signal likelihood there for Ezreal Karma strategy into the Ashe Seraphine. And looks like they're happy to take the other side of it anyway.
Yeah, it looks like they will be going in towards it. Of course, if you think that there's a contested jungler here, like you could grab the Xin if you think that they're going to take Xin, because that's so commonly paired with the enchanters. Instead, they are going to select the Seraphine here. So I would not be surprised at all to just see Ezreal plus Xin now on the FlyQuest side. And I always find that interesting. What do you think would be the thought process here for Hambach as far as like the matchup he would prefer? If they are in fact going to give over.
If they did Xin, I would go Trundle into it because Trundle is very good 1v1 into Xin and can perform really well for team fights with Ashe Seraphine. And if you are a Trundle player with a Hawk Shot on your bottom lane, it feels so good because this champion is really good in dueling, especially a Xin that can't really get away from you. That would be my thought process, at least, if they did, go for it.
I kind of like this because this is flexible, right? So they could go either way. So now you can't really just kind of hard assume where it is going to go. But that might mean that the Xin is going to go the other way. And then if you are worried about the Trundle, you obviously have protection bans in phase 2. So it is opening up that. I mean, I do think when you're playing with Seraphine, you want a bruiser who's going to run in to be able to bounce the Encore off of pretty much every single time. And I feel like whether that's Wukong or Xin or whoever, I do think that's something that they'd be looking for here.
Yeah, for sure. And then Renekton, in case the Ambessa is top, that's going to be a very good matchup.
No, it's not.
For the Renekton. In case it was, might want to rethink that. Still a possibility, of course. Some people just love playing Ambessa so much anyways that they're like, you know what, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'll still play it into it, but the likelihood of the jungle Ambessa went way up with the Renekton pick, which Renekton is also universally fairly good for blind pick when you have protection bans after the 3rd pick here, like they're doing right now, the Gnar, one of those. So you pick it and then you double protection ban here. Other answers are like Jax and stuff like that.
Even Sion, I quite like Sion into it. Even though you're losing early, I just don't really think it matters.
Yeah, my only danger, like I still think the Trundle would be a good, possibility if they then try to do Sion into Renekton, and then you have like a team counter. But it's definitely is another viable, good viable pick into it. And Renekton, you're talking about bruisers with the Ashe Seraphine, serves that, doesn't have to just be the jungler, top laner as well here too. So the Annie, they don't want the explosive engage to really set up. Annie and Ambessa is very, very dangerous as far as the super quick engage, and they don't want, Ashe or Seraphine getting blasted super early on, and that's definitely a combo that could do it.
I mean, I think it's really smart because when you're thinking about FlyQuest, it's like, all right, well, when you think about the best engagers from top lane, it's already Ornn, and Ornn's already gone, right? So you're thinking about these kind of picks that are going to give you some sort of snap engage, because right now, FlyQuest doesn't really have any engage. Sure, you can start a fight with public execution, but without setup, you're not even guaranteed to hit that, and it's not that reliable as a go button.
Also, if you're thinking about the actual players too, Annie is the only like real mid lane engager that Quad plays. Most of Quad's other full champion pool is way more, control mages, way safer, much more range stuff, regular like, farming Victor style stuff. And so Annie is kind of the explosive engage champ that he has put time in on. And take that away. So really beefy, 5-on-5 being set up here for Sentinels. They get their Sejuani and Renekton synergy. Ain't no way you're playing a best of top into a Renekton and a Sejuani. Like, that is crazy. You lose the 2v2 also, no matter what. No matter what jungler you pick. So I'm going to say that is 100% now a Griffin and Bessa. And they're going to go with the Jace into the Renekton. Okay. Gakos Jace. Definitely a lot of confidence there. If the Renekton and Sejuani, though, if they get a good gank off on that Jace, it can get... Oh man, it can get painful. You have to be really, really protective of your flash and have to put in some good jungle tracking and warding here.
I'm really struggling to think of a fifth pick from FlyQuest that will make me like their draft. I mean, they have good poke, they have good kite, but I do think if they do not really do well early, it's going to be so hard. There's a lot of ways for Sentinels to start fights. Whether it is an Ashe arrow or an Encore or Renekton flank, a Sejuani ult, there's so many good tools there. And Mel is going to be the answer into the Aurora. And FlyQuest basically have no way to start a fight besides just kind of running at you. It's got to be poke and maybe like an Aurora flank, but they're just so light on engage, and I don't even necessarily think they're guaranteed to win in the side lanes where you would want to, right? Because Sejuani Renekton is such a powerful 2v2, and Ashe plus the Seraphine are really powerful 2v2 as well. Of course, that bot lane can go either way, but if their bot lane doesn't win, I'm very worried for them.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, I always really like the super strong teamfight comps.
Yeah.
Just regardless, but especially with these actual players too. I believe this is Quad's first Aurora game. We were talking about, I was like, oh, Annie's the only like real explosive
first this year for sure
engaged champ that he has play, and I'm looking at his career long actually
first career
play game.
Well.
So it Annie's the only one that he has put previous time into. People, of course, always can practice new stuff and definitely can bring it out on stage, but it does make you a little hesitant to have a lot of faith in it. And so Quad career first Aurora here into a very strong teamfight comp from Sentinels.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Lanes feeling very important for FlyQuest in this one. If they can't get some early advantages, I do worry that it could just be a very quick 2-0. And Sentinels, they've got a lot of power in the early game. They've got great team fight, great scaling, so many ways to actually pick fights and engage that don't even have to be a lot of commitment, right? You can just throw an Ashe arrow out, throw a Glacial Prison out, and look to start a fight in that way. So pressure, I think, on Gakos as well as Masu and Cryogen to try to create some isolated advantages and to try to avoid the ganks that Hombach will be looking for, because he was fantastic finding those in the Skarner game one.
I will say, though, the Ezreal Karma, they should still, have some advantage here into the Ashe Seraphine despite the nerfs. So the last two patches, we had Karma nerfs of, first one was nerf to the shield, the upgraded shield, which is, much more relevant for later on. rather than in lane phase. But then the most recent one was the base attack damage down by 2, and the growth, as well as the mana cost nerf. So we'll see if the mana actually is anything real, or if like the 2 base attack damage ends up adding up from all the trading. But they should still be able to accomplish the same goal of the Ezreal Karma: get the poke, get the push, try and have it, push on bottom side and then poke them while they're trying to CS.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ezreal Karma can be a really strong lane, but we know it's literally hit or miss, right? You hit all your skill shots,
yeah, don't miss,
and you are looking powerful. You miss a few in a row, and the trades start to go bad, and you can get punished so heavily, on a bad trade from Ashe and Seraphine, because their chase down is so powerful, right? The amount of slows they have can be very difficult to deal with. Masu and Cryogen definitely started the split very hot. Were incredible, I felt like, against TL last week. More up or down, definitely not as dominant as people were kind of expecting in their 2v2s, even though they won the series pretty hard. And then here, we come into that last game, and of course it was, not just an isolated 2v2 thing. It was a lot about Hanbok, but they again got put down pretty far compared to where Rahel and Huhi were.
Yep. Rahel, Huhi having a pretty good series for themselves so far, similar for Hanbok. And both junglers are progressing towards the bottom side. Top-down clears again, second game in a row, same thing. Heal does go out here. So we have both heals and an extra summoner spell for Rahel with the barrier being blown. 2-for-1 bonus trade here for FlyQuest. So everything going according to plan. Karma with the -2 AD doesn't really care, seems like. Again, if you miss your skill shots, then you're going to want that 2 extra AD bro, and make up with auto attacks, but they don't really care. They're still accomplishing their goals here. Push in, force the recall, and it's a pretty heavy CS deficit at the moment. Rahel is heading back to lane right now and should be able to make up some of the deficit, but no barrier as well if they do get some jungle action down there. Hanbok on the cruise, though, went back for the topside crab to be able to trade with Griffin. Takes him a bit of extra time, and still going to be able to get off on a pretty easy recall here.
Masu getting pretty aggressive. Shifts in, forces the flash there from Rahel. And they're going to flash in for the tether. It's going to land onto Huhi. Don't think they'll have the damage to kill. But Rahel and Huhi going to be sent back to base again, and Masu still hasn't even based yet. The bot lane going amazing for FlyQuest in the 2v2. But I wanted to take a moment to talk about Impact, who is holding up well so far on that top side in the top lane. Has been having a pretty darn rough split. This is his laning stats. 8 out of 8 as far as gold difference at 14. He got kind of blasted in a couple of his series, but he was going up against Castle and Thanatos, 2 of the best laners in the league. And he did well in game 1 in the Rumble, created a nice little gold advantage for himself. Team fought well. And here in the second game, of course, it is early minutes, but is holding on very well against the Jace of Gakos again. So Impact, getting back to what we expect from him, which is that really super solid top lane play.
Yeah, and to me too, it's like a lot of the plays that contributed to the gold difference were the reason to be worried for Impact. Not, top lane itself, if you're just the stats, sometimes top lane is one of the most heavily influenced by lane matchups, and okay, you're always taking, losing matchup, play for team, style matchups, then yeah, okay, you're going to have a lot of losing, CS deficits and stuff. But some of the things were like lazy recalls or, getting outplayed, and Hanbok up here with the Sejuani.
Yeah, Gakos just jumped in, and he is going to regret that. Hanbok was waiting for him. Easy bait there by Impact. Gets the first blood for Hanbok.
He's looking good. Old man out here knows how to call jungle at a good time.
Help.
Honestly, though, you're always expecting Sejuani, Renekton synergy whenever these two are on the same team. But, I mean, that is a very, very, very efficient and effective lane gank there for Hanbok. Wastes 0 time at all. Instantly gets the kill for the top lane. They don't have to use flashes, but Gakos doesn't decide to use waste his after the jump in, but it's perfect timing. You come up through the lane, Impact has his stun ready for Gakos, low health, perfectly baited, man. Nice acting there for Impact, and good timing for Hanbok. It was just 6. There's a cleanse on Ezreal, so he's looking right now. Maybe they want to get past Ezreal onto the Karma. Karma has no flash. Ezreal's standing in the way here with cleanse and flash. Yeah. You really want the Karma there? Because that's like a guaranteed kill with no flash and the no cleanse.
And they didn't have eyes on Griffin for a long time, so maybe they were nervous about a potential 3v3. You know, if you go for Masu, and even if you just get the cleanse, it's not bad, right? Like if you're actually, you know, looking for that, you can relieve some pressure on the bot side. But if Griffin's behind, then you might be destroyed in the 3v3. So it was a little bit nerve-wracking for them. They had a ward on enemy Raptors, but they hadn't seen Griffin on that, so I think that was maybe making Hanbok a bit hesitant. And so Masu and Cryogen will continue to enjoy their freedom on that bot side and keep that pressure going up. 22 CS now in that 2v2. No kills to their name, but still looking very good.
Yeah, they still have the flash advantage down there. Rahel's barrier has come back off cooldown from the early usage, but yeah, still a very nice, healthy advantage and lead for the Karma Ezreal. Undeterred by the small nerfs. Interesting show here from Griffin to cross for Raptors. He's got the mid lane push, so Mbessa can annihilate these things so quickly. All you need is the early cross, and he immediately annihilates it, regardless if you know, there's not even any time for like a Seraphine to roam up there and contest or anything.
Yeah, it was interesting because Hui immediately started walking. He started walking from bot lane right away, and then, as you say, they just killed it too fast, but it was kind of reminding me of last game on that Bard roam. Was able to get up there, but this time Griffin kills it off no problem. Had mid prio, and Cryogen is behind quad as Griffin just continues power farming away. Hanbok, of course, still does have that gold advantage, but it's not much of one considering the fact that he did get that first blood gold.
Seraphine helping out with the push here to get the early move for Darkwings in mid lane. Sentinels see what they can do with any sort of extra mid vision control here. Hui doing his best to clear it out. The double defensive pink wards here for them to fully clear any sort of vision. Again, when your Ashe and Seraphine both hit level 6, this is such a tremendous amount of CC with that plus Sejuani. You have to be very, very careful about the engage from Sentinels and handling this moment in time for FlyQuest. How they handle this is going to be critical. So they are going to pull the dragon.
There's the early dominance popped here from Impact. We'll get him a pretty nice trade onto Gakos, but of course, now you're going to have to be worried about a potential dive. Griffin's on the other side, though, doing the dragon.
Yeah, and with the trade for these grubs, looks like it's just going to be the 2 for Hanbok. Wants to get back out to the other side immediately after, and teleport return for Gakos. Just go back to base and invest the teleport timer here instead.
This little shock blast was trying to keep the trading up. The tether won't quite land there from Cryogen over onto Rahel. But they do get the flash out of Cryogen as Hanbok was seen on that ward, blast coning over. He knew he was going to be in the area, and now Quad going to go between worlds here, trying to get the damage down onto Darkwings. Definitely will not be able to finish him off, but the weirding does connect, and he gets a good trade.
That ward is so good. That ward over the back of the Dragon Pit. I think it was Cryogen himself that put it, that we saw him when he was clearing out enemy vision in Dragon Pit, and then he put that one too. Because this...
Oh, flash forward, he gets him with the final auto, goes across the veil, and dodges out from the Glacial Prison. Quad, in his career first game on the Aurora, gets a solo on Darkwing.
Lead right there. Gets the summoner spell as well too. The flash and the death. Here we go on top side.
Griffin probably went too far here. He's trying to stay around. They do get the camp. Impact is running back to the tower. Seraphine is coming up here. Quad is on the roam. Gakos is going to have to flash the wall. Will do so. And does get out at the end of the day. But Griffin overstaying perhaps as Hui trying to walk back towards mid and thinks better of it.
Oh man, explosive mid game here. FlyQuest making good defensive plays and offensive plays in quick succession to earn themselves this gold lead. See how they can keep this one up. Again, Sentinel's comp is really at its best when it's nice and balled up here. Really big team fighting, beefy front line with Ashe Seraphine bouncing over the top. But FlyQuest can shine now, and he hits the pullback after the flash. Flashes in for the auto, and then he still had the pullback damage too. So he gets Darkwing's flash, 1 for 1, and gets the kill. Beautiful stuff. Yep. And Hanbok ultimate there. You know, Sejuani ult at the end was used also to try and punish, but couldn't quite do it.
Ash Arrow is going to nail Gakkos. They saw that going through mid lane, through the top lane. Gakkos, I guess, just didn't see it. Griffin is up here, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get out. Knocks him back, impact, slice, dice forward. Can't quite catch back up to Gakkos. That has got to be so frustrating for him, but in comes Hambach trying to help turn it around. Griffin finishes him off, though, and Hambach is not going to be able to win the 1v2. Will be able to push them back, but damn, that's frustrating for Impact. I thought he was going to have Gakkos in that 1v2.
Yeah, I wanted to use the slice and dice there on trade too. I was thinking, might want to use that defensively to get out, but he really wanted to make good on the kill off of the Ash Arrow. But after he uses his slice and dice, he's for sure toast, even with Hambach coming up there. So another kill for FlyQuest. They're building on this lead. I mean, this is good for fans that do want the third game here. FlyQuest looking much better with the early lead and going in on Dark Wings again. He can pull back.
Yep. Nice pullback, easy kill. It's another. We're not going to call it a solo because he got a shield, but basically it was as he just gets out the reflect from Dark Wings on an early trade, and he knows, you know what, I can just send it. Even if I don't kill you here, you're going to be so low that you have to base.
Yep, nicely done from Quad again. First Aurora game of his career. Looking good.
We'll give him 1.5 solo kills.
Okay.
I think we can compromise.
You only get a half for that?
I mean, the Karma Shield, it's technically not one, but I mean, we got to give him something, right?
1.8.
1.8.
1.9.
I could be convinced. Yeah.
Let's up the percentages here a little bit.
Karma deserves what percentage of that kill?
Yeah.
Like 3% maybe? You know? Hey, I was there too.
Honestly, you know, getting the extra assists money is just like more money for the team, you know, out of the air. So
they'll take it.
Beautiful, beautiful shield right there.
Gorgeous shield. And really made the play.
That's with the nerfs to the Karma shield. Holy
God.
Crazy stuff there. He invested extra mana to do that.
Yeah, even with the AD nerf for Karma, still able to take down the enemy bid laner.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Incredible, incredible stuff.
Handling those patch changes.
Like a champ. All right, well, now it's a 2.4K gold lead here for FlyQuest. Hasn't been that many kills, but it's a bigger gold lead for Masu with no kills than it is for the two pretty much solo kills there for Quad, because they have been hammering the bot lane in the 2v2, farming plates and building a big CS advantage.
You think Quad is thinking right now, I could solo kill this guy too, I bet.
I'll do it again.
Masu's like, you know what? Let me try my hand at it. I got a Trinity Force. See if I can land some poke on this guy.
Yeah.
How long on his flash? Let me see. I want to do it too.
Yeah, maybe he needs a rocket belt of his own. You know, get in there. Maybe that's the key.
Yeah, get in there. Maybe Dark Wings needs one. Get out of there.
Yep. Everybody needs one these days. And Cryogen has a McHale's. Definitely an obvious rush this game when you're playing against Ashe Sejuani, as well as Seraphine, as well as the Renekton Stun. It's pretty much guaranteed you're going to get some good value.
Yeah. Honestly, my question right now, too, is are we convinced? Because we're like, oh, FlyQuest, they got to get some, good early leads. The Sentinels team fighting, the synergy between these champs is going to be really annoying when they group up, when they get their full 5-on-5 front to back. Currently, I am actually convinced. I think that FlyQuest have done enough so far to get a really good early lead onto Aurora burst damage is critical. You want to be able to burst down Ashe or Seraphine. If you can take those out early on in the fight, you take so much, of the synergy down. And that with Ambessa also getting a kill, those are two really big weapons to kill them. So this makes it a very exciting game for me, because it's not just going to be like, oh, dang, this Sentinels team, like with an early lead, gets to just group up at dragon after dragon team fight. No, FlyQuest have done a very good job getting their early lead on some of these carry champs.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, they've set themselves up in a good position here. But we have to remember, it was we got to hear the listen in on when they were in a much worse spot. And this was him, moments before they actually lost. He said, in the end, it's going to come down to just one fight. They found that fight. They came back in that game. And we'll see if they can do that here once again as Griffin missed on the ulti. They're going to go in, though. Rahel in trouble already. Quad flashes forward. Ezreal is pumping out the damage. Gakkos is going to try to get involved. The two-man charm is going to mean Griffin falls into shutdown there for Dark Wings. Gakkos flashing forward. Dark Wings flashing out. Hambach is low, as is Dark Wings. The poke landing here from FlyQuest, but they can't lock down any more members. to get some more kills.
Yeah, you can kind of see it already. So part 1 was good. FlyQuest, though.
Quad could be in some trouble here. Is going to pop the weirding, goes across the veil, kiting back. Gakkos arrives. Huhi here to try to shield up and protect the team. Sentinels, at the end of the day, kind of coming out on top as far as the health is concerned. And the Herald went to Sentinels as well.
Yeah, getting the objective here. That's going to be some, guaranteed turret plate money for them later somewhere. But they do exactly, FlyQuest are going to assassinate Rahel. Eyeballs on Rahel here. This Ashe in the middle is trying to volley. Boom. Griffin goes in on him. Aurora goes in on him. They get the burst damage. So they do take out one of the squishies. It's the exit afterwards. You still see the power of the Seraphine here. Huhi able to follow up there. Got a good ultimate through on them. And then they heal and shield.
Not bad. They use TP too.
Exactly. They used TP and got the Herald and get the 1-for-1 still. And it's still pretty early on in the game.
Gakkos could be in some trouble here. The Herald going to get dropped. Hombak and Huhi are behind him. Cryogen is moving down. We'll see if they can actually defend this in the 2v3, if he'll be here in time. It's going to be started off there by Hombak, but he's just going to run for the hills, pops the Ghost Blade as the TP's coming in from Impact. So they are going to lose this tower. It should be first tower there for Sentinels, unless Quad is about to kill the top lane one, but that's going to be a nice little injection of gold.
Interesting that they're going to give up 2 lanes to do this, though, mid lane and top lane. So it's gonna, both of those are actually going to fully go down. Top lane, I'd say, I mean, Quad is quite dangerous, so Impact, even if he had stayed up there, wouldn't be able to save that tower or anything. But investing that,
watched it.
Yeah, investing. You could have watched it happen in person. Be the
reporter,
in-field reporter.
Yeah,
but
dangerous job.
Instead, though, now you're at a TP deficit for the matchup with Jace. Darkwings, on the other hand, has his TP back now, so they can have the Mel instead kind of catch waves on the side and offer that teleport assistance.
Yep, so he's going to be able to try to answer there. FlyQuest, though, just want to continue stacking dragons. As long as they're in control of the dragons, they are going to be able to make Sentinels come to them. And that is where, the lack of engage is not really going to matter if they force their way in. But remember, the LCS Spring Finals are going to be taking place in Mullet Arena at ASU from June 13th to 14th. The tickets are available now. There's the QR code right on your screen. Scan it up, grab your tickets, and we will see you there. Spoilers, we're going to be there.
Woo! Azael, going to be there in person live reporting?
Yep. Be front row cheering you on.
I do, yeah. That's going to be me. All right. Honestly, with Dragon only 18 seconds away, I thought the investment would be a little bit heavier here in trying to get the vision or the priority down, but looks like FlyQuest are going to have full control of the setup. So they've got full vision control. Maybe it's an angle of, you know what? Let's just save most of these resources. Well, teleport invested here for Gakkos. Interesting bot side flank from Impact too. Renekton walking up, just to watch here as well. Hombak does have the ultimate.
Yeah, Gakkos is down there with him. Hombak, though, pushing forward onto Masu. Cryogen looking for the tether onto Hombak. There's a battle on the side. Quad going to go forward across the world here, trying to get the damage down to the back line. Not going to be able to find too much, though, as Griffin gets in on the back line, and Huhi just gets shredded. Quad onto Rahel, and Rahel is gone. With the Ashe falling, the Seraphine falling, FlyQuest grabbed the Dragon, and they got their eyes on the Baron. They're clicking all in, pinging over there. Are they going to try to do it on spawn?
That was one of the most awkward contests I've seen in a long time. Sentinels were late to it. Then they have the front line on the bottom side, then the Sejuani in the middle there, and FlyQuest just dissect them. Beautiful stuff. They are starting that Baron. They're going to try and burn it down. Renekton can't come. No teleport.
Yeah, both the Soul Laners are not moving, so they're just going to have to give this up. We'll see if Hombak wants to just try to get in there and trade his life for it. Darkwings has now moved over. Huhi is coming now, but it's down to 4K. Gakkos is on the side trying to threaten them. They get vision on it with the Hawkshot, but Hombak just cannot get in. The Encore is going to whiff. The Baron is going to be secured, and FlyQuest, maybe they want to fight now. Hombak going to try to jump over the wall. Quad looking with the weirding, cannot connect. They do get a bounty on the bot side with that tier 2 tower being taken there by Impact to get some gold back in their pockets, but FlyQuest with a huge series of plays.
Yeah, I mean, props to Griffin for continually assassinating one of these squishies. But I also think we saw some poor setup from Sentinels as Impact going to be able to slice and dice, gain some distance.
Yep, for now, getting back. He did spend his flash. He has the dominance in a couple seconds. Should not die there. Griffin covering Quad. They're going to TP in. Griffin's going to go for the fight, but he's getting CC'd up heavily here. They're turning around onto Griffin. Can they finish off the kill? They can. Impact arrives on the teleport. Quad is in trouble. Pops a weirding, trying to kite it out, but can't do it. A couple of big kills there for Sentinels on the top side, and they should be able to grab this tower as well.
I actually love that. They don't want to let FlyQuest just push all lanes with Baron buff, so they fully commit. Overload top side, send all 5 people. Our greatest strength is the synergy with full 5, and they just fully attack a side lane here. You're still going to take losses from the Baron-empowered sieges of the other lanes, but that is going to give you a lot back, even a full negative Baron power play here. So a good amount of gold recouped by Sentinels with a smart call to fully overload the top side. All 5 people go. Look how many wards all sprinkled around up there, and getting a bunch of gold back here into this massive synergy of team fighting for this squad. If they're here on time and they set up their battle lines for the Dragon Soul fight, it's going to look real good. So Griffin does go in again on one of the squishies, but all of Sentinels arrive here. The teleports come in, and everybody's able to complete the extra kill plus the tower after. So huge shutdown money going through, money off the tower as well. And that's going to fund a lot of these item completions for Sentinels. See everybody basically with at least 2 items for themselves.
And holy, the Baron power play, negative 1,500, and is now
even
just
worse,
hovering around that 2K advantage for Fly. But at 22 minutes, that's not really that big of a deal. We were at a bigger gold lead like 15 minutes ago.
And especially, you know, right before the next, the Dragon, for the Dragon Soul here, a minute and a half, you're already thinking about the setup over there. And now it's, you know, almost even 3 items for Darkwings. With the Shadow Flame almost going to be completed for the Mel too. So they certainly have plenty of fighting capabilities here. You group up, you've got Sejuani ult, Ashe Arrow, Seraphine ult. It's definitely going to take some good positioning from FlyQuest and some good skill shots hitting as well. They got to make some Jace and Ezreal poke count for sure. It's just so hard because you try and go for your poke, the engage is just so easy. Ashe Arrow, Sejuani ult, Seraphine ult, so you have to be very good at hitting your poke and dodging.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to control that space, you know, make it difficult. Try to soften up Hombach and Impact. They're going to be the ones walking in first, you know, with the rest of the team behind them. And if you can get them low enough on the entrance that, hey, maybe you can dissuade them for looking for that engage. But it's like you said, they are quite strong. Darkwings for sure is going to have gold for his 3rd item. You'd have to think before this dragon spawns, but maybe not at this point. Is not going to complete that Shadow Flame, I guess, because it's only 20 seconds until it spawns. They can't go back now. FlyQuest are in the area here. Both teams sending all 5, of course, for this fight that they know may decide. If Sentinels wins this fight, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. Quad has not yet spotted Hombach, and he is looking on the side here. A little bit of poke coming out there from Darkwings as Masu is trying to fight and get this damage down on the Hombach, who's just sidestepping everything.
Yep. They've got a good setup this time around. Good front line here, pushing bot wave. Griffin gonna start some damage on this dragon though.
Yeah, well, I don't think we've seen a single Mystic Shot connect, and now Masu taking quite a bit of damage there. And Impact is going to be spotted by Quad. They're going to try to get in. It's going to be a flip potentially here. The Mikhails is used, and it's taken away by Hombach. Masu is put low. FlyQuest can't win the fight, and Hombach takes the steal.
I like how they just back off afterwards too. They're like, that's all we needed. We just need to deny this soul. Now we can regroup, set up again for our fight. We already invested our Sejuani, Ashe, and Seraphine ults. No need to do anything further here, so Sentinels accomplished their goal. Man, all right, let's take a look at this. Is it just straight up pretty even? Yeah, I mean, not like you got a lot of burst on Sejuani or anything. That's just good smiting right there.
Yep.
Good, clean smiting.
I mean, they both used smite. I saw it at 2,500 or so, and then it was dead.
Yeah.
So that thing just got deleted. They both pressed smite, and Hombach, I guess, pressed it second. He does end up getting it. Serpent's Fang completed now for Griffin. Also got to say, I mean, FlyQuest just couldn't hit any poke as they were walking in. Masu, it felt like, missed about 10 missing shots in a row. Didn't feel like Gakkos was able to hit any shock blasts. Quad was kind of zoned out by Impact the whole time. So Sentinels handled it really, really nicely.
Yeah, and then if you do, it's like, oh, Mel probably has Reflect. Seraphine's got shields for people. It's going to start to get rough for them. You got to get real creative in how you approach these fights. And maybe FlyQuest can hope for another fight like they saw at the third Dragon, where it was like a weird setup from Sentinels where they had their front line kind of split from two sides. And then Sentinels were probably also trying to think too much about the steal instead of position there for like Rahel and Huhi. But I don't necessarily think we're going to see more fights where either Ashe or Seraphine does get blown up. We've seen a few of those this game. You know, Quad had good burst damage early, and Griffin had some good ults onto them. But it gets more and more difficult to pull that off later into the game with the battle lines pretty easily set up, and then the protection here for Sentinels. So Sentinels stabilizing in this game and really threatening the 2-0, I think. Even though they're still down in gold, and they're still significantly down in dragons, which could lead to another Dragon Soul fight in almost 3 minutes.
You see how nervous they got there from Griffin, because once Rahel was hugging the wall, he knew he wouldn't be able to dodge the public execution, so Huhi popped his heal to give him more move speed, even though he's at full health and the engage hadn't come. So they were definitely sweating that engage could be coming through, and now Hanbok maybe going to look for one of his own. Man, these sidesteps from Hanbok are ridiculous. He's just not letting Masu hit him with anything.
Griffin also has the Serpent's Fang here to cut through shields, to reduce the effectiveness of the Seraphine shields. Maybe it's going to help. Some poke lands now.
Jace is bot lane, so Sentinels have to decide, do we go for the hard engager? Do we send someone to respond as Quad taking a little bit of poke? Now, Gakkos is going to be the one calling off. He will be looking for the base as Quad trying to get around on the side. The Reflect going to be used here by Darkwing, so he will be much more vulnerable now, and FlyQuest do get some control here around that topside Baron.
All right. Retaining mid-wave control, retaining vision control over Baron. But at the very least there for Sentinels, Impact is able to spend his time bottom, and the rest of the team doesn't get caught. That was a little dangerous period there where they're like, okay, Impact, got to go take care of the wave on bottom side, and the rest of the team has to play a little defensively and deny the engage again.
Did you like the call from Gakkos to base there? I kind of feel like he should have just pushed the tier 2. You know, you already saw all 5 members from Sentinels. No one's responding to him. You're struggling to actually make anything happen in these like 5v5 standoffs. So I feel like if he was able to force someone to respond, then you can maybe group and try to make a play on the other side. But just wanted to base.
Yeah, maybe they need to invest in a little bit more, like a warding pattern that would see the arrow come down. Maybe he's worried about like, oh, if I get hit by an arrow, then Impact can kill me. And then like the rest of the team still couldn't like rush Baron.
Yeah.
But that's pretty hard to do too. So
it is.
Honestly, FlyQuest, it is difficult at this point because you have so many things to work around that Sentinels had, but keep on pushing. They did get the Serelda's Grudge just completed now for Gakkos. So maybe that will make the poke more substantial and the slow can help out.
You can see Rahel now has his BT completed, which is going to make it that much more difficult to knock him down. Poke is going to matter a lot less, and obviously does have that Seraphine there to protect him. This time Masu landing a lot of poke there onto Hanbok. Gets a good amount of damage out onto him. Nice sidestep there, but actually he's back into the root. Thankfully, he will be staying pretty healthy, and it's Aurora pushing topside, trying to force a response.
And look at the wards. He has so many wards here that could come in for teleports for the Aurora. One behind Raptors, one behind their own jungle. He's going for the Gromp ward.
Yep, he's going in very far behind them, and he hasn't been spotted just yet. Hanbok getting low. Impact arrives with the TP shield, and here he comes, but he gets instantly Ash arrowed. He does get into the Zonias. The Encore across everyone, though. Look at the damage coming in on Quad. He is sent running. It's all up to Masu. Hanbok is trying to protect Rahel, but Griffin flashes in on him, and down goes Rahel. And no matter how resilient they were, Sentinels cannot get it across the finish line in this one. They made FlyQuest work for it, but that flank from Quad is gonna seal the deal in game 2.
Woo! They destroyed it right there. FlyQuest gonna grab a win, push us to another one.
They're gonna push on the base here. It's just up to these 2 members. Can they cut the wave? Hanbok is not that tanky in the middle of 5. FlyQuest knock down the first Nexus Tower, knock down the second, and will push us to a Game 3 here against Sentinels. We are in for a treat.
Woo! Quad and Griffin were really ripping in that last one. I like the move. No hesitation from FlyQuest. Immediately jump on them. You know, even with the Ash Arrow right in the face. It just opens up space for the other carries there. All right, analyst test. How you feeling about that? We're going to a bonus game.
Oh, we're feeling fantastic. We're feeling good over here. This was what we expected to be the closest series coming into the weekend, and it's delivering. After that first game, it felt like Sentinels were on top of the world, but FlyQuest, what a turnaround.
And what a way to do it. You get Ezreal Karma, you get the best of jungle there for Griffin, pretty much like, even though Ezreal Karma is just the best, I feel like duo right now in the meta, it's also Masu and Cryogen's best pair. So like you get all of that in the draft, and it looked incredibly good in all of those team fights.
I'm glad you brought that up, Russ, because I have some bot lane stats from Masu, mainly because usually when you are picking this Ashe Seraphine, you do ban the Karma to take away this kind of prio bot lane. This was Masu's forward percentage, CSD at 14, and gold difference at 14. He had no kills at this time. This is pure, raw lane only. And it shows you why, again, when you're trying to go for this Ashe Seraphine bot lane, which is like unbeatable unless there's Ezreal Karma up.
And
a lot of other things.
And well, let's talk about a lot of the other things. Actually, perfect segue. Yeah, let's go a lot of the other things. A lot of it is just the team fighting. So I wanted to actually kind of focus on the team fight here. Let me actually get that going for you guys so you don't have to see this. Perfect. This was for third Dragon. Now, it's incredibly important for Sentinels at this stage of the game to at least contest for it. They're behind in a lot of ways, so if they can actually walk up, then the game, of course, significantly easier. But Gecko's TPs, they have a great control ward here and here in Line Bush and Banana Bush, so they have a lot of perfect control. And Ezreal Karma is also really good at securing push in lane. So even though Sentinels are sending 4 men to just like contest the push, they're going to be basically really slow to it. But they're going to try nonetheless. And Griffin has already gotten a head start on the Dragon itself. The good news for Sentinels is they have a spy. Impact. Impact is just chilling here, being like, guys, I know what the HP on the Dragon is. Speed your butts up. And so Sentinels end up walking through the line bush as a team. And now this is really ballsy to just kind of like sit right here in front of 4 people. But Masu is an incredibly good Ezreal player to basically like recognize and challenge them. Hey, if you're going to throw a Sejuani ulti, I'm going to E out. Like, I'm going to blink out. There's no way. Like, if you want to try it, try it.
Cryogen also has Mikhail's, so yeah, a lot of it.
Exactly, there's a lot going there. And so Gecko's on the right side of the fight is marking Impact, and even though he is going to eventually like lose the fight and back away from it, it makes it so Impact never gets an angle on the flank. And on top of that, just take a look at this engage. The best engage is actually excellent. And Quad is at a perfect angle to just zero in on Rahel, who's in no man's land, so they just basically target him from this angle. Impact is so far away, there's no way for them to be able to catch up. And so as we play out the fight, incredible engage, and even though the initial ulti from Quad was not really effective, it was basically the follow-up to then pincer Rahel that made it all the easier. So all in all, a great team fight, great laning phase. That's kind of what we expected in game 1, but it came through in game 2.
And Griffin also showing up big after the tough start to game number 1 was awesome to see in that fight as well. We got to highlight that. And there were multiple other fights later, like that last fight at the Dragon Soul. He's just like unkillable and just kind of pushes through. But I'm happy you brought up the Quad point because I wanted to highlight Quad. This was his first career Aurora game. And I actually want to take a look because he did a couple really cool things in game. So Raz, I said when it happened live, did you see that? You're like, no, I'll catch
I
replay.
didn't see it.
And I said, did you catch replay? He said, no, that's what
That's what happened. That's what happened.
How cool that was.
That was pretty cool.
I love it when players are able to highlight some of their mechanical skills, especially when it's a first-time stage game for Quad. And then the question the casters pose, Emily, what do you think? Is this a solo kill, or does Cryogen earn the assist because it's just a Karma shield? That's all that's coming in here.
I mean,
And then what percentage of assist is this?
That's
worth?
not a solo kill.
They said it was like, what, a half a solo kill or something is
Yeah.
what they gave it?
If
I
you
would
have
say,
a
like-
hype man behind you saying,
Yeah.
if anyone interrupts this, I'll punch him in the mouth, that is not a solo kill.
Okay, just the presence is
The
enough.
presence is all you
Yeah,
need. He's
true.
a get-out mechanic. Then he gave him
Zoning
confidence.
assist. That was his
He gave him confidence to go crazy.
But let's take a look at our player of the game. For me, it was initially Quad, but it is Griffin. I switched at the end as well.
Wow,
But who-
Azale
Oh,
has
Azale's
been
Quad.
the only one who has been not voting in the pack.
That's actually kind of messed up.
Come
that
on,
you
high
decided.
mentality, Azale.
No,
Let's
that's
go.
on you.
That's on me.
That was a brotherly love that
Yeah,
you guys had.
you
You're
did
right.
change your vote from Quad
What
to
happened to
Griffin.
Griffin earned it. He
What happened?
convinced
Just
me.
listen to us too much.
What happened to the ball duo?
Well-
you guys don't have that like that anymore?
Whoa.
No, that was Freak's thing. That was Freak's thing with Azale, yeah.
Ah.
I'm actually growing mine out so I can differentiate.
Oh my God!
Got 67% of the vote.
Okay.
That
I mean,
actually-
the solo kills were cool, man. And when you're talking about just like style points, I think Quad can win it. But team fight execution, Griffin, I think had
Shout
him.
out to Masu. I do think he had a really good dice roll.
Well, I'm just gonna double down on shaming Kangas because, like, not only did he
It's becoming a
do
broadcast
Azale wrong,
standard. Yeah.
you did the fans wrong. Can you apologize to all of them
Solo cam on me.
now?
I'm
Get
sorry,
'em.
fans. I'm sorry for letting you down. I'm sorry for letting my bald brother Azale down. And Quad, I'm sorry for letting you down. But I don't think that you care what I think about you. I think that you care that the fans were behind you, and you had a great Aurora game. So good job, Quad.
Oh.
What do you want from me? I just did
That
it
was
live.
You served your sentence.
Can't please anybody.
That was a good one. That was
Can't
good.
please everybody for sure. All right. But I think turnaround now, it's a close series.
Yes,
so
it
do we
is.
have any flip-floppers? I went Sentinels
No.
2-1. You
I
still
have
both
no
said
reason to
FlyQuest.
flip-flop.
Remaining
This is your
firm.
chant, Raz. Come on.
Not now.
This
I like
is your
how you
thing.
identified him as the weak target.
Yeah, I believe that you would stick with your guns.
I'm sticking with my guns.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
You know what? Honestly, respect.
Shout out.
Respect for that. The first time ever. Quad, first time Aurora. Raz, first time sticking with his predictions. There we go. But
There's at least one other time you stuck with your prediction.
I don't know. I'm just going for it. Trying to do content over here. All right. Reminder that during LCS Spring Split, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event like the Spring Finals. Save your MasterCard as your card on file and make a purchase from the in-client store for a chance to win. We got a Game 3 ahead of us as Sentinels and FlyQuest both pick one. We'll see ya after this break.
Oh my god, I'm boosted.
My plan already ruined. Oh, this is tough.
If I'm gonna get disqualified, I might as well say no. That's so grief, man. And now we just do the magic.
I'm going in.
That's pathetic.
Am I looking fight or do you want to keep poking?
We keep poking. Poke. I'm looking soon.
I'd like to look. They're
I'm looking soon.
I'm
Okay,
looking,
keep
I'm
going.
looking.
I'm going. I'm going Mel. Mel is one.
Mel, no flash.
We kill Mel first.
Renekton's dead. Ash. Okay, we need Ash. We need to find Ash.
Okay. I can speed you still though. I want to be.
They made FlyQuest work for it, but that flank from Quad is gonna seal the deal in Game 2. Welcome back to the LCS here. Remember, tickets for the spring finals at ASU's Mullet Arena on June 13th and 14th are now on sale. Woo. Head to Ticketmaster.com or scan the QR code to book your tickets today. We, though, for now, we're not there just yet, so hold your horses. We got to wrap this series
could
up.
be there.
They could.
All
they both could be
possibilities.
there. Maybe this is the finals.
Oh, yep, could be.
Would be surprising, but it could be.
Certainly would be. Honestly, really good series so far, though. You know, FlyQuest bouncing back. As we said, you can watch them get blasted. Doesn't matter. They could easily do the blasting in the next game. Okay? Nice.
Unfazed.
Yeah, unfazed. No hesitation either. Big damage on this comp. You know, both Quad and Griffin starting to do a lot of output really early on with some of those kills. And Masu and Kraujin making really good use of the Ezreal Karma. Despite the nerfs, just exact same gameplay. Keep on pushing, keep on poking them down. And now that brings us to our final determining game between the youngsters and the Yunks with FlyQuest and Sentinels.
The youngsters and the youngsters.
The youngsters and the youngsters, that's good.
All right, well, it is going to be Orianna, Nocturne, Annie all banned out. So targeting Quad a little bit more. You talked about Annie as kind of that prime engaged champ that he does have. That was his first ever
Now
career.
he's got the Aurora in there, too. He's got Aurora card.
I voted for him. He got the 2 solo kills now because I'm changing it to 2. It's not 1.9 anymore because it works for my argument.
Yeah.
He got the 2 solo kills. He had the big flanks.
Yeah.
I think he played a really, really great game. But we'll see how he's going to be able to perform here in this next game. I mean, FlyQuest, I didn't like their drafting game too, you know, but they had to get those early advantages, and they were able to get them. So, you know, it did work out. Sentinels, though, they are becoming a very resilient team. You know, even when they're in these tough spots, I like when we're getting to highlight Huhi, and he's talking about, you know, keeping their eyes on the prize, right? Like, you know, how they want to play it out in these different situations to give themselves the best possible chance to win or at least be competitive. And we're seeing that, I feel like, more and more.
Yeah, certainly are.
Interesting.
Vayne has actually been so popular as a top lane, and then Sajed for bottom lane too. But I think that is more person specific with his history on the champion.
But do you think Gakkos is a Vayne guy? I feel like that has not been his role for this team at all.
He's an Aurelia guy, so he could be a Vayne guy. I feel like Aurelia guys and Vayne guys are pretty like
they're the same guy.
They live on the same street at the very least.
They're neighbors.
Yeah, for sure.
You can go knock on his door.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, you do it. You bring over some eggs. You're discussing the matchups and stuff. Yeah, you know what? They're close enough.
What are you bringing up those eggs for?
Yeah, it's about baking cookies.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You know,
He just needs some eggs.
Good ingredient for
any economy. You can just bring eggs like that. You're built like that, Kobe.
It's kind of a flex. Like
yeah.
Top laners do that.
Yeah, I can give my neighbors eggs. Not a big deal.
Speaking of flexes, as we were intending to do, the Anivia, the triple flex, the beloved triple flex for very highly likely in support, semi-likely in top lane, and also semi-likely in mid lane. They're all very, very likely, you know, and viable flex positions. You technically could still do it in AD carry. I'm going to say you technically can't do it in jungle because you get reported in 100% of those games.
That's true.
Yeah, very effective as counter pick for either solo lane. And then support here is going to have to go into Jhin and Nico. And I was going to bring up Jhin at the beginning here for Masu because these have been his preferred carries. He has had a strong preference for the Jhin, Ezreal, and Corki. And that's what they're putting time in on yet again. And they go right into it. Huge CC bottom lane here with the Nico Jhin. But speaking of CC, you get the Vi, so you always start to think about Talia or Ahri types of mid laners to pair with it. Don't necessarily have to go that angle because that would reveal the flex of the Anivia. This way you can keep full value triple flex with the Anivia. They don't have to reveal anything. All that they reveal is, hey, we have a bit of a dive comp with a Vi and a Kai'Sa.
You know what would actually be really interesting? I don't think we would get it for anyone except, you know, APA or something like that, but I feel like Deco mid is actually reasonable in some of these, and I feel like when you're playing into hard dive, Renata goes so crazy. So, you know, having the ability
it would be worth it.
Yeah, to me. But, you know, I feel like APA would probably be the only guy who likes Nico mid enough that they would even consider it. So I don't think that's going to happen or anything. Kaisa, obviously, as you said, you know, is going to be kind of tipping your hand. You already had the Vi. You are going to be playing dive. Kaisa not really a strong laner if you can't find those all-ins, though, so I do kind of worry a little bit about how the 2v2 will go. Though I'm finding myself reevaluating how I'm looking at Anivia, because obviously Anivia, you know, is a stronger laner than I think I initially gave her credit for. You know, the 2v2 can be quite powerful, but I haven't seen as many pairings where it's like Anivia plus weak laner. It's usually Anivia plus Caitlyn, Anivia plus, you know, like Ezreal. I'm seeing those kind of things, more, you know, lane dominant style. So it'll be interesting to see how this works.
Yeah, I think it could have some pretty good success here. And again, I would put more weight on the Anivia support, but we'll see what the picks end up being for solo lanes here. As you know, FlyQuest, of course, are going to have to reveal a bit more before the full commit is necessary, and they're banning top laners. So Aatrox and Gwen. So they are not believing in the impact of Anivia. And if you're looking at the individual players and thinking about how flexible are the individual players, you know, the champion Anivia is really flexible.
Yeah.
But what's the likelihood of impact playing Anivia? It's probably decently low.
I agree with you, but the funny thing is, he won most Fearless in Lock-In. He had the most different champions played, but you know, I still would not see him as, I would not believe that he is playing Vayne. I would not believe that he is playing Anivia. Maybe I'd be wrong, but I wouldn't believe it until he actually does lock it in and, you know, we get in game and find out it wasn't an Aatrox Guardian incident or something. We have thrown out a number of bans up towards top side. Obviously, Vayne was a ban over on the Sentinel side, but Gwen as well as Aatrox, both good protection bans for the Scion.
So I like this because now their top lane bans just say, okay, fine. Even if it is an impact Anivia,
who cares?
Now you can't flex it to not impact you know, Anivia and bully us with an Aatrox or a Gwen, and it gives us a really easy and good Scion pick.
It's a flex.
We do get our Rel. So Huhi Rel. This has been something that even before these last buffs, which I think went really under the radar, Rel is super underrated. Really came back in a big way with the previous patch buffs, not even this most recent one. But Huya was one who jumps back on it really early, and he's always been amazing with the big engage. So it is going to be Dark Wings with his Anivia, who was always, you know, good history with him on the champion, and had confidence. He brought it out even when he was on DSG and had a lot of confidence with it. So I think this looks very comfortable for Sentinels. Impact's history on Shen, also worth noting here. Brought it out at internationals even, and so I do like all these flexes and the threats from Sentinels, and they end up with their players on the champions that they're super insanely comfortable on. So they could have, you know, moved things around, and maybe people would be a little bit more uncomfortable with a little bit of different champions, but they do find their places into, oh man, this is like perfect for Huhi, perfect for Dark Wings, perfect for Impact. And I think that's actually a really smart draft that they've pulled off.
I agree. I guess the question is, you know, will you be able to dive through the Xin, the Scion, the Nico, right? That is kind of the difficulty here. They have a very cohesive dive comp. Anivia is the one piece that's a little bit kind of like out of left field, but obviously you can set up engages by just walling someone off, you know, looking for it in that way. Shen is a great matchup into Scion, though. It is actually really annoying for Scion. You win out in these scraps. As long as you're pulling the Keyblade through the Scion constantly, you can actually break the Soul Furnace shield before you can pop it almost every time. You can taunt to cancel his Decimating Smash. It is a very nice matchup, and I'm a big fan of Shen in general, so I think that is really cool, and you can obviously, you know, be using the Stand United on the Vi or the Kaisa or whoever as they're diving in.
And not only that, but he's also going to have a hard time in team fights. I love Anivia always into Scion too, because now you got to watch where you're driving. Like, it's really difficult when the enemy team has terrain creation and can just block you like that. So they've got a lot of good answers. It also makes Nico's job really difficult because it can be difficult to get a really good Nico ult in this game, especially if the lane does not go well. And in order to try and get a little bit of a sneak advantage, a lot of teams have been doing this where mid laner, just walk out bottom with your bottom lane, You know, see if you can get any early trade or action or advantage that way, but is going to have to walk back to mid lane at second here, and Quad gets the push.
Going to be interesting to see how the jungle matchup goes this game, because we had an incredible game 1 from Hambach, really strong game 2 from Griffin. And last week, Griffin was doing all kinds of invades against Cryo. That really was a big story of this series.
It certainly was. I mean, we talked about it in the first game where we had a similar situation as bottom lane gets very competitive there too. But yeah, as you see on the screen, just walked into Rappers and he was confident going 50-50 smites here. And he won like 3 in a row, and then his smite was upgraded first too because he was winning these smites on his invades early and completely snowballed and you know, punished the Skarner very heavily. So Griffin has had some games that have looked really, really good, super snowball, super stomps, and also, you know, sometimes at the hands of either Blabber or Inspired especially, been on the receiving end or of some very big jungle snowball games and invades. And this time around, he's on Xin into the Vi, which is super good for you early on, and you can force some skirmishes, you can force towards some nice objectives, especially if you've got pushing lanes like the bottom lane that we're seeing. And both junglers for the 3rd game in a row all pathing towards those bottom lanes. So we very well might actually see that. So Xin always has a super nice time in the early duels there.
Man, Rahel is just really struggling to get any of this farm. I mean, the wave is pushed in, but they're actually harassing him as he's trying to pick up the CS quite a bit here. So still going to be able to maintain a full wave advantage down on that bot side with the minions now equalized. So that is pretty significant here early on. Rahel has also used his potion. You know, they used the heal on Huhi as well. He does have his cleanse, but you know, that's not going to be that helpful in those potential 2v2s. So we'll see if they can start to stabilize a little bit as they get some more levels. Impact did lose the push early on. Obviously, one of the big weaknesses of Shen, and a lot of times when I talk to pro players and I ask about, oh, Shen's really strong right now in solo queue, you know, you guys consider, they always reference the wave clear is too weak. And we are going to see this connected on. It's going to be the Vi going down pretty much for free. Walked in, claims the scuttle, but just kind of stood there and took it.
That is a very dangerous crab to go for when your bottom lane is getting pushed in like that.
And your mid lane.
And your mid lane as well. And your
losing jungle matchup.
Vi versus the Xin. And he wants to stick around and make sure he gets this smite correct, which allows Cryogen to get a really good snare. And so props to Cryogen on the Nico, already getting the Nico value. So he snared him off the crab, and his tale as old as time.
I mean, that was good CC.
Jungler death for a crab.
Maybe he thought, hey, it's worth using my flash for this. I'll just smite it and then I'll flash over the wall. But he gets rooted, then deadly flourish, then scatter, knock up. Like, you know, all this stuff is coming through. I don't even know if the flash scatter connected before he died, but all the other CC was there. And the problem, Masu got first blood, so Hambach might not have to deal with that, but their bot lane was already losing. The wave is frozen on them very heavily now, and Masu has double buffs in an already winning lane, and that wave positioning is terrible. Rahel is going to have no choice but to just base, but you base here, you are denying that entire next wave because there is a cannon, so you're going to lose those 6 minions. You're already down 4, so now you're going to be even further behind, as Masu just decides, you know what, I can actually stay around, have a little bit of regen from that red buff, and he feels like he's in a decent enough position and didn't want to miss the cannon.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, it is going to be painful down there. Masu's going to have really big burst damage. People always complain about Jhin. He doesn't do anything. Mr., you know, useful, meaning useless. But he's going to be actually useful this time around, especially with the Nico lane. Going to have some really, really potent pick potential. I'm still thinking, though, about the crab fight as we see another little trail on jungle
crab
here.
On your brain.
Got crab on the brain. We'll discuss it later, though, because we got dragon on the menu.
Crab on the brain, dragon on the menu. We'll see if FlyQuest can push them back. Flash forward there with the Shattering Strike on 2. Griffin is getting knocked down so fast. Rahel picks up the kill, and that was important as Rahel had been put so far behind. Quad moving down, but can't really find anything. It's just a great engage from Huhi.
This game is just supports beating up on junglers, man. Support is OP. They're trashing us out there. Cryogen just wrecked Hambach in the first play. Now Huhi completely annihilates Griffin in the second one as he jumps out after his jungler is able to get the dragon too. So, I mean, that was a beautiful Q flash from Huhi and grabs the flash from Griffin as Griffin flashes to try and get away from it. Boom, right into it, and he gets the stun. So, nice supports versus junglers, and supports are 2-0, bro.
Yep, and now Vi is level 6 here. He's going to go back in, and in comes the Stand United. They want to fight for this. He's going to be able to claim it. Griffin dies again. Can't get the smite. Even if he did, he would have died regardless, but at least he'd be going home with something.
Well, got the crab.
Yeah, and you're going to get a plate at the very least on top side.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that Stand United is worth it, because Impact has no TP. You have to be really careful with your Shen ults, because sometimes you're doing great in lane, you ult away. He's down 21 CS. You ulted away from a pushing wave, you're going to give up 2 plates. You're going to be down a lot. He got the kill, or he would be mega down.
So this wave at the very least is a cannon wave. Okay, he loses the cannon, but because it's cannon wave and that took so many turret shots, you know, at least gets back for these.
But 400 gold down off of ult you got to kill for.
It's still very, very painful. It's a huge resource investment because the cooldown, like you're saying, cooldown's insanely long early on here for the Shen, but you know, it's worth throwing a lot at these crab fights because the crab fights have a lot of mental that go with them as well.
Can't put a price on the destroyed mental of your opponent. Oh,
here we
flash forward. They're going to fully send it. The stun is there to follow it up. Quad is in trouble. He will burn down, but not before he gets one back. That is double flash and all committed for a 1-for-1. Not bad from Quad.
Yeah, and yeah, Hambach full sent it here. You have to think that he knew. He was like, okay, yeah, this guy has flash, but it's all good. I'll just die for it. And he's like, I'm gonna full commit and die for this fight anyway. It'll be worth us like denying some minions and stuff, and trading flashes. But does go down, and yeah, gives they do get at least the counter kill. Of course, the assisted kill always extra there too, plus the minions, plus the tower plate. So
I think I would have agreed if it was just the Vi flash, but Darkwing's had to flash to follow up with the stun.
Yeah,
so with the Anivia flashing too, that makes it a lot more tough. And Impact getting aggressive, missed the pull through on that second Q, and doesn't want to commit to it just yet. Griffin is in the area, so if he overchases, he could be in trouble, but is able to deny this cannon, I think, at the very least. So that should be annoying for Gatkos.
All right, now that we have some time, I'd like to bring you back to the first crab fight and the theory behind it.
Get this crab off your brain.
The reason that Hambach was not scared of the roam for bot lane up is that he literally did think that Nico was Jhin, and he was because he was wearing Masa's skin.
Yeah.
He was wearing Masa's skin. However, you should probably have seen that the Nico left the lane first and is probably going to be the first one up there. But that's what I have to think, because that's why he was like, oh, I can finish the crab and then I get away, because Jhin would have to auto or grenade me first and then deadly first. So that's the only real threat there. But because it was actually the Nico wearing the Jhin skin, he was able to hit him with the quick root. I think that
I can believe it. I think it's
usually people don't but
don't usually get tricked, but it happens from time to time.
Maybe.
I mean, I could believe it's something like that, or I think it's that, or he just thought, I'll be able to steal this and then flash out over the wall, because he was hugging the wall, right? But then he just got CC chained full, so maybe just either way, obviously a miscalculation and a pretty big oopsie. The 2v2 going well again here for Masu and Cryogen, up 500 gold. If Rahel hadn't picked up that kill off of the engage, he would be way out of it. So Sentinels is up that 1 kill, but still down about 1,000 gold as the lane's going way better here for FlyQuest.
Yep. Hex Optics completed. Also feeling good.
I like that so much more than the Ghostblade Rush, by the way. I know sometimes gym players feel like they need it for that move speed, but going to open up the curtain call here as they are full sending out a Darkwings. That is that missing flash. They're even going to pop the Pop Blossom to try to knock him down here. Will be able to finish him off as out goes Gatkos. He is just ulting through to the enemy base where he could probably look for a recall here. I think he has time.
Yeah, should be able to do it right through the minions. Vi, Q. He doesn't have flash and doesn't want to go, use ulti or anything. Couldn't get there in time. So nice escape from Gatkos, but man, the timing on the bot lane reset. So what happened here is bot lane kind of pressure is leaking. They get their reset for Crouchin and Masu, and they run straight up through mid lane, right into the range for the deadly flourish, into the ultimate, pops him, and then you get Nico follow-up.
Hate when I have a leaky bot lane. It's terrible.
It's leaking all over the map, man.
Gotta call your jungler, plug that thing up. Yeah. Fix that bot lane.
Jungler's on dragon, dealing with the dragons.
We can't get down there. It's going to keep leaking. Impact's up towards the top side, is going for that Titanic rush here, pretty much as expected. Sometimes people will just kind of go full tank. There is a lot of debate amongst the Shen one tricks on, should you go Titanic? Is it too expensive? Is it more effective to just go full tank and, build a little bit of wave clear here with Sunfire or Hollow Radiance, as a lot of people do prefer.
And then there's the debate of, do you want more damage as we have a fight, though?
Yep, here comes the Stand United. They're going to full send it onto Griffin. It is same place, Deja Vu in the middle of everyone, and he finds a monster engage. The Magnet Storm hitting everyone there as FlyQuest have to run. The Stand United got interrupted, but honestly, that's probably better for Impact.
Yeah, it definitely is. His presence was unnecessary, but the shield and the reset for the fight there is beautiful for Sentinels. Realm, man, is really, really useful. They're able to get the big clump on the re-engage. I mean, Sentinels here have 2 dragon stacking, and they keep getting these bottom side plays going in their favor.
And look at all the CDR that he has already. Rush the Lucidity Boots, grab the Kindle Gem. So he's got the early CDR, and back-to-back, his flashes have been fantastic. But Griffin is just kind of on these solo missions, right? And sometimes, he's able to get these leads and really create massive advantages because he goes for these kind of aggressive plays. But this is a couple times now that he has been punished.
And, I mean, it can be hard to fight around this bottom lane because, yes, Shen ultimate, the top side always has something extra they can give to it. Also, wait a second, now Impact under tower getting...
Yeah, Impact could be in some trouble. Gakko's going to be able to flash out as they knock down Impact, and now they can set up for a redive here onto Huhi. You can see Hanbok is moving up, as is Darkwings, and Hanbok is going to be spotted. Griffin's just running straight in onto him, and he's going to have to flash back over the wall as he went for the Vault Breaker over the side. Now going to be rooted up there by the Jhin. Masu on point with the curtain call, trying to get the kill, but instead it will go to Cryogen. FlyQuest with a great play on the top side, knocked down a couple, and are trying to threaten for first tower.
Man, really good responses here from them, too. I mean, we're getting maximum value out of a lot of these deadly flourishes. The range here from Masu really coming in clutch, following up on so many plays. The mid lane play where Quad hit the stun, bot side play where Crouchin hits the snare. Top side here, they're going to get the tower as well, and that is first tower bonus gold for FlyQuest, pushing the lead to 2.3K, despite the dragon stacking coming from Sentinels.
Yeah, that is a big gold lead for them. And as you said, Sentinels, their advantage really is just the dragon stacking. So we'll see if they can try to maintain control over their push towards Soul, if they're going to have to start giving it up. Impact now has that Titanic completed, but will not be that tanky without any resistances just yet. And Sentinels, I think, are just going to have to try to keep making plays around Huhi and this Stand United.
Oh, yeah. What I was going to say is after Titanic, can I raise you even more damage? Dusk and Dawn, baby. Oh, man.
You can raise me. I'm down for it.
I'm so addicted. It is so fun. But
Masu going to be in a lot of trouble. Cease and desist is thrown out, and he is knocked down through the barrier. No chance to survive there. Didn't have the flash, and Rahel has just been picking up a lot of these kills left, right, and center off of his teammates' great engages.
Yeah, follow-up here really good. Kaisa ultimate. Some of the bot side plays able to answer here. If you give too much money... Wait a second, he does get hit with the stun. Can he get fully outplayed with the R button? Not quite yet.
It's about a 90% of the outplay there as Quad getting pretty strong. He's not on a Ludens, though. Did go for that Blackfire Torch.
And yeah, he's only at 70 splinters now, so he doesn't have his 100 upgrade for the execute, or that would be full outplay.
Yep, would have absolutely destroyed him there. Gakko's doing his best to hang on to this tower. Darkwing's just going for the pretty standard New Age Roa rush, but We'll see if he is going to be going in towards Leandry second. I always am a pretty big fan of it, but does not look like it with the Mana Crystal. And now they're trying to set up a potential dive here. In comes Masu to try to back him up. Darkswings is just tanking this up there, has the passive. It takes them a while, but they do eventually knock down Gatghost, are able to pull off the dive.
And look at that. It was moments ago we were talking about the FlyQuest over 2,000 gold lead. Immediately chopped down here. Some good plays from Sentinels. And they still have a Shen ult they could try and use to save for health.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any way to save him now. He has no flash. They pop the Stand United. He does reposition himself and blast cones out to safety. Beautifully done there, barely getting out. Impact is going to be in some trouble. The Herald going to get summoned here. Darkwing's not in position to be able to actually wall this one off, so the charge will come through. I cannot believe he survived. The Stand United, the Killer Instinct, the Mega Blast Cone, all working in tandem to keep him safe.
He stays alive, but can we say the same for Hui? Oh, we can!
You can. Wait, Blackfire Torch?
Oh, he popped the pop.
Oh my gosh. That was almost a Blackfire Torch burn down. Quad barely misses out on the kill.
No way! Impact stole it!
Oh my god.
Yo, Titanic, baby!
Oh my god.
Hit him with the burst! Did Griffin...
Wait, Griffin had no smite.
Yeah, no smite charge.
Did he use smite, I guess, in the fight? Oh.
I'll go investigate.
That is an unfortunate series of events, let's say that, for FlyQuest.
They barely miss out on 2 kills.
Now they're looking for another potential redive, but Cryogen is here to defend. Impact will be able to sidestep the route. Yeah, they barely miss out on 2 kills back-to-back, including one of a bounty, and then you lose the dragon to a Shen. Ouch. All right,
So-
Kobe's reviewing.
So far, my investigation is revealing that he did smite enemy raptors when he stole them.
Okay.
And I think that's the only charge.
Yeah, he just didn't have it.
That's it. But he did get those raptors.
He did get the raptors. He did lose the dragon. The opponents are on soul point, but he got the raptors.
And Impact, I'm sure, was laughing.
Yeah.
After he was able to steal that
And we've
one.
talked about it, you know, sometimes you're just willing to die for raptors. And if you're willing to die for raptors, you're definitely willing to lose a game for raptors, you know? Quad now, he may be dying for this too, as Hanbok gonna get knocked away there by Gatghost. Good peel there by Gatghost, keeping the Vi out of range, so he was not able to get in for the cease and desist onto Quad. And Masu and Cryogen gonna be able to push up and should knock down this tower. Second of the game is Griffin scrapping with Impact, but decides not to fully commit to it.
Okay, bot side as well. They're doing the trailing double solo laner tactic with Gatghost and Quad both having teleports. So they were trying to see if they could find anything there. Can't quite do it. And Gatghost just going to go for his reset now, back up to the other side of the map. Still doesn't have his ult, but they've got both of the teleports. And here we go. Look at the combo. Yeah, so Griffin doesn't have smite, so Q on Impact is really good for stealing jungle monsters already, and then boom. Able to use his Titanic proc. Yeah, Grayson's like, what?
He doesn't have a smite. Nice.
Oh, that's a good job by Hanbok. Track the enemy smite.
Did they have a ward on their own raptors then and saw him use that?
They must have. I mean, he said he
We're
doesn't
have another
smite, so
investigation.
Called it out. So well done there by Hanbok, tracking the enemy smite. And I think it could also have just been that it got low and he didn't smite.
Yeah,
it,
he's
right?
waiting around. Yeah,
he was waiting around at 600, so he's like, hey, he doesn't have it.
No.
Now Hanbok gonna go back in. Nice buffer on the scatter. The Stand United is coming through. It's the flash over the wall onto Quad. Quad gonna be able to flash back over the wall, but Impact chasing him. Hanbok is low as Gatghost arrives. Griffin battling in the midst of everyone, but Cryogen has been pushed back. Rahel has killed off Masu on the side, and Sentinels are winning out in the fight again. Griffin doesn't have the juice to get the job done, and Gatghost has no damage left. Sentinels are going to take down all of FlyQuest. It's going to be a delayed ace.
Ooh, I mean, that on top of the 3 dragons, Zale. Looks like Sentinel's gonna wrap this one up. Let's take a look at how it started. So, Vi in here, immediately jumped on, immediately stunned, but a beautiful ultimate from him. He actually immunes the stun during the ultimate. Then they get the follow-up. Even with Quad flashing over, they can't come back from that one. And Rahel jumped onto Masu, the assassin in the back there. Able to take out enemy AD carry as well.
I mean, that made such a big difference. Masu just gets caught in transition by Rahel, and that is not a 1v1 you can win once Rahel gets up onto that Jhin. So able to get that. Rahel is getting so fed at this point.
I mean, that was just also just a beautiful snipe with the W. You know, it wasn't like, oh, Jin had opened up on the ultimate and was a stationary target. He was still walking and hits him with the W and immediately takes it in.
Yeah, I mean, they got smacked in the 2v2 pretty hard, but Rahel is up 1.7K, and that is a pretty damn good position. You can see Impact all time on the Shen. Shen has really fallen out of favor in the last quite a few years, but the early days of Impact, he was playing a ton of it, you know, was known for it, even back in the T1 days before, you know, or excuse me, SKT1 days back in the day when they were still called that. So definitely has been a popular champion at times, and he goes Bandlepipe second. So he's saying, you know what, my carries are strong, we don't need more damage, I just need to apply slows, and the attack speed buff is going to get it done.
It's very good for Vi. It's very good for Kai'Sa, of course, with the on-hit build, especially here for Rahel. So definitely a worthwhile investment. And he didn't even need a Dusk and Dawn to be able to steal the dragon. So
nope,
it's all good. Titanic was enough. And it for sure was, oh, you see a jungler walking around a low health dragon that's below 1400 already. You're like, that guy for sure doesn't have smite.
Why is that guy not smiting? As FlyQuest trying to get their way in here, this would be Soul, and they are just rushing it down. Hanbok and Rahel killing it quickly. Griffin going to be going in. In comes Gakkos into the backline. The dragon at 4K. Griffin looking to get in for it, but he's not going to be able to get it low yet, so they're just going to have to back off because Darkwings is crushing them on the side. Gakkos incredibly low. Griffin's going to go back in. Pops the Crescent Guard. The Pop Blossom across multiple members. He's in trouble. Rahel is dominating though as he knocks down Cryogen. Griffin's still alive, but not for long. The killer instinct from Rahel goes into the backline. They're focusing down Quad. Quad is going to get knocked down. Rahel barely survives time and time again. FlyQuest cannot finish off these low health bars. Sentinels walk away from the fight with blinking HP, but only one death in the curtain call can find nothing.
Beautiful again from Sentinels, these team fights. You have Anivia on the side creating so much space. They burn down the front line first, force Gakkos to actually try and walk away. Anivia wall and ulti creating so much space, and then Rahel is able to burn down the isolated targets there. Here, take a look at it. So walls them off, then force the other ones, huge zone with the ultimate. Even with the engage over the top, he knows he's safe because he still has the egg. So they walk up as Gakkos goes for the engage, and they can create this zone where Gakkos is walking out slowly, taking so much damage. Meanwhile, Impact over there with the Shen able to use the dodge zone, and then even during the re-engage, they're just able to immediately pop Cryogen afterwards. Support Nico goes down. They turn back to the dragon for a second, while the only counter kill goes through due to the Syndra ult, and Rahel's like, all right, we got the dragon, I'm in. Ulti into the backline. You always love to see these killer instincts into the backline to finish off these kills, and escapes with his life with the Dragon Soul acquired.
And despite that great start, you know, from the Jhin, it's just looking in these fights like they just don't have the damage to actually knock down that front line. The Syndra and the Jhin really struggling to deal at all with the Shen, and I mean, I hate to kind of beat it at its horse, but I just don't understand Protobelt in a lot of these games. I just feel like it's not really getting that much. Yeah, you have the move, but I just feel like that little dash is not worth the amount of sacrifice you have in damage. He has no spell pen, and it feels like they can't kill frontline.
If you only have 4 shots on Jhin, and Shen can block some of them,
yep,
and it is Omega already hard to get through that. And we saw how much work, you know, the Anivia is kind of just like burning down the opposing front line, and they're working through it a lot easier. So yeah, that plus it's a lot about burst with Jhin and with Nico, and Nico now is like, wow, you can have some moments where you can get an ultimate, but you're so squishy, you're probably just gonna die right after. And if you guys aren't going to be able to burst the enemy, which you're certainly not going to with Chemtech Soul as well on top of it, and already was going to be a difficult task, then seems like Sentinels have a very easy route to try and finish out this game. With Baron and the Dragon Soul, just push all 3 lanes here. You've got a Shen ultimate ready. It doesn't matter that you know, they have the opportunity to try and go for like a Sion ult engage, you know, and try and go bursty on somebody, Sion ult and Nico or something like that, because your response time is very short, no matter what lane people are coming from, and you're very durable, so you can create a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, the Quad just can't deal with him. He doesn't have the damage. Quad was basically going just trying to wave clear. against that Shen. Gekko's being able to hold this top side pretty effectively, but Sentinels have battled back again. You know, they get themselves into these deficits, but they're really playing well from a deficit. You know, they were down, what, 2.5K around, I don't know, 13, 15 minutes, something like that. And they are in full control about 10 minutes later, looking like the game is going to end soon for them.
Nice, nice long team fights from Sentinels. And very important Dragon take, too. The steal from Impact ends up being critical here. So props all around to the entire team, and we get to play our game of, who deserves the player of the game the most? Now, I know a lot of people are going to say Rahel, because of the Kai'Sa, getting a lot of kills. And I think that would be valid. But there's a lot of other good options, too. I mean, he had some very nice Rel engages. I think this time around, I am, leaning towards the Rahel crowd. Even though the previous one I went for Huhi, but definitely liked it. All right, here we go with the attempt for the side lane play. And this is one of those attempts where you're just like, but we got to try something, guys. And so,
yeah.
I mean, you can say, ha, you didn't get it, but
Yeah, I mean, even if Griffin caught up, are they really going to kill him? I mean, they're down, even your top laner is down 3 levels, and Hambach going to be pushing in here. But like you say, you got to try something. Or it is just going to be a slow bleed. And this game definitely looking like it is going in that direction. May I offer up an Impact consideration as well? Impact did lose the early lane 1v1, but he stole the dragon. He made nonstop, stand united plays down towards the bot side. I think he's played pretty darn well, and he's frontlining effectively. It's always nice to see Impact back in form. Timing that parry really well in the 5v5s on the 4-shot from Masu, and he's playing it out well. It's a lot of good options, I feel like, this game for Sentinels.
Definitely agree. Darkwing, good zone control, good Nivea play so far. Let's see how they finish, though. And honestly, only 30 seconds on the Elder Dragon. That might be the angle, because their defensive siege is okay. With the Nivea, you can always wave clear. But their offensive siege and hitting the towers is very slow for Sentinels. So it might be a Elder Dragon angle for them.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I mean, it's all about the hard engage, right? When you are playing with a Kai'Sa, it's so dangerous to walk up and just try to hit that thing. Remember, after the broadcast, head on over to the Cloud9 YouTube and Twitch channels for the scene. Oh, we're going to find an engage. Pop Blossom coming through. Rahel is going to go in, but Rahel maybe went too far. He goes into the stasis. He could be in a lot of trouble here. Flashing out to safety for now, though. Impact getting low. The curtains are going to get called. Rahel is going to get knocked down. He has been finally killed off. Gekko's flashes out. Crygen is incredibly low. It will just be the trade of kills, but FlyQuest finally getting one back.
Rahel in an arm guard. He really wanted to use it and make a super cool play, but he invests so much getting so deep in there and has to flash out afterwards, doesn't get damage off, and that is the biggest advantage that they have. Regardless of that, though, regardless of it, they still have control of the dragon setup. They're still going to go for that Elder Dragon. Now, it is no Smite FlyQuest on the approach. Griffin, 10 seconds on his death timer. He would also have to walk all the way from base. So, FlyQuest, they're trying to push him off anyway. They want to go for the fight and make sure that during the time where they have no jungler, at least Sentinels don't take the Elder Dragon, and Sentinels will respect the move.
Big for Rahel, though. He had enough gold for the Zonias. So he uses the Seekers, but now he has it up and ready to go once again here. FlyQuest will knock down a tower on the bot side, claim that bounty, and Gekko does pull the Elder. Hambach has base, and he has a GA now, so he's coming back out from base here. Quad completed the death cap, and he is going to be teleporting back in to join the team. Huhi, though, looking for a flank. He's not been spotted, and Huhi could be getting in the back line. Now Quad going to try to mark him. Hambach going to get involved on this. Does vault over the wall. Crygen looking for the Pop Blossom, but Rahel is just going to pop the Zonias. Masu's in trouble on the side as he gets flashed on there by Huhi and stunned up, and Masu is going to get knocked down by Hambach. FlyQuest have no damage. It's a double for Rahel. Masu is not going to be able to survive. Quad has to flash to safety, but it's a 1v5, and this should do it for Sentinels.
Great stuff from Sentinels. Nice approach there. This time around, Rahel knows, all right, just the Nico and the Scion on my side, there's not a lot of damage there. I can definitely go for the full engage. Uses the upgraded Zonias, and Sentinels cleanly are going to end out this game.
Going to be able to march it down here and finish it off. Sentinels going to get their first series win of the split here, move themselves to 1-2. People were favoring FlyQuest in this one. We'll see if FlyQuest can hold on. Their respawns are coming through here very shortly, but Rahel is just focusing down the towers. Masu is back up. Quad is still here. There's a lot of low health bars. The curtains are going to get called, and there's going to be the GA popped already. Darkwings is running for the hills. Cryogen trying to get back up. Hombok going to turn and fight and might just kill Cryogen. Can't quite do it. The Elder and the Baron are both alive, and the jungler is dead. They could try to rush out here and get more. Griffin is going to look, and look at the devastation on the face of Golden Glue. He knows this is a problem. How much can FlyQuest get, though? And remember, their Nexus is very exposed.
I always like Elder because then Elder, you can, like, for sure go get the Baron afterwards. Wait, Rahel is gonna... Is Rahel by himself up there?
Is he soloing the Baron?
Oh, Shen on him, Shen on him. Okay, so they can take the Baron with the Shen shield up there to Rahel. So it's gonna be a trade. And you do, again, you're still gonna want the Elder for the combat power. But at least for Sentinel's sake, they're able to trade. Rahel goes up there, plenty of damage, and so Sentinels at least are going to be able to salvage it there. I would still like to retract my previous statement of the clean part, though, for the end, for Sentinels.
That's fair.
Redacted.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You know, we can scrub that out. But FlyQuest, hold on. I do think, you know, yes, the Elder is more powerful, but Sentinels can just delay with the Baron. You've got Anivia, you've got Baron, you don't need to fight. There's nothing else on the map for them to take, so it was really important that Sentinels did get the Baron from that spot. Of course, FlyQuest do survive and will be looking to try to hard force a fight. Let's see if they can find anything, because the fights are going to be heavily in their favor. And now with this additional power that they have, and they are going to be pushing it up, but yeah, this is all Sentinels really has to do. Just Baron empower these minions, clear out the waves, and just refuse to interact for the next minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, and now you're starting to get a lot of the extra AP for Rahel too, so the W's are going to be super annoying. Ouch. Those things keep landing too, so he just gets more and more. All right.
FlyQuest, though, maybe going to try to force here. Gakkos moving forward is going to get walled off. They're knocking down the tower. Hombok is on the side. Sentinels intelligently just back it up, but Gakkos is going to try to just force it down. They know this might be their only chance to try to make something happen. Impact on the side is going to get jumped on, knocked up, scattered. Impact has to shadow dash back over the wall. Will stay safe. Next wave coming in now for FlyQuest. They are really trying to force here.
Wave clear from Anivia is very difficult to deal with, and the walls, just the wall spam, wave clear. Look how much damage the tower has taken. Almost none. There, like, put a tiny scratch on that thing. Anivia wave clear is already, you know, famous worldwide, has been for decades. But also with a Baron buff, yeah, pretty hard to make any inroads into the Sentinels' territory there. So they are able to stall off during the Elder Dragon buff. But again, it's another negative Baron power play because of it.
The third item, Sunfire, is seeming super random from Gakkos. So I'm not going to lie. We already have Titanic, but maybe that's all he can compete. Masu does have his Infinity Edge, so now Jhin starts to actually become real. People make fun of Jhin early game, you know, mid game. Yeah, I do think the damage is quite low, but this champion does scale really, really effectively. He has a pot in his inventory. He has the Infinity Edge. You do get to a point where your burst is real. So we'll see if FlyQuest can make anything happen. The Baron buff is about to expire here. 20 seconds. Impact pushing heavily on the bot lane. And FlyQuest not sure if they want to go for it. Impact just taunts the safety and will stay safe.
They can't really siege with Baron that crazy.
True. Not a good siege comp. That definitely has been established throughout the game. They haven't really been able to push. It's really just two teams looking for fights, right? That has been what this has been all about. You can see a lot of defensive itemization is done now. Rahel has obviously had the Zonies for a long time. Now he has the Banshees on top. The GA is almost back for Hombok as well, which is going to be a big one.
All right. Man, this is a lot longer than we were looking at or expecting here previously. So now it's going to be about the setup. Can you actually make any sort of a pick here with your defensive vision already up? Sentinels so far doing a good job clearing it out methodically, waiting for the rest of the team here. Support plus jungle, move in, make sure they have plenty of vision to support the split push so you can get your 4-1 split push, apply your pressure. Mid wave already has super minions with the inhibitor down, so you have this extra line. They can try and walk down, and Shen ultimate is ready here for impact. So setting it up once again. And again, you don't want to make any big blunders because in 2 minutes, the Elder and the Baron are both going to be back on the map. So it is nice if you see something present itself, but you don't want to check into too much darkness. And defensive vision here with a small map is actually, you know, easy for FlyQuest to just, all right, we're going to hunker down. We've got a couple minutes before the big objectives do get here. So Sentinels are like, you know what? All right, fine. Nobody's going to stick their head out. We'll just take the conservative, easy extra advantages of your jungle camps, keep you pinned inside your base so that we know any of the wards that you previously had would have expired, and we have found all of the pink ones already. So the approach for you, FlyQuest, is going to be very dangerous and difficult out of the base into full darkness once it does happen. But because it is a Chem Soul Rift, you do get the extra plants, and those can actually help a lot in some of these contests later. The plentiful Scryer's blooms cover a large area. So maybe that will be the key for them to find the opening.
Look at this from Masu. He picks up the Seekers, which I actually think is a pretty intelligent buy. With 1,600 gold, what are you going to get that's better at this point in the game?
Yeah, like Immunivile or something.
Exactly. Immunivile that's coming in, that is going to be really powerful. Maybe that buys time, you know, for Hell Killer Instincts in and you pop that for your team to try to turn around on her, because a BT or whatever is not going to save you in that position. And he is going to be having the Vamp ready, you know, probably from runes. Obviously, he has Fleet Forward, but also has the potion still in inventory. So I do think it's a pretty intelligent buy here. Though it is not a common one. They're going to be able to land the Deadly Flourish over onto Huhi. All the teams know this is likely a one-fight game, probably going to come down to this Elder, and it is going to be Sentinels in the area starting it up immediately. And we'll see how FlyQuest can try to approach. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, it certainly is. Walls off mid. Gecko's trying to run straight through those.
Yeah, it's still the Shen just pushing through bot, trying to put the pressure on. This Dragon is getting incredibly low, and Griffin is not able to get there. They're claim it. In comes the Stand United. Hambach is into the backline. Griffin is bursting down. He pops the Crescent Guard, trying to stay alive. Hui trying to get in there to finish him off. Flash forward from Darkwings. The first kill is going to go their way. The Pop Blossom is there. Rahel's in the backline with the Stasis Pop. Everyone on FlyQuest is falling. They got there too late, and it was far too little. Gatghost will try to buy some time, but they got a wave bot. It doesn't even matter. Sentinels finally will seal the deal with a teleport down to bot lane. They're going to take the series, knock down FlyQuest, and finally claim their first victory of the split with a monster performance from Rahel on the Kai'Sa, looking good in this one.
Congratulations to Sentinels. They worked for it, and they get the dub. Quad at the end went to the back of the pit to try and get a miracle steal on the Elder, but Hambach's smite is good, and so are Sentinels' chances of success in the series. Congratulations, they did it. Analyst, who's your player of the game?
Tensions on our side. Yeah, we actually, I think we're all split. All of us here on the.
Yeah, we're not going to show our cards just like that because you ask, buddy. That's not how that works down here.
Yeah, what was your votes, Zale and Kobe?
Yeah.
They're just putting us on the spot.
Yeah, they're already gone.
I will tease, though, it might come down to fan votes, because if it's a tie on our end, then that could be the tiebreaker there. But we're going to have some chats with the Sentinels players, and I got to say, I was right. 2-1 Sentinels. Let's go.
That actually is a clap.
Yeah,
that was the first time you've been right about anything.
First time I've been right all year, I'm pretty sure.
We did not flip-flop.
You did not flip-flop. I gave you the chance,
you won.
Raz. Anything to say for yourself?
We're just sinking on the ship.
Yeah.
This is the Titanic.
I mean, honestly, so
right
many of my
chair.
predictions thus far have been absolutely wrong.
Yeah?
For this.
Yeah. Pretty low percentage so far this year?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that we were right about one thing, though. All of us agreed it was going to be a close series.
Yeah.
We all thought it was going to be close. And here we go. We have two of the members joining us for the post-game interview. Got Hambach and Hui. Welcome, guys.
Welcome. A full house.
Translator here.
Multiple jobs in game, out of game.
The first question is kind of for both of you, but actually more for you, Jay, which is in the final fight, you guys had a really great Rel like Shen ult combo, and it was really well set up. So just talk me through your pre-fight setup around that ulter.
I mean, last fight, you know, like we kind of had a mistake previous elder, so we kind of learned, you know, guys, like just let them come in more, and we just have to like hit the objective, let them like get in more, and then we can look. So I think we kind of adapted pretty well from the mistakes, but those are the things that we are aware that we're doing even in scrims, and I think it's good to make those kind of mistakes even on stage and be able to win so that we can improve.
Oh yeah, I have a question for you, Hanbok. My thought process is just, this is the first time we're hearing from you.
Yeah.
How's it been so far in North America?
무슨
미국이 지금 어떠냐고, 그 지금 미국 생활.
I just my life is so funny because I just play for enjoy the game or NA life too. So yeah, I'm fun.
Hell yeah.
Nice. I got another question for you. Skarner. What is it about Skarner that makes you so good at this champion and want to play him so much?
I think when I was SK last year, SK junglers good as Skarner, I think, like Lucid or any junglers too. So I learned the Skarner that much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I play very Skarner now.
Okay, I got a good question for you because like there's a big ramp up in Split 1.
Yeah.
And then I feel like you guys are already back to ramping up again. Just how has it been kind of coordinating with the team as a whole? Because you guys are a very aggressive team. It seems like you guys have kind of put yourself in a pigeonhole as like a great team fighting team. So how has it been so far this split acclimating?
I think honestly it's kind of going similar to like the first split, like you mentioned. I feel like when we first came back after the break, like we kind of forgot like where we were. So we had to like kind of relearn about each other. Hanbok wants to play really aggressive, and I think me and Rahal are like kind of on the safe side. So we always like talk about each other like after the game. So
Fighting.
Yeah. So that's been pretty fun. But I think we have great personalities that even though like we have frustrations, we still talk it out.
Yeah.
Like in the end, like I think great coaching staff, great system overall in general with Daejeon and Golden Glue as well. So yeah, it's just I feel like we are aware of what problems we're having, and it's just totally up to us if you want to fix those things.
So Hanbok, and Jay might have to translate this for you. At the beginning of the year, he said part of his job was to help you be aggressive. So how much is Jay helping you be able to be aggressive in team fights?
그러니까 만들어준다는 거 아니야?
그 너가 좀 공격적이게 하고 싶은데 내가 그 연초에 너가 좀 공격적이게 할 수 있게 도와주려고 하는데 지금 한 뭐 그게 잘 되고 있는지.
Yeah, I wanna just eating second crab or dragon or herald. Only that's it. I just play for normal, and then I wanna play team fight, 50-50 fight.
Yeah.
Then I think we have advantage for them. Yeah, so yeah, I wanna just normal play, and then I carried it.
No.
There's some disagreement already.
Yeah, that's the conversation we're having.
Nice.
He sees it as 50-50, and for me, I want to make it like more favored towards us. And I can kind of see both points, and that's why it's important to hear it out because there's so many ways to play League of Legends, and the most important thing at the end of the day is to play as a team and as a unit. So.
Sure.
True.
Yeah. Well, speaking of playing as a unit and as a team, that's how you got that win. But it's close on player of the game. It's actually a tie right now from the broadcast. It's a tie between Rahel and Huhi. So I believe that means we're going to take a look at the fan vote while we're pulling that up. Hanbok, who do you think carried harder that last game, Huhi or Rahel?
그 플레이어 오브 더 게임 그 MVP가 나나 라헬 둘 중 하나거든. 누구인 것 같아?
Last game?
Last game, yep.
Third game, right?
Third game.
Also, you can just say, hell no, it's me.
Yeah.
You can say that.
Yeah, I think Impact.
Impact!
Okay.
Oh, he's getting the fans vote too.
He is getting votes, but the tie is between only Rahel and Huhi.
Dang.
So only your votes for Rahel or Huhi are going to count.
So
we need to let Twitch chat know that. But yeah, it looks like Huhi's pretty.
Huhi's nailing this one down.
But Hambak, I was on your side. I think that Impact had a very, very solid performance.
I mean, he loved the penalties, you know?
I like Shenalty, but I think in draft, he said Shen or what?
Shen
or Mordekaiser.
Yeah, Shen or Mordekaiser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he chose Shen.
Yeah.
Then we focus on second crab. Then he ulti and killed the Shinjao.
Yeah.
Then my mind is still
so
win.
happy.
Congratulations, Huhi.
Congratulations. Yeah, Huhi ends up picking it up. I wanted to ask you, Hambak, this question because in an interview a few weeks ago, you say how your playstyle is different from North American junglers' playstyle, that like they farm a lot, but you want to gank a lot and take 2v2s, 3v3s. How do you, if you want to tell the fans, how do you view your playstyle? Like, how do you want to play the game?
I want to scare for enemy laner.
Yeah.
Laners. Yeah, I want to make him. They scared me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like.
The Hambak could be anywhere.
Yeah, like that. But junglers thinking Hambak is not good jungler. I think they can thinking that, but I think laner's 라이너의 의견이 더 중요한 것.
So he doesn't really care about the jungler's opinion. He thinks that laners will think that he's really annoying, that he's really good.
Yeah.
Finding those angles.
That makes a lot of sense. When you were saying that, I was like, yeah. I think the moment anyone has to go up, actually, even hearing from junglers, they always think it's like you're unpredictable. Like you can you could be anywhere. You could be like, missing a camp just to like go for a gank mid or something.
Yeah. Like that.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear.
And you're going to be up against Team Liquid next week, so I want to hear your thoughts about Jose Daejeon, because he's been impressing a lot of us here on the broadcast. What do you think about Jose Daejeon as your next jungle opponent?
I think Jose Daejeon is good at this meta, I think. I think a lot of things similar me.
Yeah.
Play style, I think. So yeah, I want to play him.
You're the better him, right? You're better than him?
I will better.
Yeah!
A little better.
Let's look at today's pogs, though. I'm interested to see what the player of the games are looking like today. I already know who two of them are. Huhi winning both of them from Sentinel side, Griffin taking one in the middle, and of course, Sven and Blabber for the Cloud9 series that they had, the 2-0. So that's fun. Interested to see if that continues on. I want to see the end-of-day standings, though.
Yeah, end of day standings. Also, Huhi, no pressure, but winning 2 player of the games might be player of the week. You know, I don't want to set expectations too high, but I mean that's pretty impressive. But yeah, let's take a look at the standings overall for the LCS right now. Sentinels, you got your first win. Congratulations!
Yay,
you got a couple game wins.
win.
Now a 1 on the series score and 4 and 5 overall. Cloud9, meanwhile, have taken first place now, being 3-0 with a clean 2-0 win. We'll see if Team Liquid's able to overtake them tomorrow. Speaking of, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule because we got games on Sunday. It's Lion versus Shopify Rebellion, Dig versus Team Liquid Alienware. Huhi, I feel like Lion Shopify might be the closer one. Like a lot of teams have been kind of beating up on Dig. So what do you think about tomorrow's matchups? Are either of these going to be upsets?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
But I do think in LCS there's like we have strengths against each other, like team versus team.
Sure.
So I do think we're just stronger versus Shopify in general. So like that's why, in my opinion, when I'm playing versus those two, Lion feels much harder than Shopify. But you know, who knows? Like they might be winning in scrims when they were playing against. So yeah, I definitely think they have better chance than the second match.
Yeah. That is just Scream.
Just scrims. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us, you two. That was awesome. Congratulations on your first series win. Again, that's it for us. We'll be raiding Cloud9 for their C9 Kia Championship Arena show match with players
These
from
guys will be
Sentinels.
there.
These two will be casting it, so make sure to check that out. And we'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. ET, 1 p.m. Pacific time for Lion versus Shopify Rebellion. That's it for the Saturday broadcast. We'll see you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. We're ready for another weekend of games here in this round robin stage.
I'm going Mundo. Yeah. You guys keep it. It's too far. Yeah. Look Mundo. So what's he being in the pit with no flash, guys? Yeah, just saying. I'm gonna be careful. I'm killing Jay. Okay. No shot. What to do? I'm really low. I'm CCing Jay here. Okay. Guys, over here. As you're Eden. As you're Noe. Yeah, look Jay. Yeah. Is there no push? Nice.
C9, 2-0's disguise.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm fine. Let them come in. I'm blocking. I'm fine. Sion first. Yeah. Sion. I'm looking Shinja first. 천천히. Yeah. 뭉치자. 뭉치면서 봐. Stun down. Shinja. I'm fine. 아이가 니꺼. 야, 용. 나 용 먹고 갈게. 보자. Going. 해봐. 그니까. 더블 있어?
Nice. Sentinels finally will seal the deal with a teleport down to bot lane. They're going to take the series, knock down FlyQuest, and finally claim their first victory of the split.
All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time.